So, hey guys, welcome back to my channel. This is a movie of what if Naruto came back with Karin and Tayuya after being banished by Tsunade for 10 years. In this fanfic, we'll see a more powerful and naughty Naruto. Basically, banished from the Hidden Leaf by Tsunade, Naruto spent 10 long years honing his skills and forging unexpected alliances. Now, he returns with two powerful kunoichi by his side, Karin, a skilled sensory ninja, and Tayuya, a fierce sound user from Orochimaru's ranks. As tensions rise in the village, Naruto's return brings more than just questions, it sets the stage for a reckoning. What will happen when old bonds are tested and hidden truths come to light? But don't forget to check out the description box and support the original author. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. Return after 10 years of banishment. Location: Fire Nation, Forest. The Hona Team 10 finds themselves waking up in a forest, a campsite, and Shikamaru jolts up from his sitting position, glancing around warily, unable to recall how they got there. A slight panic set upon him yet as he checked his surroundings to find traps and the like set up to protect the group. Moving toward the two tents, he woke up his teammates who, like him, panicked upon realizing they had no idea where they were. Ino spotted a map with a kunai sticking in it and quickly moved to inspect it. "Hey, over here." And her team moved to her. It took them moments, if the map was accurate, to figure out that they were only half a day from home. "Ino, how's your arm?" Joji asked, and that's when they all realized their injuries had vanished. "Now that you mention it," Ino responds, looking down at where a sword had sliced open her arm, not even a scar. That suddenly the group was surrounded by a group of Anbu Black Ops. Team 10 was on guard, back to back, weapons drawn and defenses up. "Identify yourselves." The monotone voice from one masked ninja. "Chunin Yamanaka Ino." Ino answers without questions, "Chunin Akamitsu Choji." Choji responds, "Jonin Nara Shikamaru, ID number." Shikamaru states, giving their ID numbers, which the man nods. "Come with us." The team escorted the trio back toward the village. Upon their return, confusion was written all over their faces as, despite the early sunrise, they could clearly see a crowd at the gates. A closer inspection showed all their parents, friends and even the Hokage herself as a welcoming party. "What's with the?" Shikamaru was tackled by his mother, fussing over him with a great deal of concern, as was the parents of her teammates, which added further confusion on the trio. "It's good to have you back. We were worried that you had run into trouble." Tsunade Senju explained, stepping forward through the crowd. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." The three chorused, but it was clear to see that they were confused. "It seems you're confused about something," she asked, and Shikamaru spoke for the 3S. "Well, you see," he glanced at his friends and comrades, "why is everyone out here? It was just a routine patrol." Silence reigned. Tsunade looked between them before raising an eyebrow. "Yes. You left on a patrol near Water Country almost 4 months ago." More silence. "What?" Ino squalls. "Konoha General Hospital." A week later. Nothing out of the ordinary. Tsunade sits on a chair before her three shinobi, looking over numerous tests and graphs from the prior week. "In your report," she continued, "you stated that you, Ino, took a sword strike to your arm." Looking at the platinum blonde, who nodded promptly, the Sannin then looked to Shikamaru. "And you had a gash across your back." Nara nodded as her focus then turned to Choji. "And your arm was broken in 2 places, with a fractured hand." Choji nodded in agreement, yet the slug princess looks back down at the charts. "All these supposed wounds have been perfectly healed, bones reset, and scarring removed." Letting out a tired sigh. "Yet, none of you remember anything after your fight till you woke in that camp the Anbu found you in." All three nodded in agreement, but Tsunade saw the contemplative look on Ino's face, as if she was withholding something. "Ino." The ponytailed blonde snapped to her leader. There is something that's been kind of bugging me." She half fumbles her words, still clearly distracted by whatever it is. "Oh." The Senju raises an eyebrow at her. Kindle-like, a heavy sigh passes her lips. "It feels like when you see something out the corner of your eye, but when you look, it's gone. Then when you see something again, it vanishes, but it's like a memory or something. I've been working with my dad, but even he hasn't seen something like this before." "That's not all, Hokage-sama." Shikamaru spoke up next, drawing the leader's attention. "Though normally I would feel rather disturbed about having such a massive blank in my memories, for some reason when we focus on it, I feel safe and happy, but don't know why." Choji adds with a shrug, confusing their cage further. The older woman pinches her nasal as this was just getting weirder and weirder, but figured she asked the last question. "Okay, keep working with Inoichi, all 3 of you," but before that, she pulls out a small piece of card that held a white cloud. An orange sun peeking above it. "Does this seem familiar to any of you?" But they didn't need to answer as all 3 just smiled at it. "No, but for some reason it seems friendly." Ino questioned, furrowing her brow at that sensation, with the other 2 nodding in agreement. Another long heavy sigh from the blonde Hokage, who sags in her seat, head hanging back. "Troublesome," she whispered, causing a snort from the Nara. "Konoha, Cage Tower. Heard your brats were found alive." Jiryu, the Toad Sage and former teammate of the Slug Sannin turned Hokage, speaks as he steps in through the window, with no memories of what transpired in their absence. She mutters, not even breaking stride in her signing of her and all Kage's worst nightmare turned reality, paperwork. Curious. The giant white-haired man murmurs as he caresses his chin, did your network pick up on anything? She asks, placing down another scroll, seamlessly moving to the next, only hearsay and whispers. Apparently the Akatsuki had some kind of breaking up. This news caused the Hokage to freeze for a moment before looking up at her oldest friend who was grinning seriously. He nodded vigorously, confirmed it on the way back. Apparently, several of the members turned on their leader. No clue what happened after that though. So, does that mean? She asks as hope begins to swell within her, and he nods, if he's still alive, he's safe from them now. His voice softening significantly as he spoke and her whole form seemed to lighten up at that, a smile grew upon her face, then perhaps we can bring him home. How do you? But the threat gone, the council has no leg to stand on, and we can lift the banishment. She declares, pushing aside her paperwork carefully not to disturb it, I don't think. Shizune. The last Senju roared, and her first apprentice pokes her head and summon a council meeting. I want them assembled now. The girl vanishes back behind the door without a word as Tsunade was visibly beaming at the thought of her knuckle-headed son brother returning to her arms. Oh god, he's going to be so big now. What is he, like 22 now? 23, yes. Jiraiya states a lot less enthusiastic about the whole ordeal, yet Tsunade was so happy that she didn't notice Tsunade. He almost whispered and she settled down at that, he never used her name like that unless it was important. His solemn look was more than telling though. Jiraiya. Do you really think he'll come back? Willingly at that? He asked in an uncharacteristically serious tone which actually gave her a pause at that. In her excitement, she had forgotten that part of the reason for his banishment was due to her negligence in her duties. If she hadn't gotten so drunk after all the members of the retrieval team made it out of the danger zones, the traitor included, she just had to celebrate a job well done a bit too hard. A lump formed in her throat at that and her mood soured significantly. You're right, Jiraiya. He thinks we turned our backs on him back then. That I turned my back on him. Her voice almost a whisper, yet I can't back down until I at least try and convince him that it was all a misunderstanding. That we miss him. That I miss him. We need him here, where he belongs. She declared resolutely, causing him to sigh at that, not sure how this will play out. I hope you're right about this, Suheim. It's been a decade since he left. Assuming he's still alive, he's no doubt changed quite a bit. He may not be so forgiving. Konoha, council chambers. 10 minutes later. Why did you call a meeting, Tsunade-sama? Elder Udatane questioned as Tsunade, flanked by her former teammate, asks as she takes her seat, remember your place, Elder. She growled with a sideways glare, or you'll join your old friend in hell. The man visibly shuddered at remembering how Danzo Shimura and his root operatives were smashed and hunted down ruthlessly by her Anbu. Now then, she clears her throat, I have received word that one of our biggest threats has been dealt a crippling blow and has since disbanded. Her opening was met with the room's full attention at the Akatsuki is no more. Who destroyed them? Shikaku questioned, his laziness completely forgotten with that opening statement. This time it was the Toad Sage who stepped up to explain, according to my intel, it was a two-pronged attack. From within and from the outside. Defectors? Hiashi Hyuga questioned, to which the sage just nodded with a grim look upon his face. What's to stop them from reforming? Asked Hana Inuzuka, taking the place of her mother who had stepped down a few months ago. It seems only their leader was aware of the full plan. When he killed the other surviving members, all went their separate ways. It wasn't a quiet affair, however, he explained, as the others could put two and two together. Then, if that is all. Saskia inquired about getting ready to stand. That isn't all, Ichiha. The Senju growled, causing the young man to retake his seat. In light of the news presented, I would like to push a motion to repeal the banishment of one Uzumaki Naruto and offer him back his rank and status as a Konoha shinobi. Silence dawned on the word sunk in. The various clan heads shared looks of confusion, then realization before contemplation, but no one wanted to speak their minds, as this was a paper bomb of a suggestion, and no one felt like lighting this note. An unspoken game of chicken was being played as the Hokage began to grow impatient at the lack of response, but just as she was about to explode, one civilian councillor spoke up. But why do we need that demon back in the V? His throat was cut clean through, and the Anbu vanished within the next second, body and toe. This is a shinobi matter, you civilians should remember your place. The Senju snarled, the 6 civilians sinking back into their seats, not wanting to gain her ire well. She looks across the shinobi clan heads for a response, which came from the quietest of the group. If memory serves me right, Shibi Abrim speaking up, it was a 10-year banishment. No. If that is the case, then it should have ended several months ago. Sun's jaw dropped before clicking her fingers, and a silver-haired Anbu dropped before her, kneeling, fetch me those documents. No need. They respond by handing them to her, causing a raised eyebrow before said Anbu returned to their post, and she reads over the document carefully, and there it was, a clause in small print stating that very fact, but only if the threat has been dealt with. She smirks as logical as ever. Shibi. Thank you for pointing that out. Then turning to the group, I want several teams of trackers out looking for him. Hana, Hiashi, Shibi, can I count on you? All three nodded as Jiraiya stepped up again. I already set my network to look for any clues about his whereabouts. I should have something for the weekend. Check back with me then. The three nodded again. Dismissed. Tsunade ordered. Konoha, General Hospital, Psychological Ward. Are you sure it'll work, Oni? Yeah. The other two will work with the standard SEALs, but she's a Yamanaka. Their mental defenses are far higher than average shinobi. That's why I'm modifying this SEAL specifically for her. Amaru. Hey Nar, going for a drink, you coming? Give me a moment with this. You shouldn't smoke in here. Relax, I've almost finished. Careful Nii-san, I just closed those wounds. Haha, sorry, almost. It just cut off there. Inoichi says, opening his eyes as his daughter panted heavily at the excursion of effort. So someone did save us, she panted, and he nodded. Seems you were sedated during their discussion, but you weren't fully under yet. He says, thinking aloud. He said something about a seal. Did they lock away our memories of them? No. They did something else. Inoichi mumbles, completely perplexed at this situation. If there was a seal, we would have found it during your week-long checkup. No mental sealing either, or we both would have found it by now. It's like you literally had no memories at all. I've never seen anything like this. Great. Back to square one. Ino sighs exasperatedly. No, not quite. We got a name. Two names, actually. Amaru and Nar. I'll check them both out, see if we can't find something on either. The head of T&I stood up from the mat they were both sitting on. Thanks, Daddy. I think I'll get some sleep. I'm tired. He nodded. Sleep well, princess. As he steps outside her room. As he walks down the corridor, he is joined by Jiraiya, who fell into step with the blonde. Does Amaru or Nar ring a bell? As they turn a corner, to which the Sannin turn following after the head interrogator. It does actually. He mumbles barely coherently as his travel companion looks to him somewhat shocked. Not that he showed it. I need to check first though. I'll keep you informed. Before vanishing suddenly and quietly, causing a raised eyebrow, as there should be no way for a Shunshin to work within the ward thanks to seals the man himself had placed. Inoichi sighed. Of course he can bypass them before resuming his rounds. Konoha, Hokage's office. Ah, here it is. Tsunade says as Shizune hands her a file from a mission to which a three-man team of Naruto, Sakura, and Hinata escorting a doctor and his apprentice back home. It was a C rank turned S rank. It was linked into the aerial attack on Konoha. Ah yes, stopping skimming the report as she came upon a name. Amaru was the apprentice's name. Yes, I recall that mission. I was sent as backup and caught them both. Guess we found the medic. Jiraiya thoughtfully said, if she is, then I want her as an apprentice. Her work's on par with Sakura's. Tsunade praises proudly. Then, Nar could be short for Naruto, right? Shizune chimes, into which Jiraiya just nods in agreement. More than likely. If they were running from pursuit, Tsunade pulled out a map, laying upon her desk. So if we start from their mission location, pointing to a port town upon the border in the land of noodles, their report states that they were discovered approaching and shadowed here, pointing to a point just beyond the town, and ambushed here, moving further away from town the next morning. They then ran this way toward home. She places a pretty large circle around here. Then Jiraiya nodded along. I'll contact my sources within Water County. See if anything happened in the last few months of note around that town. I'll send a few tracker teams to the area. Tsunade adds with a nod. I'll send an Anbu team along with them, in case you run into any trouble. Jiraiya nods in agreement. I'll head out immediately. Land of Noodles, Southern Port Town. Konoha's former teammate of Hinata Hyuga, Inyazuka Kiba, and Abram Shino approached the small town, but did not enter it. Shino had his bugs on lookout as Hinata used her bloodline, the Byakugan, to scan the town for any signs of shinobi activity. She idly noticed the three other tracking teams, identical makeup of her own, all nearby doing the same as they were but at the other cardinal directions, even the one out on the ocean. Looking around, she didn't find anything out of the ordinary until she found a single person with a highly developed chakra network but was being suppressed, heavily but professionally. On closer inspection, she noted that they had an identifying mark that all teams had been given to all teams, a white cloud with a yellow sun peeking over the top. Found someone. They're in a bar, having a drink at a table. In that case, we should move in with another of the teams backing us up. Shino says as he sends out several messengers to his clansmen in the other teams, but suspected they too had already detected the same as them. Team 8 moved in and were joined by two of the four teams who remained outside the town in response. Within the tavern, the Leaf Shinobi noticed the sly looks within the shadows in the dimly lit room. A quick pulse of her bloodline showed the woman in the corner talking casually with a civilian rather animatedly. Moments later, however, said woman stiffened and turned to the new arrivals, and a flicker of anger flashed before it turned to annoyance. Her companion too looked more than a little annoyed at the arrival of the Leaf Shinobi. Damn Leaf strolling around like they own da damn place. The dark-haired woman growled as the civilian nodded in agreement. They weren't the only ones who thought that. I'm sorry to intrude upon you today, however we have some questions for you. Tsunade asked softly but firmly, which caused a raised eyebrow. Oh? Little Almi? To which the Leaf Roll nodded as the lady drops her elbow to the table, supporting her head in hand whilst still sipping the ale. That insignia upon your arm, Hinata, pointing to the cloud emblem on her upper arm, what of it? The woman growls with a very noticeable edge to her voice, the air in the tavern growing unbearably heavy with both Shino and Kiba noticing the tensing of multiple patrons. The ambient chatter died out and all eyes turned to the Leaf Shinobi that were standing in the middle of the room. Can we not move somewhere more private? A snort was the response. What do you want, Leaf Shinobi? The venom in that question was not missed by anyone. Years of training allowed Hinata to mask the flinch. One of teams were rescued by. And? The civilian speaking up with a glare, they've saved us more times than any of you hidden villages. If you have a problem with her, numerous civilians all standing, several mercenaries moving into defensive positions. No need to be aggressive, Hinata, not even batting an eye at the implied threat that's surrounding them all. We just wanted to make contact, perhaps we can. No need. The girl waving off the offer immediately, almost instinctively, we don't want anything from you people. And why is that? Hinata presses, causing the glare to become damn near murderous. Leave. Now. TSK. We came only to thank you people, why so? Kiba was silenced by a smothering killing intent from the woman. We won't ask a second time. Almost a whisper as the mercenaries all beginning to flare their chakra, surprising the ninja very well. Hinata bowing, have a good day. She says, leading her team back out. That night the girl who had been spotted by Team 10 was walking through the town, her friends in tow, when suddenly a group of Anbu drop in reaching for her, only to be hit by a paralyzing pulse of a sealing jutsu. All four froze in place, mid-lunge as expected of the hidden leaf. The girl chuckles, glancing at each mask. Should have tried harder, Toad Sage. Looking into the alleyway. Oh? You knew I was here? The white-haired man stepping out of shadow with a hardened gaze. Of course. We've had our eyes on you since the inception of our group. Staying out of your sight became easy once we noticed the patterns to look for. She chuckles, causing a soft frown to appear on the man's visage. Oh? And she nods before smirking. We are well aware of your intention, predicted it, and planned a feral grin as multiple nondescript shinobi appear all around the chief spy master. Konoha, Hokage's office. 3 days later. The puff of smoke alerted Tsunade to Jireya's presence, beaten and battered on the floor, barely conscious or aware of his surroundings. Jireya. She yells, jumping over her desk and switching to medic mode. What happened? Bijutsu made it. He pants, clearly delirious, before passing out. Within moments she had him stabilized enough to move him to the hospital where he would remain for 2 weeks. Back in her office, after that scare, Tsunade looks at the map she had found crumpled in her teammate's grip. It had several points, but one of the crosses had been circled to which was in unclaimed territory. Sighing, she began to write out a mission request for an investigation mission. Shady bar out near nowhere. The pool cue smashes a colored into the corner pocket, settling nicely up for the next shot. The shooter, a young woman with waist-length black hair paired with a slender figure, she twirls around the wooden pole in hand while smiling at her man. Winner buys drinks. You sure you want to play this again? I've beaten you 3 times in a row. A blonde-haired man responds as she twists into him, his arms wrapping around her in a way that showed their intimate relationship. I got a good feeling about this one, as she takes a sip from his beer mug. Besides, the loser cooks tonight. Then you better not lose. Your cooking sucks. She playfully punches his shoulder before planting a Chaz kiss and moving back to the table. The blonde reigniting his cigarette as he leans back against the table, grabbing his glass from the table and downing it before signaling for another to be brought over to the barkeep. The girl sensually leans forward to line her shot, giving her partner a very good view of her shapely figure. The sound of 2 clicks indicates to the blonde that his girl had missed, and a smirk danced across his lips as they curled up slightly. Perhaps if you had focused on actually her sudden application of pressure of lips with her own, just play, Naru. The whisper, but the grin never left his face as he placed his death stick back in his mouth as he takes his cue and lines up. 1 shot turns to 3, 3 to 5, and games end in the blonde's favor. He smirks while spreading his arms out, smoke stick balancing between his lips. As I said. Who won? A voice from the darkness calls out, the captain, obviously. Another answers as a few chuckles echo through the bar, shut your traps. The raven girl snaps and silence rules, lighten up, kin. After that last job, we made out like bandits. I get that, but You just want to get home, right? To which she nods to his question, and he smiles while bringing her into a hug. Arg, they're all lovey-dovey. Gonna be sick. Wanna try that again, Larn? Naruto growls and said man tried to ignore his existence. Naruto leads his partner to an open chair and she sits atop his lap and the two become lost within their own convocation. Kin, a game, a light samurai asks. Her left is armored in traditional plates, but the rest was leather and cloth with her katana on her waist. Sure. Kin getting up from her seat upon Naruto's lap. You still sore about that one who got past your guard, Bella? The girl growls at the reminder. I've doubled my training. I will not let myself stagnant. Now, prepare yourself. The game progressed under Naruto's watch when suddenly the ambient chatter fell drastically, drawing the attention to the door where a pair of shinobi stand, observing the large bar. A snort is heard. Leave, shinobi, you aren't welcome here. The bar maiden informs them sorry, but we need a moment with. You better watch it, their kiddos. A shinobi without a headband step forward to address them. We aren't your friends here. Yet one of the leaf shinobi snaps towards the pool table, as if peering through the darkness, smoke, and grime. Naruto. The whole bar snapped up, defensive positions taken. What are you doing here, Hyuga? The voice of one Naruto Uzumaki cutting through the darkness that engulfed his figure. The coldness in the tone sent shudders through the leaf nin's spines, causing said girl to retreat into herself, so one of her colleagues steps forward in her place. Oh, I dead last. Swords were drawn immediately when the Inuzuka yelled that watch your tongue, mutt. The Nanuzuka standing on the opposite side growled his partner at his side following suit that actually took the young heir by surprise. A missing nin of his clan standing up for someone they were sent to collect. He muttered enough. Naruto's voice echoed through the room, stepping into the one of the few scattered lamps revealing his tall 6'1" figure, built well but lean with a mesh shirt beneath a dark blue jacket, paired with black cargo trousers and boots. Now tell me, he says breathing out a puff of smoke as he rests against the pool table, arms crossed, staring at them with a perfect face of indifference. The throat cleared and the silver-haired jonin of the trio stepped towards his former student Naru. What are you doing here? Final warning. The sun-kissed blonde spoke with finality, no fondness or kindness in his eyes, just cold hard steel. A brief moment of silence followed before the man stepped forward. By the order of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju, you, Naruto Uzumaki, are hereby ordered to return to the village hidden in the leaves and report for active duty. The shinobi reported, causing everyone to look at him incredulously. No one moved, not an inch, as the silence dragged on as Naruto himself just continued to puff on his smoke. As the last pieces of ash fell from it, a hand appeared next to him and presented an ashtray for him to dub it out before placing said object aside and stepping beside him. A slow chuckle escaped the blonde before the whole bar broke out in hysterical, side-splitting laughter that could be heard from miles around. It went on for so long that the leaf shinobi really felt out of place among the laughter. Several minutes passed before any semblance of normality returned to those within, with Kin wiping away tears as she leaned back against Naruto's chest. That was a funny joke, hahaha. They actually, my sides, a redhead in the corner heaves, while the now drinking Naruto just sighed as he put his beer down before looking back at the intruders, wiping away a stray tear. Oh my, ain't that rich, coming from you, Kakashi Haddock. Said Jonin presented an official document from his weapons pouch and tosses it to his former student, only for another hand to pluck it from the sky, opening it up and reading its contents. Hey boss, it's official and in writing. The girl proclaims, flapping around the now open scroll. What is your answer? Kakashi stated firmly, his gaze not wavering as he stares at his sensei's son, who takes the presented scroll and glances at it. So, my banishment was lifted. He received nods from the leaf shinobi as he holds Kin with his spare arm tighter. She reciprocates, hugging his arm tighter to let him know she was with him on his decision. This action did not go unnoticed by one pale-eyed Hyuga who felt several emotions flooding her mind, non-positive and they want me back. Another nod was received. Why? The blonde asks with a raised eyebrow. For. If you say for my own protection, your friends outside will not be safe. Naruto warned with a sharp edge. The surprise on the faces of the new arrivals was priceless as the other patrons all smirk at that. Now, answer me, Jonin of the Hidden Leaf. His icy blue eyes bore into the black eyes of the one-eyed man. It is your home. It is where your precious people live and where you belong. Multiple snorts echoed through the tavern as even the dogs within were clearly amused. Home, huh? Naruto hums, grabbing another cigarette, placing the stick between his lips, but it was pulled away by the brunette in his arm. The Sai followed him, his eyes down at her with a soft growl, causing the girl to smile sinisterly. My home is right here, causing a blush on said Kunoichi beside. His eyes go from the warm ocean to an Arctic desert. I haven't seen that cesspool in a decade. Forget it. Do you really think a betrayal could be forgiven so easily? Raizetsu, a former Anbu Kunoichi of the Hidden Grass, she had two Kodachi in hand at her sides. Leave, Kakashi of the Sharingan. A red-head man stepping into view, his ripple-like Dojutsu piercing into the man's soul, forcing them to take a step back. As the Konoha shinobi leave, Naruto turns to his cousin Nagato. Our job's done here. We should move out and head home. The Rinnegan user nods, agreed. We'll have to move up our schedule. All the crowd whines, you heard him. Tayuya bellows, vacation's over. Pack up camp and prepare to move. Yes, Commander. The room responds, and immediately the bar clears out. The Leaf shinobi watch from a distance as they see the mass exodus of shinobi and samurai leaving the establishment, all of which bore the insignia of the white cloud somewhere on their persons. All cheery and friendly as they headed through the small town, which cheer and wave at the group as they pass. Kakashi also notes how most were in the bingo book he was holding, with most being of B rank or higher. Naruto steps out with Kin on his arm, Raizetsu talking with him rather animatedly, with a redeed fellow talking with a pair of samurai. Said man pauses for a moment, then looks directly at the copy ninja, several miles away and visibly sigh, turning away and rejoining the retreating group. Rising dawn campsite. The group arrive back, partially inebriated but in high spirits as the guards welcome them back. The Hidden Leaf has sent its shinobi after the boss. Raizetsu explained to her guardsmen, who all stiffen at that, so we're cutting the vacation short. Set a perimeter and prepare to move out before first light. Yes ma'am. They all chorus before vanishing in various shunshuns, and she sighs, this is troublesome. Nearby, trailing the group of mercenaries, a pineapple-haired shinobi sneezed as he leaps from branch to branch. You okay, Shika? His blonde friend asked, to which he nodded, someone might be talking about me. Troublesome. The camp was reduced to only sleeping tents, with all the auxiliary facilities packed up into scrolls of various sizes, and multiple campfires blazed as the sun set. Naruto was sitting with Nagato discussing the plans for a small diplomatic mission that their spy network had suggested looking into. The former Akatsuki member found himself smiling as he gazed upon the dancing flames. You know, Naruto, he began, drawing the smoking blonde's attention. This was what the Akatsuki was originally meant to be, a force for good to protect those that couldn't afford it. I know. Naruto curt response, blowing out the smoke. Then the leaf poked its head in and helped Hanzo root your forces and allowed Obito to manipulate your anger and hatred. A mirthless chuckle left the redhead's lips indeed. Looking to his blonde cousin, though you pulled me out of it and showed me the path I had forgotten so long ago. Naruto leaned forward on his knees and let out a sigh, flicking the butt into the flames. Hatred and pain causes us to act irrationally. You just needed a helping hand. Looking to his second in command, thanks to you, we have gathered so much support and offered me guidance. I could never thank you enough. His smile widening, which was matched by Nagato, we're Uzumaki. Family above all. Even though my hair is blonde. Naruto jokes, to which Nagato chuckles lightly, you may not have noticed, but your roots have tints of red in them. Huh? You're going senile. Naruto laughs, then sighs again. A moment of silence before he stands. We should get to it then. We should. Nagato also standing, looking to the white-haired Kunoichi and nods, who nods back, and the three of them all body flicker away. In the trees overlooking the camp from a distance, the small company of Leaf shinobi sit in waiting, hoping to catch Naruto and his party off guard and snatch him up before they could resist. It was an underhanded tactic, they didn't want to but were left with little choice. They needed Naruto back in the village, and the 5th Hokage gave them orders to ensure that outcome. Kakashi sighed silently, looking back at the team with him. Most of the Konoha 11, Naruto's old classmates, were in attendance, hoping to use sentiment to guilt him back. The confrontation within the bar was unexpected. His student has changed in his decade away from the village and now leading a group of missing ninjas and Ronin. Glancing back to the camp, he notices that both Naruto and the Redeed had vanished, but before he could voice it, the sensation of cold steel against his throat was unmistakable. Shit. Came from the dog nin known as Kiba, which told Kakashi that he wasn't the only one held at blade point. We thought we told you to leave. The gruff voice of the Redeed saw talking with Naruto, we have a mission to recover Naruto. I told you that ain't happening. Naruto responds from somewhere behind the silver-haired Jonin, come on, Naruto, man. We came all this out. Silence mutt. A voice he didn't recognize, this will be your last warning, Haddock. The gruff voice states before everything went black for them. Naruto sighed at the 16 knocked out Leaf shinobi as he looked to his men, who all nodded. We'll take them to the clearing, set the tags, so they'll wake after we leave. Yes sir. They all respond and take the fallen group to their camp, placing sealing tags upon their persons. So, they didn't leave, huh? Tayuya announcing her presence. No, they didn't. Naruto growled, what's the plan? She pressed tag 'em and leave 'em. Memory tags. Perhaps. Not really sure if they'll work or what they would remember. He says with a shrug. She chuckles at that, should be fun. Pulling out a pot of ink and empty paper. The next morning the Leaf shinobi awoke in an empty clearing with foggy memories, unsure of why they were here and not looking for the tavern described in the brief. Kakashi sitting up glances around to see all his people there and the panic subsided somewhat. What were we doing out here? Kiba questioned as his partner Akamaru groans and whines standing up. Dunno. Shikamaru sighs before glancing around. All of them were so disoriented they didn't notice the shadow clones in the trees who poofed out after confirming they had no knowledge of the night before. Chapter 2. Home. Hidden Rain Village. Also known as the village hidden in the rain. The group of mercenaries arrived back in the Land of Rain, the former stomping ground of the Akatsuki and now the home of the Sunrise organization. It didn't take long for the group to scatter and filter out towards their homes and reunite with their loved ones. Naruto led Kin and Raizetsu toward their penthouse in the city center alongside Nagato. All four were talking casually and animatedly with smiles upon their faces. Eerily, what happened to the vacation? Konan, current leader of the Hidden Rain, was a brunette with a very soft face and amber eyes, a paper flower in her hair. We were confronted with a group of shinobi from the Hidden Leaf. Nagato explained, causing his childhood friend to frown. Do you think this was due to our operatives confronting Jiraiya-sensei? Probably. Naruto offers as he passes the duo, heading back to his shared room, so we'll send out feelers, see what they are doing. Better safe than sorry. Nagato nodded, perhaps we should issue out headbands. No. Could cause more problems internationally. Let's talk to the daimyos. See if we could get a compromise ready. Konan thought diplomatically, to which Nagato nodded again, wise course of action. Konoha, Hokage office. A month had passed since the retrieval team left before they returned with a mission failure to which did not go down well. So, you found him? Tsunade asked, to which they all looked at one another. We don't know. We went to the target area, found the tavern, but then nothing. Kakashi reports, which causes the cage to rub her temples, but noticed Ino's hesitation and narrowed her eyes. The rest of the report went through with growing frustration of the last Senju. Upon the group leaving the office, Tsunade calls out to Ino, stay behind Ino. I want a word. This caused a group-wide snapping of vision to the platinum blonde, who nervously returns to her place. Yes, Master Tsunade. You know something, right? Speaking bluntly, Tsunade narrows her eyes at her, and the Mindwalker sighs, I recall it all. They used a seal that makes things blurry, but I still remember it somewhat. And? We found him. Ino confirms, causing the Hokage to smile brightly, which only made the next sentence sting so much harder, but he wants nothing to do with us. What? Tsunade jumps up. Why? We betrayed him. Ino says with another sigh, he's leader of the Rising Dawn from the sound of it. That organization of mercenaries. The very same. Ino confirms, or at least very high up. She corrects, we need to bring him home. War is on the horizon. Tsunade mumbles, hands gripping the seat rests with furrowed brows before glancing up at the Yamanaka. Any ideas? The paler blonde shrugs beside, trying to seduce him back though with that girl who was hanging off. What? Stopping herself upon the Senju's curious stare, seduce him back. Where did that come from? A small, almost unnoticeable blush dusted her face. Well, you see. Spill it, Ino. Tsunade orders, and the girl lets out a sigh. He said I was a looker and smart too. To think I actually had a shot is a bit. Oh? The Senju smirked with a teasing grin, causing a small shudder up her third apprentice's spine. How does he look now? He's a hunk, bad boy type with an ear piercing, 8-pack and well-toned muscles. His whisker marks are still there but are faded, and he has red strands in his hair. I didn't get a close-up view, but from what Hinata mumbled in her sleep, the slight blush turned full on upon remembering the mutterings of the Hyuga heiress. A gentle smile forms upon the Kage's face, seems he's grown up healthy and happy. He smokes and drinks a lot apparently. Ino comments offhandedly. What? Yells the last Senju. Hidden Rain Village. Naruto awakes to find Kin missing from the bed, causing him to jerk up, but his senses detect her presence in the kitchen, and he calms his breathing. Getting up and going through his morning routine, he steps into the kitchen and is greeted with a heartwarming smile, morning cut short by her lips on his the voice of a 5-year-old Relanhin, more commonly known as Rella, from the table to which her two siblings laugh at the sight of mommy and daddy kissing. Behave, you three. Naruto chuckles lightly, still holding his wife to his chest, said Kanachi, resting against his chest happily, take a seat and I'll get your food. She says, reluctantly breaking away from his arms, to which he simply heads to the table, ruffling the dark red hair of his eldest daughter Kushina as he sat beside her. How was your mission, daddy? Said 5-year-old asks, and he smiles at her. The bad men were caught and sent for a timeout. Naruto reports, causing the girl to beam up at him. See? I told you that mom and daddy are the strongest. She declares to her young two siblings, who both poke their tongues back, causing the child to growl at them. Calm down, firecracker. Naruto running his fingers through her lush black hair with tinted red stripes that reminded him of both his mother and hers. As long as you believe in us, then that's all that matters. Speaking softly, causing the young girl to blush at the praise and smile up at him. Thanks, daddy. Naruto offers a brighter smile and nods as he turns to the plate just placed before him. Thank you for the food. Naruto enters the executive office of Konan, finding the other captains already waiting for him. Your wife not joining us? Nagato arching an eyebrow from his seat on the coach, neither am I. Naruto offers back, causing a chuckle to reverberate through the room. So, what's on the agenda, Lady of Aim? He continues as he takes his seat among the captains, and Conan ruffles dutifully through her pile of files. Well, we have several requests, but I feel that this one is most urgent. Pulling out a somewhat thin file and hands it to Naruto, who promptly reads it. Land of Iron, huh? If Mifune is getting involved, then. Wave is currently at threat of being occupied by Rock, who are wary of what Mist would do should they proceed. There have been skirmishes already. Conan states as the 6 commanders ponder this information, all looking at their own packets. Do we go to Wave or the conference? AI opposes carefully, sitting back in her seat, crossing her legs over one another. We have a deal with Wave, assets there too. States Naruto, who looks to Nagato, who nods. Karin is still training their medical personnel. It's a vital trading hub for the southeastern region. Adds Conan, too, leaning forward on her arms. We don't have the forces spare if we go to the summit. Naruto sighs. We are committed to attend. Mifune is one we cannot fail to meet with. That will leave any forces we send to Wave outnumbered by a very large margin. Larn states, as the pointed leader of the Ronin element of the group, he was considered equal among the captains. They wouldn't have to hold out indefinitely, just long enough for the meeting to be wrapped up, right? AI opposes, to which Conan nodded. However, Naruto chimes in, if the stone know this, then this summit may be what they are waiting for and will drag their heels. I will lead a team. Nagato announces, drawing the eyes to him. I will lead a team there and hold out until you arrive with our main forces. Looking to Naruto, then Tayuya, then Larn. I will place my fate in your hands this time. Risky, but Naruto almost whispered, I'll send some shinobi along with them. Conan states, pulling out a request form. I'll cover the costs this time then. Naruto adds, to which the brunette nods and smiles. Then, Aim shinobi and the 4th group will head to Wave, whilst we take the 1st through 3rd to Iron and assist in security for the 5K summit. Naruto summaries and they all nod. Guess that's all we can do. He sighs. How long do we have? It's in a month. It'll take us 2 weeks to get there. Larn states and Naruto nods along. We'll leave in a week then. Give our people some R&R at least. They all nod, and both Tayuya and Naruto both puff away, revealing them to be shadow clones. Konoha, Hokage office. Come in. Tsunade beckons as her assistant brings in the rookie 10 plus former senseis. Good to see you all. As she gives Ino a look, and said girl breaks rank and heads to the cage's side, much to the confusion of the group. After some investigations into your last mission, courtesy of Ino here, we have discovered what happened during the blank in your memories. The group's eyes widened slightly, and the attention was now completely focused. Some of you may not be aware of this, but the Yamanaka clan's mental defenses are significantly higher than that of regular shinobi. Their clan techniques only heighten that to the point where memory retrieval and alterations are muted against them. The Hokage explains, causing a few to nod, the others gawking at that information. Due to this, Ino here, gesturing to said girl, has confirmed that you did indeed locate and confront Naruto Uzumaki and his group of mercenaries. The group nods again as she continues to explain, but was interrupted by Shikamaru. Wait, if that's the case, eyes flickering to his best friend, how come you don't remember the last time? From what we can only guess and summarize, the sealing done last time was performed by Naruto himself, who seemed to be aware of my clan's mental defenses and compensated accordingly. Ino begins, the other theory is that whatever seal it was fundamentally different to the one used this time. As in? Kakashi questioned, as in she pauses, trying to figure out how to explain it. A brief nod to herself, she continued, last time, I don't think it was us forgetting, so to speak. More like we don't remember. What's the difference? Kiba argues, everyone has short-term and long-term memories. Ino explains hesitantly, but upon seeing the nods and focus, presses on, looking at the duration of our absence the first time round. I suspect that it wasn't us forgetting, but rather a seal that prevented us from remembering. We may have been conscious and walking around with them, but the seal prevented us from storing our short-term into the long-term. With me so far? They all nod this time. However, not only did someone inexperienced with my clan perform the sealing, but used a seal to make us forget, allowing my mind to resist its effects so that I can recall, although blurred, the events that led to the mass amnesia. So, we got lucky? Kiba questioned with a raised eyebrow, to which the blonde nodded. Do we have any information on their next moves then? Asuma asks with a raised eyebrow, which caused both blonde Kunoichi to frown. Unfortunately, we aren't that lucky, so no. They were careless with the sealing, but not what they discussed. Just that they were heading home. Tsunade explains, causing the room to fall silent, each pondering over the information presented. The Hokage coughed, drawing the room's attention to her. The 5K summit is coming up, and as tensions are high, I will need a few escorts. I have decided to bring Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai and Ino. Ino? No offense, but she isn't exactly a combat type. Shikamaru inquires with a raised eyebrow, his childhood friend frowning at his dismissal. True, however, want Yamanaka with me, and as a trained mednin, the two of us should be able to support the three fighters far more effectively, not to mention that her sensory abilities will be useful. The Cage explains, leaving out the fact that she was the only one to recall what the White Dawn forces looked like or the secondary mission she was assigned to. I see. Shikamaru responds as the Cage turns to her sensei's son Asuma. You and Jiraiya will hold down the fort. She smiles, it'll be good to have Sarada back in the seat. With all due respect, the smoking Jonin begins to argue. Denied. I've made my choice. Tsunade cutting him off, his head dropping at that. Now. You have your orders. Dismissed. Land of Iron, Three Wolves Mountain Fortress. Greetings, Commander Uzumaki. Mifune states at the gates of his fort, shaking the blonde-haired former Leaf Shinobi's hand. Lord Mifune. It's honor to be welcomed back. Naruto responds as the two shook firmly. I trust that your journey was calm and well. The man leading him in, the 300 White Dawn forces moving in behind, setting up in their pre-planned positions. Yes. Naruto as he stands tall, his comrade noting his samurai-like right pauldron armor down to his right hand in a calm blue, and as promised, we will provide additional security in these troubled days. The head samurai nodded his approval. You have worked wonders in the neutral countries, keeping the peace and ensuring safe passage to many. I foresee this event going much the same way. One can only hope. War is but a breath away. Naruto sighs, not wanting to admit that their hard work seemed to be going to waste. Do not fret. We are working toward a brighter tomorrow. You have given so much to that effect, I will not let you down this day. The samurai leader explains as Naruto pulls out a smoke, offering one to his companion who politely declines. After a long drag, reaching the second defensive line, Naruto speaks up again. Tell me, Lord Mifune, do you think we can get the Rock to abandon their pursuit in Wave Country? It is a peaceful trading station. It may have a bridge to Fire Nation, but it holds no grudge against any beside maybe the Leaf. The man nods at that. I assume you refer to the rumors of their forces amassing. And on Naruto's slight nod he continued, I too wonder about that. Though, should they proceed, I will send my men to fight alongside yours to liberate them. No need. Naruto chiming up as they reach the main fort, I have the 4th Regiment there. I hope, should the Rock use this meeting as an excuse, that they can hold until we can reinforce them. Expecting trouble, Commander? Always. Naruto's almost immediate response as he releases smoke from his lungs. Besides, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. You drilled that into me all those years back. Mifune smirks at that, and yet, here you stand tall, proud, but filled with honor. I may have adapted a lot of your teachings, but I am no samurai, Mifune-sensei. No, you are not. You are an unpredictable shinobi samurai. I taught you well. A week later. The first delegation to arrive at the 5-Cage summit were the delegation from the Hidden Mist, Mei Terumi, the 5th Mizukage with her bodyguards of 3 of the reformed 7 swordsmen. Upon reaching the first checkpoint, she was delighted to see the famous, at least in Water Country, White Dawn shinobi and samurai mingling among the standard Land of Iron samurai. If any luck, their commander was here too, meaning she could shoot her shot, much to the dismay of her companions. The second group to arrive was the Hidden Cloud, the 4th Raikage and his 4 guards, which one included his brother B, considered the perfect Jinchuriki. Many of the Land of Iron samurai looked a little tense in the man's presence, but they all noticed how at ease, what he considered, a terrorist group like the White Dawn members were taking it in their stride, uncaring that he had brought a tailed beast vessel along with him. He would find out later that there were a number of Uzumaki among the White Dawn, which explained and caused a bit of hesitation on his part about bringing his brother along. Third was the Hidden Leaf contingent. Leading them was the last Senju, Tsunade Senju with Might Guy, Sharingan Kakashi, Jinjutsu Mistress Kurenai, and Flower Princess Ino. As they approached the gate, the younger blonde pointed out several groups of White Dawn members who were now very wary of the young Yamanaka. They're pretty integrated into the samurai ranks. Kakashi noted as he watched the various shinobi all eyeing him carefully for any aggressive or subterfuge-like actions. Indeed. Their numbers are also somewhat surprising too. Kurenai offering her 2 cents to the convocation. I wonder if he is here. Tsunade thinking aloud as they are led into the fort. Perhaps. Kakashi offers naturally uncommittedly. The Land of Winds, Hidden Sand followed close behind the Leaf group, no longer stanch allies, but neutral toward them at best. Ever since they exiled the blonde best friend of the Kazukiage, things between the two turned frosty at best, antagonistic at worst. Only though the actions of Tsunade things remained civil, though it was common knowledge that the sand held no love for the Leaf, and the feeling was mutual. Upon seeing the familiar white cloud, Tamari couldn't help but smile. Seems security is well handled, Gaara. Said boy, noticing them too, smiled slightly and nods at the group who all smile and nod back. Indeed. We were right to travel light. The last to arrive, as always, was the hidden stone with the fourth Tsuchikage Kamasari Kamizuru, wearing the hat, and his bodyguards, which included the third's granddaughter Kuitsuchi as his personal guard. Han was also present, which again caused much uncertainty among the Land of Iron samurai, but none from the terrorists' White Dawn. Kamasari growled upon seeing that infernal cloud donning their armor plating and vowed to dispose of the group. Then he realized that his ploy has a greater chance of success, as judging by their numbers here meant that they more than likely have no spare forces to defend against his forces' takeover of that trade town. He smirks viscously at his triumph, which caused many narrowed eyes from the White Cloud forces. Land of Iron, Three Wolves Mountain Fortress meeting room. The five Kage sit around a large table, their nation's flag at their backs with their Kage hat set before them, their guards in bleachers high above their respective charges. Mifune sat proudly at its head, secure in the knowledge that one of his best students was at his back should this meeting go badly. Clearing his throat, Mifune opens the meeting. "I, leader of this Land of Iron, welcome to this 5 Kage summit. You called us here, samurai." Kamasari growls out with his fist smashed almost through the table. "My question is why? Isn't it obvious?" Mei retorts with a snort, "You are actively trying to start a war with the neutral countries. I have no idea what you are talking of." "Sure you don't, Tsuchikage." Gaara commented with barely veiled rage, "We have seen your movements, our allies are moving to intercept that force you seem to have forgotten about." "Oh?" The grumpy man inquires, "Surely you don't think any forces of mine are scared of your pitiful excuse for shinobi, young Kazukiage." Perhaps Gaara muses, interlacing his fingers upon the table, shielding his mouth from view. "We don't have the numbers to confront you head on." A smirk plays upon his lips as he looks to the hidden rock leader. "However, clearly we are not alone in this endeavor." His gaze looking to the Mizukage, who nods back at him, her gaze then turning to Mifune. "With your blessing, of course." The old samurai nods. "I have asked for our own allies to respond to this threat also." "Allies, Lord Mifune? I recall you remaining neutral to all." "To whom do you refer to?" A questions with a raised eyebrow, a frown upon his face. This was met with a knowing half smirk from the aged warrior. "Who else but White Dawn?" "Those terrorists." The bulk of Arakage roared, leaping from his seat. "Terrorists? Why do you call them?" "I am well aware of your thoughts on them, Lord Rakage." Mifune mentions, "However, we are also aware of the false flag campaign you have against them." His cold eyes narrowing at him, "They are traitors and bandits. Let us calm down." Tsunade suddenly speaking up, trying to rein in the convocation. "Shut it, treehugger," roared the Tsuchikage, jumping up. "Yeah. I bet you harbor those foul missing nin just to spite us," yelled the Rakage, sparks dancing across his massive frame. A massive tick mark appeared on the Lady Hokage's forehead. "We didn't even know about them till 2 months ago," she declared with a huff at the end, causing the room to fall silent. Two snorts fill the room, one from the leader of the hidden stone village, and the other wasn't known, but that soon drowned out by a massive bellowing laughter of the Rakage. His laughter continued for several minutes, which the Tsuchikage even caught, and the two continued to chuckle for minutes as Swan dropped back in her seat, a slight tint of embarrassment. "Is that true?" asks Mei, the Mizukage, somewhat stunned, while Gaara maintained a constant smirk as his leaf counterpart just sighed with a resigned nod. "Seems the great leaf's all-knowing might is not what it once seemed." Elode, with a smug look upon his face with dagger glare at the busty blonde, "Perhaps, however, Rakage Mifune, head samurai of the Land of Iron, speaks, drawing the bulk of a man's attention. May I also ask as to why your forces are amassing within the Land of Frost?" This statement caused many eyes to widen, and to frown at his forces being so easily discovered, but before he could respond, Mifune turns to his side as a White Dawn samurai, his matte grey armor and mute white clothes showing his allegiance clearly, approaches and whispers into his ear. A nod from the old man before eyes turn to the Rakage on his immediate left, then to the Tsuchikage on his direct right, then the Hokage sitting opposite Mei. "I ask as to why you," Rakage looking to the man Tsuchikage, looking at said man before turning to the Hokage, "and you Hokage, have Bolt, Gem, and Anbu forces attempting to disrupt this discussion." Eyes again widen at that. "I don't. Our security forces have them all subdued." Mifune cutting off the Rakage, "Those are rogues." Kamasari explained candidly, clearly trying to bluff his way out, "I never gave such orders." The Hokage states, and yet another snort is heard from the bleachers above yet again. "No one pays it no mind for some reason. In that case, we shall have to get out answers from them directly." The aged leader remarks, glancing to the samurai at his side and offering a small nod. The woman of the independent force bows her head before departing. "You can't." "And what, Rakage?" demands Mifune. "You denounced any participation, thus they must be missing nin." "No." The Rakage bit his lip, unaware of the telepathic conversation the Hokage was having with one of her escorts. "Are you sure, Ino?" questioned Tsunade with her poker face on full, staring up at the bleacher behind Mifune, discreetly positive. "It was only for a brief moment, but that chakra signature is his. I'm sure." The Yamanaka responded as her narrowed gaze locked on the same place as her Hokage informed Kakashi, and try and tail him. I'll see if we can't end this soon. We need to get back to the village. The connection dropped as the younger blonde turns to her Jonin leader Kakashi-sensei, Lady Hokage has a task for us. Oh? A raised eyebrow from the silver-haired Jonin, he's here. She whispered and immediately his gaze hardened, you sure? She nodded, it wasn't even for a second, but there was a Charka signature behind Lord Mifune. It was faint, but I am positive it's his. Track, trace, and subdue. He questioned, and she nodded, we have to be discreet though. Very well. Then, know this Mifune's commanding voice silenced the bickering leader's hidden stone, you are threatening the neutral countries and are unwilling to back down. This cannot be condoned. Are you going to stop us if we do? As the leader of the neutral countries we shall move according to our treaties. Mifune spoke resolutely with his gaze unflinching. Kamisari growls as he jumps to his feet, is that a threat? If you move on wave, we will stop you. Spoke Gaara calmly and as a matter of factly, we will not allow you to trample our trading allies. May states firmly causing the man to glare at the duo before promptly storming off as the Raikage was the next to leave, no words exchanged. The door shuts and the hidden leaf, hidden sand, and hidden mist remain, may I ask a question? Tsunade inquires looking between those that remained with raised eyebrows and focused attention her answer, you may. Mifune responds calmly, though he suspected he knew what it was, can you? She looks up at the bleachers behind the samurai come down and talk to us about White Dawn. You have some perceptive shinobi, Lady Hokage. A new voice steps out from behind Mifune, his tall 6'1", long blonde hair and a ponytail shinobi with samurai armor on his right shoulder, down his one side, and an impressive katana strapped to his left hip, and the handle of a short nadachi can be seen at the base of his back poking out to his right. With arms crossed and an impassive face, Naruto Uzumaki had appeared before the Hokage for the first time in a decade. I was curious as to why you had brought the Yamanaka in place of another combat-oriented shinobi, but now I see. His eyes narrowed, seems the second seal was incomplete. I could have handled this. Mifune mentions without turning round, sorry sensei. They knew I was here when I heard that drivel they were spouting. My apologies. Very well. The old samurai sighs as the Hokage's mind had locked in on herself, the hidden leaf shinobi also stunned at the boy's appearance, as said individual looked to the other two cages with soft smiles for both may, it's been too long. But it has, Narukai. The auburn-haired woman chuckles with a seductive wink, how's the husband and kids? They are well, thank you. May responds again, though, I am still upset that you turned me down. I prefer my freedom, thanks. Naruto chuckles as he looks to his brother in all but blood, how's the wife Gaara? They are well, Naruto. You should come visit. I am sure your nephew would enjoy the company. The Kazuki mentioned causing a raised eyebrow as the blonde leans against his master's large chair, are you sure you aren't just trying to get me into the village for another lecture? A small innocent smirk appeared on the stoic visage of Gaara, I have no idea to what you are referring to. The four all chuckle as the Hokage finally comes back to the room Naruto she whispered, drawing the room's attention, Lady Hokage. With a nod Naruto responds causing more than a pang of guilt to rise within the lady's chest, you need to come back too. I don't need to do anything. Naruto cutting her off with a raised hand, you have Kumo to worry about. As a favor, for old time's sake, we shall take care of the stone, so you can fight without having to worry about a second front. But your banishment is none of my concern. Naruto's gaze and tone turned frosty, I have things to do and returning the hidden leaf is not one of them. But it is your home. Was my home. Hasn't been for a decade. You can't be. Lady Hokage. Mifune speaking up for his last apprentice, my student has helped many people, supported far more than any of us care to count. Should you force your wishes upon him, we shall not stay silent. This is our warning to you. Tsunade was stunned at that, never had she thought that getting her little Naruto back could cause two other hidden villages and the neutral counties to turn against the leaf well, in any case Naruto glancing down at Mifune, turns out the hidden stone used this meeting to draw our attention and forces away from Wave and Rain. The Black Ops agents were meant to tie us down longer. Have they been dealt with? Asks Gaara to which Naruto nods, my men are already mobilizing. We shall bring the hammer down against the anvil. Crush them from both sides. How wonderfully brutal of you. May chimes in, and Naruto's grin was damn right feral, they wanted a war, we'll give them a massacre to dissuade them from trampling upon the innocent. I shall send part of my forces with yours. Mifune declared and Naruto nodded, already taken care of. We depart before sunrise. Pushing off the tall chair as both Kazuki and Mizukage both led the stand, we shall move toward Wave and box them in. May states with a nod to which Naruto responds in kind, we'll see you there. Wait. Hokage Senju calls out drawing their attention, can we at least ask for aid? Aid? Naruto with a quirked eyebrow to which the twin-tailed blonde nods, they have two Jinchuriki against our none. If they deploy them. They won't. Naruto remarks calmly, causing the woman to freeze up, or more accurately, they can't. Neither Nibi nor Gyuki are in favor of the course of action, and neither are their containers. They won't fight, I assure you of that. But nothing, Lady Hokage. If that'll be all, I must take my leave. I'll see you both later. Naruto looking to the other two Kages, who both nod as they too begin to leave. As the blonde turns to his master, I shall take my leave, Master Mifune. I'd well, my student. And with that the blonde samurai trained shinobi left, two more White Dawn samurai appearing upon his flank with a pair of shinobi appearing behind them as he heads off into the dark corridor. Tsunade was broken, a feeling mirrored upon her face which caused a sad smile to appear on the old warrior's normally stoic visage. You lost a gem in that one. Was his parting words as he too left. Land of Iron, Three Wolves Mountain Fortress. Naruto walks through his men and women who are chatting and cheering for their successful mission. The samurai of iron were mingling among them as if they were one and the same, which momentarily brought a smile upon his face, many among those around offering salutes, and he nods at them as he passes. Reaching the gate he stops beside one of his most trusted commanders. So, it's over then? Yeah. Stone and Lightning are not backing down. Who are we going after then? Stone. They are marching toward Wave, our ally. If Lightning goes after the Leaf, we won't interfere. A snort was the response. Listen Shitston, if you want to go help them, we can go. Tayuya. Naruto turns on her, the tone in his voice killed the words in her throat, as the only man she respected enough to care about his intent glared at her. Remember the rules. Stay away from the Land of Fire and ultimately the Hidden Leaf. We have more important things to worry about. What about the Sound? We still need to pay that bastard back for backing out the deal we had. The redhead states as she fully turns to him, her folded arms upon her hips. He'll get what's coming to him. Holding out his hand, she sighs while pulling out his smokes from her pocket. You'll get your pound of flesh. Which causes a truly sinister grin to form upon her lip. I sure hope so. As she takes the smoke he just lit for herself. He simply lights another, and the two just stare at the frozen tundra before them, enjoying the peace, even though it was only for the moment. Are you going to deal with them now, or later? She questioned as they continue looking forward. I was going to later, but seems you freaked them into action. Naruto growled as she chuckles, my bad. As two shinobi appear at their backs. What do you want, Miss Yamanaka, Mr. Haddock? Naruto. We need you back. Kakashi states simply, you already have my answer. So does your leader. The blonde responds without turning back. He pauses from his smoke before looking to his red-headed friend. Oh, you messed up on their seals. Impossible. Tayuya snaps back, but he points with his thumb. She's a Yamanka. You didn't use the right one on her. She's why I had to deal with this shit. Tayuya's mouth opens to retort, but her mind froze, and it shut again, causing a victorious smirk to appear on Naruto's face. Please, Naruto-kun. No please, causing two raised eyebrows that glance at one another then back at the two-leaf shinobi. Where the fuck did that come from? Naruto questioned, and Tayuya had to bite back her comment of him spending too much time with her. The leaf will fall without you. Kakashi alliterates, which causes the duo to snort very loudly at that. Sure it will. Speaking in unison, didn't stop them from kicking him out. Good thing they did though, Naruto remarks at the redeed, or you'll be a cripple at best, prisoner at worst. She punches him. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter anymore. Tayuya snaps back, but both snap to the silver-haired Jonin who took a step toward them. I have to take you back. Naruto suddenly he is knocked out by the blonde Chunin at his side, which confused the duo. Didn't actually think that would work. Ino says, looking at her fellow shinobi out cold in the snowy ground. Would she just? Tayuya questioned. Knock him out? No idea. I want to join you. Ino stated firmly, clearly, and much to the confusion of the two with genuine excitement. You what? I want to join White Dawn. The more I hear of it, the more it seems like I should be here instead of. You're an heiress of a major clan within the Hidden Leaf. It isn't that simple. Naruto comments, taking out another two smokes. You'll be classed as a missing nin, unable to return. She scoffs. Oh please. I have no prospects back there. Sai was my last serious relation, which was like 5 years ago. My dad wanted to marry me to a cousin that I can't stand, and I'm stuck at Chunin until the war's end. No thanks. The two White Dawn members look to one another in silent confusion. Chapter 3, Confrontations. Land of Hot Springs, Coastline. Bodies litter the ground as the preemptive strike from the White Dawn proved overwhelmingly effective, and Nagato's forces pushed the enemy back further and further after their beach landing. The former Akatsuki leader knew, however, his forces' positions was shaky and tentative at best, but the enemy's retreat was so chaotic that they never even thought about counter-attacking. Smirking, Nagato looks back at his forces. Despite their success, they were down to just above half. We've done well. They didn't expect a counterattack, let alone a preemptive one. No shit. Another White Dawn samurai chuckled. The enemies had no idea we. Something's not right. Nagato with narrowing his eyes at the enemy's retreating forces, that direction is toward the town. He glances at his squadron of fighters, I think the second and third team are in trouble. We'll need to move quick to guide them away from the civilians. They all nod, no rest for the wary. The samurai sighs out, returning to his feet, offering a hand to Nagato, who took it appreciatively. This is our fight, we should see it through to the end. Just as Nagato reported, the stone ninja group retreated toward the nearby town right into the White Dawn's defense teams. They were holding them back, albeit barely, but with the arrival of Nagato's squadron, smiles lit up the troubled defenders' faces. All forces. Push them back. Roared a female samurai with her sword raised with a war cry that rattled the stone shinobi, and the panic spread like wildfire. It was moments later when the stone had retreated and the White Cloud troops cheered in jubilation as they completed their mission to clear the Land of Hot Springs without even needing the backup squad. Land of Hot Springs, border with stone. Naruto, Tayuya, and Karin lead their forces into Land of Hot Springs, charging at their fastest speed to assist their allies in the Land of Waves, unaware of Nagato's successful preemptive defensive strike. As the rising dawn rested near the border, it was Naruto, who was on guard duty whilst his men and women slept or ate, who spotted the group of shinobi approaching all units. The yells, and immediately everyone stood or sat at attention battle stations. It didn't take even a full 2 minutes before the lines were filled with rising dawn forces, lined up at the behest of their leader, who stood with his arms crossed, eyes narrowed at the approaching forces. The fucking assets aren't coming at us. Tayuya landing beside her best friend and leader, some are injured. So I see. Naruto with a growing grin with sinister undertone that Tayuya loved. Are we? All forces. Naruto bellowed, which caught the stone shinobi attention. Charge. A battle cry that was even more fear-inducing than the last group the Iwa shinobi had just ran from. Over the horizon off to the columns 2 o'clock, banners of rising white dawn appear as samurai and shinobi appear rushing forward toward them. Incoming. Hole. Isn't that their leader? One Chunin gulped. Naruto Uzumaki White Death. The man paused upon seeing the red head at his side. Shit. Isn't that? Yeah. Tayuya Uzumaki red whistle. This also fall off as the third figure comes into view, blue steel Karin. Fuck. And panic flew through the group. A slaughter reminiscent of the Third Shinobi War, Battle of Kanabi Bridge, as the White Dawn swept across the fields, cutting down the stone shinobi with vengeance. Earth and rocks are thrown about as jutsus were thrown about, but this was nothing for the group of former missing ninjas who ducked and weaved around them, countering with the ease of veterans they were. These former missing shinobi didn't fight fair, the Ronin well versed in shinobi tactics. The fight was swift as much as it was brutal, and blood soaked the grass fields and dirt roads, and over the span of an hour, the last 12 of a force of nearly 600 shinobi. Land of Hot Springs, Lucan Town. Naruto and Tayuya dropped down into a sofa within Nagato's command tent, the one he aggressively acquired from the Iwa shinobi. The two were covered in blood, dirt, and sweat as the duo exhales hard. That was rough, Tayuya declares as she lays back on her best friend's chest. Nagato walks in to find his fellow Uzumaki asleep on his new couch, Naruto on the bottom, Tayuya atop with their swords, mimicking their stance on the opposite seating. He smirks as he passes them by. Say nothing, Nagato. The duo spoke in unison, neither even creaking open an eye. Wasn't going to, though I believe your new project is looking for you. Ah shit, the Kunoichi grumbled into that chest of godly proportion that belonged to the leader of the group she belonged to. Flap of the door caused Nagato to glance up to see their newest requisition, a blonde Kunoichi formerly of the Leaf standing in awe as she stares at his two cousins, currently snoozing on the couch. Can I help you, recruit? His stern voice called out, jolting said newcomer from her swirling thoughts, her attention falling on the red-headed Dojutsu user. I came for my orders. Ah. His aged face showing a faux concerned, lowering a folder of files from his field of vision to gaze upon her, which froze her stiff. So, recruit, what is your skill set exactly? Combat medic. Was the swift response from the woman, which causes a raised red eyebrow. Then, why are you here and not in the medical tent? Well, the thing is. Just leave. Nagato returning to his files, the medical personnel will appreciate the help. IMC. Very well. She bowed, turned, and left. The snort and stifled laughter from the three Uzumaki after the former Leaf shinobi left clearly frazzled at the disrespectful dismissal. She's a stuck-up bitch. You want to talk? Naruto chuckles, causing a muffled thump of Tayuya's fist upon his shoulder. I am a refined lady, thank you very much. If you're refined, then I'm a pure redhead. Naruto's snarky response, which gained another harder punch to his shoulder as she finally lifted her head and glared at her clansman beneath her. I am refined, right? Enough, you two. Nagato stepping in, we still need to sort out the Land of Frost situation, right? Nah, we don't. Tayuya casually waving off his concern. A raised eyebrow caused her to sigh as her elbow rested upon Naruto's chest, head resting on her knuckles, completely ignoring the discomfort of her clansmen. After all, we have already done the Land of Fire more than enough of a favor by knocking Iwa down a few pegs. causing the elder redhead to chuckle at that, nodding along with that. Land of Rain, Schooling Tower. Gin leads the guards, disguised as family friends, of the command kids, the children of the commanders of the White Dawn. Although many saw them as royalty, the shinobi families were respectful, which caused the civilian born to fangirl fanboy at them. Kushina and Bashir led the group of her fellow command kids into the classroom that erupted into cheers, squeals, and hyperactive eagerness which caused a sigh from the tiny Riti's lips, these fools. Spoken beneath that escaped breath as she follows her best friend Bashir lighten up, red. You're redder than I am. Growled Kushina as the horse-tailed youth known as Bashir, son of Tayuya, had stuck his tongue out with his golden eyes glistening with mirth. Her comment upon the boy's hair was accurate as Bashir, much like his mother, had a very light shade of red in his hair, almost pink, and was easily flustered, at least for Kushina's childhood friends. Land of Rain, School Entrance. Hey Bashir, calls out another of the command kids, Ashina, son of Karin, waves over at the duo of Bashir and Kushina. Ashina was a full inch taller than the others, despite being few months older than the rest, though his short scarlet hair, matching glasses, blue pupil-less eyes. Kushi, glad you're here too. Shin, why are you here? Spoke Ashina, clearly annoyed at being treated as a child, despite only being 5 herself. Well, Kushi. Ashina smiles, I found out that Uncle Nar is coming home. Papa is. Kushina almost yells, yes he is. Her mother, Kin, calls out, and you should behave yourself to show him how good of a girl you've been. Upon this the small girl immediately straightened up and rushed toward the door. Are you coming, Mom? Land of Rain, Entrance of Aim. The White Dawn's battalions can be seen atop the bridge that was designed and built by Tsunade upon the request of Naruto, moving toward their awaiting families and loved ones. The first and second groups arrived first, led by Tayuya and Larn respectively, with them moving off as the rest of the battalions begin to set across. Tayuya hooked Ino's arm around her own with a sickly sweet smile. Oh, I need you to come with me. Got some stuff we need to sort out. These words caused the hairs on the blonde's neck to stand on end. But the arrival of the second company, a small street parade turned full-blown citywide party. It continued to swell upon the arrival of the third and fourth groups. Nagato and Naruto were causily conversing with one another as they reached the city entrance, which had become a public park filled with greenery, filled with people awaiting to be reunited with their loved ones. The third and fourth company arrived back on the tail end of the second. Cheers from the party beyond this park could be heard, causing many returning home to begin to smile. As the two Uzumaki step off the bridge, a dark red blur of a missile smashed into the younger of the two, caught and swung round onto said man's back in one swift movement. Papa. Kushi. How's my little girl? Have you been a good girl? Naruto chuckles lightheartedly, Nagato smiling alongside his clansmen at the heartwarming sight. Sorry hun. Kin stepping up and kissing Naruto as the two hug. She got away from me. It's fine. His soft chuckle was music to her ears as she snuggled into his warm chest, a content sigh escaping her mouth before she could resist it. Papa. Another child cheered, Kenshin being picked up by his father. Nagato, you should be calmer. Keep your relax, cousin. Naruto elbowing his clansmen. Their children. Let them be children. Within the improv parade, Naruto and Kin alongside Nagato watched as the next generation of their clan playing several stands. Kushina held onto her dad's hand as she continued to lick on her ice cream. This is nice. Kin speaks softly, the two trained shinobi the only two to catch, this is the peace we seeked, no. Naruto looking to Nagato, who nods before glancing around at the smiling faces, cheering as the kids enjoying the rare day of sunshine and rainbow indeed. His eyes then looked down to his son, currently explaining to Relihan, in great detail, how candied apples were better than candy floss and the benefits of such a decision. Land of Rain, Hidden Rain Village. Naruto enters the executive office of Konan, the angel of Hidden Rain Village. With all the members of the 5 companies present. As he sat down with his fellows, the air was thick with tension, as all eyes fall onto Konan, whose amber eyes pierced the low-lit room. With everyone here, let us begin. As the table seemed to illuminate and a map came into view. The silence was definitive, and the occupants shifted silently as eyes scanned the room. Firstly, let us briefly talk of the failed attack on the conference, she continued, as the large map of the elemental nations fades to a view of the land of iron. Several squads of Black Ops attempted to ambush the conference. Our forces, in conjunction with the samurai of the land, successfully subjugated forces of Lee Sanbu, Lightning's Bolt, and Stone's Gem. Konan spoke consistency and firmly. Our interrogations have confirmed that they were indeed all gem using stolen uniforms. As expected. Naruto comments flatly, gaining nods from all around. How did you know that? A voice that actually caught Naruto off guard, not that he showed it, causing him to glance up behind his foul-mouthed cousin to see a platinum blonde, former Kunoichi of the Hidden Leaf. Not even offering the woman a moment of attention, his eyes look back to Tayuya, who communicates with only her eyes an apology. They've been broken and chakra sealed, as per our usual standard procedure. spoke Tayuya in a similar manner as her fellows, brushing the newbie's question under the rug. The cough allows Conan to regain the momentum. As for the wave defense operation, the map moves toward Island of Wave before refocusing on Hot Spring because of a recklessly bold move from the commander of the 4th Company, an almost impossibly narrowing of her eyes at a certain Rinnegan-wielding Uzumaki, who was one of 3 to notice, in place of the defensive operation. The 4th pushed a surprise offensive which caught the enemy off guard and forced them to rout. Naruto swore he saw a sparkle in Nagato's eyes, his stoic mask in place firmly, which almost caused his own to break. Thankfully Conan continued stoically. 1st through 3rd group arrived and eradicated the remaining forces in a pincer. Various pictures of the battleground, with both before and after we aim to please. Larn states, causing all eyes to fall upon him, a cough from somewhere before everyone looks back to Conan. Thus, with the prisoners, we are in a good position, however tensions with the stone are at an all-time high. Conan glances around at the group of her commanders. I have increased our patrols upon the borders. For now, focus on interior mission aspects after standard provisional cooldown time. Any other issues? Silence fills out the room, causing the woman to nod dismissed. The room had emptied as Naruto exits, leaving Conan and Nagato behind. Yo Blondie. Catching his attention toward the 2 ladies leaning against the wall. Yo Scarlet. Naruto responds, pulling out a cigarette before nodding her head toward the blonde. Why is she here? Really, Naruto? Ino with arms on her hips as Naruto looks at her as if she was stupid. His blank stare caused her to start squirming beneath his gaze, causing a snort from Tayuya, who hands over 100 Ryo bill to Naruto while snatching said cancer stick from him. Walking off, the 2 ladies follow after him. Drinks are on you tonight. Naruto announces and Tayuya waves her off. You know I don't go back on my fucking word either, shitface. So, let's get shitfaced. Your puns suck harder than Larn's. The blonde chuckles, causing the shorter Uzumaki to glare at him. Fucked, she growls. Ino awoke with the mother of all hangovers. The whole world seemed submerged and spinning, whilst her throat was dry and stomach heavy. A groggy cornflower blue eye creaks open, hissing at the light from the window. A growl escaped her parched throat. Before she knew it, a head popped in from the hallway. Miss Kunoichi, a woman's voice echoed within her head, pounding hard, causing her to further scrunch up her face. You need to get up and meet with the captain. She groans in response to this voice. Fine. Her whisper and a soft chuckle. A knock on the door broke Karin from her paperwork, stacked high, within her own tower office, allowed her to break from the monotonous tasks at hand. Come in. A timid blonde step in, her chakra was not familiar, causing the Riti to raise an eyebrow. And you are? Ino Yamanaka, the girl whispers, which reminded her about what Tayuya had told her that morning, about the newest defector. Karin was barely able to suppress her vicious smirk, threatening to grace her face. Ah yes, I've been expecting you. Gesturing to the chair before her while placing the file she was handling into the out pile. So, why am I here? Ino questioned, eyeing the woman opposite. First of all, Miss Yamanaka, Karin began with a hard glare, stone face. Let's get something straight right off the bat, shall we? The room growing notably cooler and heavy, causing the new arrival to try desperately suppressing the fidgeting her body was trying to exhibit. The only reason I'm entertaining this moronic idea, Karin took pride noticing the raised heckles, of allowing you within my hospital, is because my dearest cousin decided to dumb you on me. Then why am I here? Ino almost whispered. Were it not for my dearest cousins, Karin narrowing her eyes, I would have thrown you to the wolves and T&I. Then why am I? As I said. Karin snipped, my cousins are the ones that convinced me. Cousins? Ino questioned, causing the redhead to sigh. This was going to be a long day. Kushina's day in Ova. Papa? I exclaimed, jumping onto the bed that housed my papa. He heaved out as he was forced out of bed, catching me as I fell on him again. Kushi. Damn. He wheezed as his little girl grinned up at him foxily, much like his own. Mama told me you don't have no work today, so I want to. SHHHSHHH, Naruto placing his index finger upon her tiny lips, smiling fully. Let's get breakfast. She nods rapidly, but before she could jump off, her father lifted her up, eliciting a giggle from the girl as she finds herself cradled in her father's arms. His laughs were melodious to the 5-year-old. Her big strong papa is spending the day with her. Breakfast was a cheerful affair, Kushina eating her breakfast atop her daddy's lap, which was something she hadn't done in forever. Walking through the streets, holding papa's hand as he runs his errands, Kushina hops along with a skip while holding hands as they reach the dojo. Inside there were people swinging bamboo swords in a pattern. They all saw her, but their eyes were scaring, so she stepped behind her papa, which caused said man to step forward after a small glance, and immediately the scary eyes stepped back and bow. "Grr, I suggest you all back the bad word off." "Sir." They all chorus. After meeting Uncle Arn and Auntie Neela, the sword people, Papa took me to the hospital, probably to see Auntie, but after we did. Someone spoke to Daddy, then we left before we saw Auntie, but he took me to the park and we got ice cream. He let me ride on his shoulders, Papa's so big. When lunch was done, we got ramen. Couldn't beat Papa. I had 6 bowls. Papa gave me a piggyback ride as we went to the training ground. Just like Mama said, he said that controlling my chakra is really important. Unlike Mama though, we played tag but up on the walls and trees. It was so cool. Before dinner we went onto the roof and he made a promise to me, he will always come home to me. Land of Rain, Office of Shinobi Matters. A knock on his office called Naruto's attention, come in. And the door swings open revealing Karin Uzumaki, bringing a huge smile to his face. Karin. Naru, the two embrace gently, firmly, tenderly, I was so worried about you. You were the one on the front lines, Karin whispered back as they slowly pulled back, their arms still locked, I should be asking you that. PFFT, please, you know full well. Idiot. She gently punches him as she recenters herself to return to her big bad bitch image. They both return back to their business mode as Karin stands before Naruto's desk. Report. The medical staff have requested some time off after the current surge. Handing over the report, to which Naruto looks over the first couple of pages. I see. How about this, he responds before pauses upon the 3 lists of staff. A moment of pause is right. Looking up at his clansmen, after the med-nins recover for the next 3 days, then they'll switch out for the doctors and reduce the nurses' hours to allow them to recover also. Karin smirked at that, figured as much. Already got it planned out. Naruto rises an eyebrow at that, then why did you? The pulse of chakra emits from Karin's feet, forcefully activating Naruto's hidden security seals, which created a bubble of privacy around the room. Land of Rain, Hidden Rain Village. The Gado knocks on the door which promptly opens. About time, Gramps. Tayuya comments stepping aside, I'm not old. The older of the two, which caused a snort from the younger brash Kunoichi. So, where's Bashir? Staying with his cousins. I see. Breakfast? Tayuya offered as she stepped into the open plan kitchen. No. Just here to escort her. Oh? A raised eyebrow from the foul-mouthed Redeed, we wish to verify some facts. I bet. Snickered Tayuya as she appeared with his typical cup of tea, which he accepts graciously, taking her own cup as she sat down. Within moments Ino stepped in while drying her hair with a towel. Paused a moment, Nagato Uzumaki. Nagato states before sipping his tea. Right, Ino says, I also happen to be your friend's uncle. This caused Ino to pause, as in. He's Naru's mother's younger brother. Tayuya clearing up any confusion. Whoa. Regardless, Nagato standing up, we have an appointment to tend to. We do? Ino questioned hesitantly, to which Nagato nodded, we do. A lump in Ino's throat formed and wasn't helped by the snickering of Tayuya. Allow me to reintroduce myself, Nagato Uzumaki. Head of Torture and Intelligence of the White Dawn. A very familiar yet somewhat darker smirk appeared upon the older Redeed's face. I look forward to our interview. Land of Rain, Hidden Rain Village. Central Spire. 2 months later. Naruto. A voice calls as Tayuya approaches the T-junction with her own folders in arm. Tay. She growled at that name. Really? Tayuya. Naruto chuckles after a moment and the two continue to move on to their destination. So how's the roommate? Another growl from the shorter of the two, why does the bitch have to stay with me? Tayuya's status growled deeply, I haven't had any time with my little sure. He's been doing well. Naruto casually threw out, I see. Her head lowers after this meeting through, why not join me in picking up the kids, and we can. Really? Naruto looks to her with a raised eyebrow, she collects herself and returned to her default bitch mode. No shit, I am sure my runt wants his wicked mom around. The two laugh along before arriving back to the office they were called to. Land of Rain, Central Spire, Meeting Room 1. Glad you could make it, Naruto. Spoke Conan calmly as said man and his best friend enter the large room. We aren't late, are we? Not at all. Still waiting on my lovely husband and that stickman. Conan jokes flatly, causing Naruto to smirk. Tayuya so snicker, I have a name you know. Spoke Larn, in his battle kimono and both his tachi and wakizashi on his belt. How'd you get your weapons in here? Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Family heirlooms. Larn responded with air quotes, Naruto snapping to Conan, that isn't fair. Stickman, her monotone voice seemed so cold, Naruto and Tayuya swore they saw icicles upon the dark wooden table polished top. I told you already, Miss Ino. Nagato spoke softly and calmly as they made their way through the hall's central spire. This is not the time nor place to speak of your current assignment. I am currently late to my meeting with. Stickman was hurt and from the tone Nagato needed no more incentive leave. His parting words before stepping into the room to find Larn placing his weapons on the table. He knew what had caused his beloved wife to grow irate. Unbeknownst to them all, Ino saw Naruto and Tayuya among the other gathered heads. She knew this meeting was of department heads, so now she had a way in. Originally her association with Nagato allowed her access to the low level of the Torture and Intelligence Division, not knowing it was all planned on their side, but now spotting her old friend, a new avenue had opened up for her. Now that we're all here. Conan states unnecessary, but not one person dared address that. Let us begin. looking to Nagato so, if you would. Well, we've had been in contact with our allies. The oldest Uzumaki speaks out, Waterfall has requested additional help for their border. Seems Stone is getting rowdy after the conflict with us. I don't that's too bright an idea Tayuya cut in, after the ass kicking we gave them, it will only incite the fuckers. I second that. Naruto adds on coolly to cover the brashness of his favorite cousin, if there are any humanitarian missions. With the conclusion of our medical project in Wave, there's only Rivers, hospital left and an invite to missed courtesy of the Mizukage. Konan responded aiding Naruto who understood the underlying annoyance of that last request. This suggests that he was involved with that in particular request which caused him to groan in silence. Konan smirks inwardly at Naruto's reaction to her words, knowing that he had caught on, can we turn down Miss Terumi? Not realistically. Larn Cutting and our swordsmen are doing joint training with both the Mist Shinobi and Water Samurai. Losing them could cause a few too many ripples we could do without. Naruto sighs and nods along with it that is true. Though looking to his boss, Konan Claw is also requesting an audience with me directly. Grass wants to increase our cooperation on orders of their daimyo. He explained causing a few eyes to widen, though before any comments of pity could be spoken, as much as I hate to say it Konan looking back at her head of shinobi affairs Naruto, but I will need you to deal with Mist as a priority. Dealing with Grass, Claw and Rivers will be handled by your subordinates. By your orders. Naruto states closing his folded files before leaning back. Any issues with the samurai? Land of Iron has sent us a request for escort of their latest caravan. Land of Tea would like to induct a squadron into our training program. Why not with the Land of Iron? Asked Konan with a raised simple. Iron's entrance exams are a bit too demanding. Ours is not so much. Not only that, but the Land of Iron have been known to grab our best in the top of the class. Larn informs and they grab the relevant files, though we are running low on prime blades for the graduation groups. We'll have to wait until the current set of patrols from allied forces finish and paid for before we place the next orders. Konan states looking to Amaru and Karin, what about our medical supplies? We're fine for the next 3 months. Amaru pushing a lock of her reddish-brown hair behind her ear, even with the new building in Wave. Then we are in relatively good shape. Nagato comments to which he receives nods all around. The faintest hints of a smile form upon Konan's face, an untrained observer wouldn't have spotted it, but those within the room could all tell as if she was grinning like a certain Uzumaki. Land of Rain, Hidden Rain Village, streets. After the meeting, Naruto could be seen strolling through the industrial streets of Hidden Rain Village. With the smiling citizens waving at him and offering small bows to which he returns. Turning a corner onto Park Road, and with a sigh he addresses his tale, what can I do for you Ino? Maintaining his stride as she stumbles out from the corner behind, you knew. Since before I left the tower. Naruto clarifies as she rushes to match his pace So? Why are you following me? Well, you see I wanted to know why you are avoiding me. I came here hoping to connect with you again. Ino began, which caused Naruto to turn on her connect with me. Ino, we were never close. Even if we did begin to develop a relationship in the hospital after that failed mission, nothing happened. I know but. It's been 10 years Ino. We are former classmates. Not friends or anything. Naruto informs rather harshly. Her hurt expression actually caused a pang of guilt within his heart, her slumped shoulders adding to the effect to which another sigh escapes his lips as he pulled her into a firm hug, much to her surprise. The two stood there in silence, the weight of her decisions finally coming down as reality fully sets in. She was surrounded by possible enemies, her only source of comfort was a friend not quite friend, yet here in his arms, she found so much comfort and serenity that it was like she was back in the hidden leaf all safe and sound. You feeling better? He whispered into her ear, gently to which she nodded softly, her grip on his jacket firm, yet a tremble of desperation could be felt by Naruto, who tenderly tightened the embrace. Do you want me to walk you home? He whispered to which she nodded again, where are you staying? Continuing, pretending not to know about her situation in its entirety, I'm staying with your cousin. Her almost whisper into his shoulder to which he stifles his chuckles, the best he could at least, but the mirth did not leave with it, which one? I have a number of clansmen here. To think she finally pulls back, still rather withdrawn we all thought you were a clanless orphan. He chuckles softly at that. So, who are you staying with? Naruto holding the blonde by the shoulders at arm's length, cornflower gray into cerulean blue, Tayuya Uzumaki. Ino states causing Naruto to snort at that, despite knowing that already Tay-Tay, huh? Tay-Tay. Never call her that. He nearly growled with narrowed eyes, she will kill you, then gulps then me. She giggles at that while gesturing a zip-lipped, my lips are sealed. Her smile was warm, chest lightened significantly after this small interaction which will later come to haunt Yamanaka, to the point where she would turn her back on her home for real. Chapter 4. Seas, Waves and Sand. Hidden Rain Village. Residential Tower. Naruto yawns as he awakens with his loving wife still snoozing atop his chest. The last few weeks have been tough on him, true, however he and Kin have barely been able to spend too much time with one another. Last night they had a date night, Juk, Relahan and Kushina all staying the night with Karin and her son Ashina. Stroking her silky brunette locks softly, just like how he used to when they were younger. Oh god, are we that old? That thought briefly halted his administrations, which alerted the recipient. You were thinking something stupid just now, weren't you? His soft chuckle was his response to her question. You know me too well, princess. You should keep going. Kin continues with him restarting the stroking, her beaming smile. Breakfast turned into mid-afternoon lunch as the husband and wife enjoy their alone time together, which was far too infrequent in these times. Land of Fire, Hokage office. Come in. Tsunade Senju calls out and Shikamu and Anko enter, which caused the cage to lift her eyebrow up while placing writing utensils down. Lady Hokage, we have new information on the White Dawn. Oh? The slug princess states with a growing smile, do tell. We have reason to believe that they are moving toward the land of rivers. Send a force to invite them over for a chat. The Hokage giving a knowing look to her two subordinates who both wordlessly nod before vanishing in plumes of smoke. Looking down at her paperwork she thought about her newest guests. Land of River, Shinobi Highway. Leaping through the trees, Naruto recalls the day off he had 4 days ago when suddenly Karin drops back to his side company. How many? 2 squads. Anbu level. She confirms and he smirks. Guys, he whispered loudly enough to be heard only by him, I have an idea. With a mischievous grin upon his face. Kakashi finds himself leading his old Anbu team. He swore he had left this life behind, yet in these troubling times, his unique skills been needed more and more. Another captain hops beside him. Sir, we have a trail. Understood, Kakashi states, we'll need to intercept them. Before they slip into Water County, if we don't know. Other words needed to be spoken as they sped up. It wasn't long before the two groups would collide and the Hidden Leaf Anbu block off the escape route of the White Cloud forces, 5 shinobi and 3 samurai, which was a surprise as many were unaware at the thought of samurai using shinobi techniques. White Cloud, you are to come with us. Kakashi instructs coolly without much seeming interest, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Understand. You have some nerve trying to confront us so openly. One samurai mentioned, his sword hand ready to draw, we simply wish to offer you an invitation to our village. Several snorts, an invitation via 2 squads of Anbu. Sure, sounds wonderful. One of the shinobi escorts, his hand on his tanto, the neutral lands will not take this lightly. Only for a blade to reach his neck, they won't hear anything about it. The Anbu states, causing the others to chuckle, you will regret this. The redhead declared, just come quietly. The others enclosing on them before the White Cloud forces leap offensively and blades clash. Kakashi barely dodged as a blade bisects his mask, revealed the leaf plate partially. The swordsman response was confusing for the Sharingan user, just as we suspected. A nod before the entire group puffed away in clouds of smoke. It took a moment. Several in fact before it hit them. TSK, shadow clones. Land of Rivers, Port Jakra. Naruto sat on the hidden mist vessel when the clones all dispersed and he gained their memories. He blinked once, twice, and the winner is Karin. It was Leaf Anbu. He announced and many bills filled said Kunoichi's outstretched hand, a smug grin upon her face. The ship continued to leave the port, sailing on beyond the reach of the Hidden Leaf force. Snorts from the group of White Cloud people chuckled on the wake of their escape. After securing her winnings, Karin approaches her clansmen with a soft smile as he leans on the edge railing, the man looking out at the flowing ocean waves. You know, we haven't had time to chat like we used to, you know. We've gotten so many requests these days. Naruto sighs without breaking eye contact away from the horizon. We've been all over the place. Finally his blue meets her red. You two have just gotten back from the hospital construction in Wave, and now we're going to Mist. This is what we signed up for, thought Karin states as she lowers her head into her folded arms. We even managed to find our lost clansmen. That we did. Naruto nods with a soft smile, saved the world from Madochiha ghosts. That we did. Ended the civil war in the Land of Water. That we did. We've done so much. She continued before glancing at him, any one of them could be considered a lifetime achievement award. Naruto chucked, to which she joined in with. A sigh from him, we should retire. A snort from her snapped his attention. And do what? Rebuild the clan. This time it was his time to snort. Yeah, that'll get old real quick. Earning a raised eyebrow from his fellow's clansmen, what's that supposed to mean? We already have 5 new clansmen and all the paperwork already. He shuddered. She snorted at that as they fall into companionable silence. At night Naruto sat on the edge of his hammock within his quarters pondering how things have turned out. How after his banishment he traveled home, Yuzashasho, and met with the ghosts of his clan elders. Received the training he should have had years earlier, and then his promise to them to restore the clan's honor and bring back the name of the clan into the history books. They bestowed upon him the name of Uzukage, but upon his insistence, they allowed him to pass it off to the next generation, as he himself didn't exactly feel worthy of such a title. They disagreed, however. They held their tongues of protest. His musing were cut short with a knock on the door. Yeah. Glancing up to see Karin step in, closing the door behind silently. Can we talk? Sure. Gesturing to the lone seat in the small cabin, I wanted to ask you why you refuse to be called clan head. I already told you. You know you can't lie to me, right? Karin looking him dead in the eyes, unflinchingly and with a stern visage. He sighs hard, head in hand as he ponders his past. I know, he finally produces, but after I was kicked out of Konoha, I'm not the leader type. She snorts at that, gaining his attention as she sat back, arms and leg folded. That's bullshit, and you know it. His protest died upon her glare. You may claim that Nagato is the leader, Conan too, but it is clear as day to everyone that none of this would have been possible without you. Her legs swap over. You are our leader, both the clan and Dawn. We've long since accepted that. Her glare softens. Why can't you? I'm a wanted man who is desperate to protect my family, clan, and friends. Naruto snapped at her. It shocked her, but she did not let that show. So many what-if scenarios constantly plague me. The fact that I, as a half-blood and carrier of the fox, means that. Like that matters. Karin scoffs at his flimsy response. You are Uzumaki. That half-blood crap is your attempt at disqualifying yourself and quite frankly getting on everyone's nerves. We don't exactly have the numbers where those things matter, and even still Naruto just listened as she somehow read him like an open book. Then again, she always had. We are family. The clan, regardless of what you say or want, as clan head you need to. I get it. He sighs out, finally meeting her eyes. I'll talk to Kin when we get back. Karin nodded, accepting his decision that wasn't really needed, but whatever. Okay. Now on to why I actually came here. Naruto's hanging head snapped up at her, incredulous look upon his face. You mean? I wanted to. Land of water, hidden village of mist. The White Dawn group arrived at the village hidden in the mist, met at the gate by the Mizukage. Mei Terumi, welcome to the hidden mist village, Commander Uzumaki. Thank you, Lady Mizukage. Naruto responded with a salute. Come, we have much to discuss. The party moved through the village with many looking at them in awe upon spotting their white dieseled armor plating. The members of the White Dawn held their heads high. Ino, who was walking close to the center of the group, her new uniform was reminiscent of Naruto's, but her narrow katana was on her back. This was a sign to the others that she had only finished the basic level within the White Dawn training she had undergone. The more proficient weapon users of the group knew this, kept an eye on her as Naruto had informed them all of her status. Land of Water, Hidden Mist Council. Mei leads the group into the council chamber with them all standing. Lady Mizukage. And she waved them off as she took her seat at the head of the table. Well, let's get this dealt with. Let's. Naruto taking a seat before them all. So, I hear that you want to induct a portion of your forces within our own, with the ability to poach our own. Am I correct? To which they all nod. Well, seeing as that's the opening offer, I can only adjust it as our training methods aren't to be understated. Naruto with his firm visage and Karin, who was at his side, dubbed it his commander mode. Affectionately. Steeping his fingers, eyes narrowed. So, what are you offering my forces? This demeanor change did not go unnoticed by the other room's occupants, and the whole mood shifted accordingly. Karin and Ino stone-faced at his sides, the former presenting the paperwork this far. Well. Hidden Leaf, Hokage office. What the hell do you mean, they got away? Tsunade with a growing tick mark, eyebrow twitching. Well, Kakashi mutters, we managed to track them through river country. Though a shrug from the Anbu captain, his team motionless statues. They managed to give us lip. How? The Hokage questioned with a raised eyebrow. We don't really know. You don't know? We don't. We found a group of shadow clones. Kakashi reported somewhat sheepishly. The Hokage sighs heavily, rubbing her temples exasperatedly. Fine. Did you at least get an identification on the group? Negative. Head shakes. Land of Water, Hidden Mist Council. You drive a hard bargain. Mei Terumi states through her interlocking fingers. Can we not pay you at 30% in place of 40 and have a reduction of the samurai conscripts with Anbu level training for 3 teams? Naruto ponders this, taking a paper from Karin, absent-mindedly looking over the current training roster, who shook his head. No. We can't do that. Though, we can train 2 Anbu teams alone in 4 weeks. He states, but at 40, pausing as Karin whispered in his ear, to which he nods at perhaps at 30%. This caused Mei to tighten her lips. It was a good counter-offer, and it would allow them to increase their strength faster, but with only 2 teams, how about 1 team and 2 squadrons of samurai? She had to include the samurai as their daimyo was rather persistent in the upgraded to his personal guard. A slight sigh escaped her delicate lips. Naruto on the other hand pondered this returned offer, glancing back at the training schedule. He swirls the idea around before looking back at the book. Let me check with yet again. Karin came through with another book, swiped it from Larn. She whispered and he smiled. I owe you for one. A moment of him looking through what appeared to be a diary, a nod later, yeah, we can do that. A collective sigh of relief from the Mist Council, very well. May states as the document was drawn up while the White Dawn contingent packed up their documentations, sealing scrolls in heavy usage. Ino re-read the documentation ensuring it matched the discussions, Karin triple-checking afterwards, and the two department commanders signed it alongside the Mizukage and Anbu commander. As handshakes were shared and smiles exchanged, Ino watched as Naruto easily wooed the diplomats and shinobi. She watched as he deflect the affections of the Mizukage with freighting efficiency, the many suck-ups were redirected, and finally his smile seemed to dazzle the remaining Kunoichi. She felt somewhat out of place, her friend seemed to have overcome his social skill issues, but before she could think harder on it, and this is my newest diplomatic envoy, Ino Yamanaka and my childhood friend. Naruto's voice dragged her back to the room that was now looking at her. Karin had to smother her chuckle at the swift redirection her cousin just pulled off. As he stepped beside her both grins should keep her busy with paperwork, huh? It should. The redhead chuckled at that, so, are you sure of that decision? Giving her a position beside you? Jovial tone had vanished growing serious. Naruto matched it and a fierce glare, you don't want her, Tay didn't, I wouldn't want her near Larn, and I doubt Uncle would either. So what? You're taking her on then? Karin snipped to which he nodded, it was my idea to bring her in, turn her on her own, and so I'll take responsibility. Naruto informs as the crowd begins to thin out, Ino clearly flushed at the sudden attention. The two Uzumaki noticed their fellows were all smirking, catching on to the grand scheme their commander had cooked up. Naruto stretching out and yawning, much to the hidden amusement of his cousin with him, guess we should get to the inn. Rest up. Someone seems eager. Karin grins causing Naruto to glare, what? She blinks innocently, not fooling anyone as B growled, do not start with me, Karin he slips into the old Uzumaki tongue, confusing everyone as none were aware that the Uzumaki had their own language, don't be so hesitant, Narukoi. Remember our talk on the bridge? The talk on ship. Naruto. Spoke Ino approaching the duo, gaining them both Uzumaki clan members' attention, what is it? Naruto snipped clearly annoyed, what was that language you were speaking? I didn't understand a word of it. Are you going to tell? Karin questioned the blonde's attention, don't worry about it. Naruto waving her off, the redhead blowing him a raspberry earning a glare from the blonde, let's get to the inn. I want a nap and food hope they have ramen. Earning chuckles from the group as he moves off. The others follow suit, but Ino looks on with narrowed eyes, as the thought of a clan language wasn't unheard of it was surprising as the leaf has no knowledge of such information in regards to the clan. Filing it away for later, she followed after the leaving group. Land of Water, Hidden Mist Village. The following day Naruto yawns as he reaches the gate, his team already there morning all stretching as he stumbles before them, morning sleepyhead. May chuckles as Karin attacks his bedhead, trying to clean it up to no avail, well, thankfully these negotiations have wrapped up rather quickly. Indeed. May shaking his hand, this was most expedient for an agreement. We aim to please Karin jokes, causing the White Dawn members to look blank-faced at her, she was not ashamed, anyway pulling his glare from his proud cousin will bring the shinobi passports the week before their training. Naruto informs the woman in charge of the Hidden Mist Village to nod, I'll be sure to make sure the samurai conscripts are here on time. No refunds after the ink has dried. Karin states with a smug grin earning chuckles of her own, May sweat drops whilst thinking about how expensive this was going to be. The team left with smiles and waves over their shoulders, disappearing into the mist. Ino watched Karin and Naruto talking quietly in a language she didn't recognize. The same one they used earlier. As naturally curious as she was intrigued by it, but not only to discover what they were speaking, but also to be able to communicate with them without unintended ears listening in. That was a problem for later as she fell into companionable chatter among the group, seamlessly melding into the group as she unknowingly began to subconsciously and morally align with them. She was completely unaware of the two smirking Uzumaki, smirking knowingly at one another. Land of Water, South Sea. The open sea again, huh? Ino appearing beside Naruto who himself was leaning back against the rail that seemed to be his spot, regardless of which ship they were on, his golden locks flowing in the wind. Yeah, we travel a lot, Naruto shrugged with a large smile though, the sea is always a common favorite. Ino didn't realize how much she was blushing at the sight of the long-haired blonde well-built man who was a leading head of the group mercenaries. Naruto noticed her distant gaze and chuckled to himself, over her shoulder he noticed a hand signal performed by the others, laughing at the lack of awareness of the former Leaf Nin and how predictive she was being. Karin especially had a wicked smile on her face, it was going exactly as she planned. Man, she was so good at this seduction game it was ridiculous. The dark chuckle slipped through her lips, it was reminiscent of her former bosses, and many people stepped away from her. She was incredibly prideful of this plan she came up with. Chuckle turning to a deep cackle beneath her breath. At night the ship was jolted, that awoke the snoozing Uzumaki aboard as a sunken feeling fills their guts, and the crew rushed to action. By the time Ino had made it up topside, White Dawn members helping reeling in the sails and gale force winds. The hurricane came in suddenly and swiftly, the ship was fighting against the storm, yet none feared the rising tide. Yet as Ino struggled to stay afloat, she knew something was wrong when she noticed Karin yelling at Naruto in that strange language again. He yelled at another Uzumaki if their red hair was to go by, who nodded and yelled back while jumping up and down, whilst eyeing down the white sail. But just as she feared, a massive beast erupted from the massive swells that surrounded the vessel. Naruto yelled again before being replaced by another sailor and rushing towards the edge going through hand signs along with Karin and another lightning style, thunder rain. Karin called, wind style, gale shot. Naruto called Uzumaki style, maelstrom. Another Uzumaki yelled, and the combined jutsu blasted the beast, but unfortunately, it only forced it back. A mighty roar shook the wooden vessel, panic settling in among the crew, but as Naruto does and managed to calm everyone down by borrowing his old sensei's words, "Do not worry. I will never allow my friends to die." With his goofy smile. Karin notices his tensing muscles and knew he was about to do something characteristically stupid. Before she could voice her objection, he blasted off the deck, spiraling sphere of water and lightning in hand, meeting the Leviathan's high-speed blast jet of water directly. Uzumaki style, Yuzu Rasengan. The two attacks collide, but to everyone's surprise, the water jet was blasted apart in 6 streams, narrowly missing the ship, with some aboard ducking out of instinct. The ball of chakra continued on forward, pushing the parting streams further away from the ship, while its owner followed it in with a battle cry full of confidence in his strength to protect. Boom. Yanked back by a chakra chain, Naruto was pulled through the smoke that stuck to him, a smirk upon his face as the beast fell backwards. Smoking bellowed from its mouth as it fell back to the ocean. Landing on the edge of the ship, victory fingers up and that stupid smile upon his face. Karin rolled her eyes at that, but with a smile, she and the others turned away just as a tentacle wrapped around his ankle. Yelp was heard, and before they knew anything, Naruto was gone. Splash. Everyone ran to the edge, but there was nothing. Karin could only watch as Naruto's signature continued to get further and further away. Naruto. Unknown location. Hey. Down there. A man. We should. Come. Ra-sama will know. Are you sure? Naruto awakes in a tent, yep, definitely a tent, light tan leather roof and a soft bed beneath him. A glance around showed that the floor was cloth flooring, but noticed sand here and there. Sitting up, he looks around more intensely and noticed the low wooden drawers on the right, a tall cabinet on his left that allowed the man to notice the glint of steel within. Looking down at himself, his clothes had been removed, his shirt was absent, but his boxers remained. Glancing around he noticed signs of used medical stuffs, which reminds him of the last moments of consciousness he had, fighting off that Leviathan with a Damari Sengen, tends to fix most his problems, he muses. A few minutes after retrieving the clothes he found in the low drawers, suspiciously his size, he insects these new threads in the full-length mirror beside the bed. A white t-shirt bearing a somewhat familiar sigil, though he can't recall why it felt so, beneath a sandy white loose overcoat that matched the cream weapons pouch, cargo trousers, and sandals. The kunai were ceramic white, along with his fingerless plated gloves that held the sigil on the back of the hands. Medical tape secured any loose clothing. All in all, he felt ready for what he presumed was a desert climate. "You look well." A voice startling him, spinning round with kunai in hand to see a woman before him that had long red hair with spiky bangs on her forehead, wizened red eyes, and skin that was surprisingly fair, though a few stress marks could be seen. What threw Naruto through a loop, however, was that her smile seemed to stir something within him, unaware that a certain chakra construct had noticed this and smirked. A brief pulse of its hyper-dense chakra through the boy's system, concentrating in his brain, broke something and a torrential of memories swiftly assaulted his mind, as if one of his clones just popped. "It's been so long," her smile widened upon seeing the recollection play across his eyes, "hasn't it, Naruto?" Those last words were lost on the man as he pulled her into a firm hug, one she had dearly missed, and the chest that helped forge her into the leader she was today. Ra. Chapter 5. Wilderness of Home. Sitting upon the lone bed within the spacious tent, Naruto and Ra confront one another for the first time in what felt like a lifetime. She was beaming a megawatt smile, reminiscent of his own, that warmed the lone Uzumaki clanman's heart. "So, you survived all this time, huh?" "Sorry, I never." Her finger finds his lips and she shakes her head. "The leaf shinobi told us, right? It was best forgotten about." She explained with a fading smile, "Though, to me at least, I do recall you and your efforts." Hand falling back to her lap, though it was more a dream than anything. "I see." Naruto spoke still somber, which didn't go unnoticed by the former queen, thankfully however gaining his attention. "Whatever he had done to my memories didn't last too long, but I also came to an understanding of the whole situation. This caused a raised eyebrow from the blonde, somehow you traveled back to help us. Due to that, I knew we would meet again sometime, and with that knowledge, she pulls out a sand height that causes his eyes to widen, my burrowed headband. She nodded, we decided to follow your example, and even after the fall of Rimran, we did not lose hope. Her smile widened, in fact she turned to the door, come in darling. And a girl that bears a striking resemblance to her mother, but her hair is lighter in color. She wears an orange robe with a navy blue outline, violet irises, and a tan and green bandana around her forehead. Stepping in, Naruto notices she was clutching a Tsunade issue saber that causes him to smile wide. The girl bows formally, hello, my name is Simru. Simru is my daughter and current leader of our roaming caravan, and the one who found you washed up on the shore. Ra turns back to Naruto, a sly smile upon her face, and our daughter. Land of Wind, Rimran Caravan Camp. That night a feast was held. The Rimran survivors celebrated the return of their hero, who traveled space and time to save them from their fates worse than death. Over the hours after his awakening, Naruto, Ra and Simru spent time together, reconnecting as only a family could. Naruto told of the exploits he's been on since their parting, skillfully avoiding mentioning his family and organization. Both ladies suspected he was hiding something, but dared not think too hard about it. Today was a day of celebration, and they did not want to ruin it, though both would vow independently to address it later. The 300 people were a sight for the battle-weary man who was slowly coming to terms with the fact that one of his kids was older than he, but that was discarded quickly when noticing a group of boys clearly trying to impress her. His parental mode activated in vengeance and promptly scared said boys off his little girl who was far too young to think about boys. This both warmed and frustrated Simru, glad to have finally met her father, but frustrated that he was remaining so close to her and she couldn't enjoy any sake her hanging with her friends. Not under his watch. Ra, on the other hand, was elated that he had accepted his role without question, as was a natural at teasing their daughter and keeping her in check. The night would end with Naruto and Ra cuddled up in her tent, the latter resting on that perfect chest she had missed for so long. Naruto was in turmoil, however, how the hell was he meant to explain this? Time travel. Really? He doubted this would fly when he got back home. Kin was going to kill him. In a city dominated by gray skyscrapers and rain clouds, a certain brunette suddenly found herself randomly chuckling somewhat darkly as her husband's face came to mind. Her kids shivering in their beds whilst praying for their father's safety. The shudder up Naruto's spine confirmed his fears, noting to pick up some moonflowers and Land of Fang's legendary chocolates before heading home. With a mental nod to himself, professionally ignoring the snort from deep within, he falls into a dreamless sleep in confidence that he would survive another day. The next day, after breakfast, Ra and her daughter confronted Naruto with what they suspect was bad news. Gathering in the lead tent, they find him writing out a report and a brief glance from Ra, she noted that it was a retelling of their previous encounter in great detail. The names Minato Namikaze, Tayuya Uzumaki and Lauren popped up and their visages briefly returned to mind. Finishing, Naruto went through hand signs and it duplicated before he rolled it up in 2 scrolls. One had the Hergless figure of Tsunade, the other a white cloud which he then hands to. What she had only just noticed were 2 small sandy-colored foxes with black paws and tail tips, you know your orders. Naruto explained, handing each one, to which they both yipped before proofing away. Sighing, Naruto turned to the duo and offered a look-knowing half-smile, I guess we should have that talk, huh? Both ladies nod as they take a seat on the bed, the blonde turning the chair backward as he sat facing them. Hand running through his thick golden hair, a sigh escaping his lips, well, as you know, I was banished from Konohagakure no Sato for being a threat to village safety. Your friend said it was a stupid decision though. Ra responded, to which he nodded, first of all, I should explain that I am what is commonly referred to as a Jinchuriki. A human sacrifice. The two nodded, I have a tailed beast, a being of pure chakra, sealed within me, and, at the time, there was a group of missing ninjas who were seeking my kind out. It can't be that. Simru began, only for Naruto to raise his hand, let me explain first, and then you can ask questions, before things get complicated. She nods and he continues, we, as in containers of these beasts, are typically a hidden village's trump card. Used in wars to great effect. Our entire purpose is to keep each other in line, using the power our beast provide, as no normal shinobi can stand up against us. Naruto sighs hard, wariness flooding his features. Unfortunately, the other side of this is much worse. Our own people hate us for that same power, and typically the masses confuse us for the beast we contain, and are more often than not, hated for it. The smile he offered was hollow at best, heartbreaking at worst. I was no better. He looks directly at Ra now. I happen to hold the greatest of them all, the one feared by all the others, and the most powerful of the 9. The Kyuubi no Yoko. The 9-tailed fox. He noticed them both gulp, but he smiled softly. With that in mind, we moved on to why I was banished. My village's citizens' hatred towards me, the threat of 10s rank criminals coming to get me, and a failed mission was all that was needed to cast me out. But it wasn't your fault. Ra argued, to which Naruto nodded. I was a baby when he was sealed within me. I had no choice on the matter. No say in my future, I was burdened with its presence, and yet they chose to ignore that fact either way. That's horrible. Sumeru adds, gaining a smile and a nod from her father. It is. But it's not all bad. He continued, I have friends now. I help build a group of like-minded people who help save those that need saving. Reform criminals and give them a new purpose in life. His smile became blinding. We have made peace wherever we go. Sometimes a brick at a time, but peace nonetheless. Oh? Ra clinging on to this first piece of good news, her paramour clearly proud in himself. Yeah. We have acted as mediators for negotiations. Peacekeeping forces in many of the minor nations. Ended a civil war in Water Country. That was our biggest work to date, second to destroying that group of missing ninja. His face hardened at the thought of Akatsuki. They were a threat to the whole world. So, what's it called? Sumeru questioned, clearly peeking up at the thought of a peacekeeping forces of this magnitude. Naruto smirks at this, pride oozing from his being. White Dawn. Land of Wind. Tsunade. Gaara was combating his fiercest foe since his brother in arms, with a similar ability to replicate, and quite possibly the bane of his existence. Paperwork. A soft growl emanating from his throat halted when a puff of smoke erupted from his desk, and there stood a desert fox that he didn't recognize, yet he only knew of one fox summoner that this one must be serving. Taking the scroll, Gaara pulls out some beef jerky and hands it off to the kit that hips before poofing away in smoke cloud. T-lies flow with practiced ease, a report for a mission dated many years ago which confused him. The date specified was back when Naruto and his friends were serving as Suna shinobi on a temporary basis to bolster their forces, and this mission was hunting down a rogue puppeteer. Gaara blinks. Once. Twice. Confused about why Naruto was resubmitting the report again. Mitsuri. Bring me the mission file from Ukade's subjection. The Kazekage calls over his intercom. An hour later and Gaara was dumbfounded at what was written by his first friend. The new report covered everything the original did, but went into more detail about various fights, as well as the inclusion of a second team. A Leaf team no less. A team with the fourth Hokage, before he became Kage. He sighs again. This is yet another headache courtesy of one Naruto Uzumaki. When I see you again, Naruto, I will crush you with my sand. Land of Wind, Rimran Caravan Camp. Naruto was suddenly hit with a wave of nervousness, pulling down his shirt in attempt to cool it off. What's wrong? Ra asks worriedly, offering a cup of cool water to him that he takes. Dunno, though I suspect that I should stay away from Suna for a while. A nervous chuckle followed as the two ladies sweat drop at his antics. A polite cough drew all eyes to Simru, her violet eyes boring into Naruto's baby bluish violet Tucson. There's still something you aren't tell us. Isn't there? Naruto's smile fades, head falling against his hands atop the chair's backrest while breathing out slowly and deliberately. The long moment passes before he speaks softly. I married Simru gasped, hand over her mouth, but Ra remained composed, and have 2 kids. Naruto swore he heard Simru's heart shatter at that. He blinked at that. There was no outrage. No footsteps to leave. No sobbing. No sobbing. Hesitantly and very slowly, Naruto lifts his head to see both ladies calmly watching him, but he was not fooled. As he looked deep into those ruby gems he could see it. The broken heart hidden behind the strong front. Without breaking eye contact he spoke to his daughter, Simru. I need to speak with your mother in private. No buts. Cutting her off. This is important grown-up stuff. You're too young to know of yet. Simru, not wanting to upset her newly found father, stood from the bed and walked towards the door, but as she glanced back, she noticed the intense gaze of her parents and could sense something was up. With a sigh, she left and securely closed the flaps. In a flash of hand signs, a privacy and security barrier secured the large tent. With a deep breath Naruto looks directly at Ra, and his gaze softens. No one can hear us spoken so gently, babies would be jealous, you can cry now. And just like that, tears ran like rivers down her face. In that same moment, the man took her into his strong embrace and didn't say a word. He just let her take any and all comfort she could from him. It would be a long hour. Somewhere in the land of rivers. Dusty was excited. This was his first mission given to him by the summoner, and it was a simple delivery mission. Hopping over a rock, beneath a fallen log, through a bush, and he stood before a small river. Taking a quick drink, he was seemingly unaware of the danger encroaching upon him, but thanks to being the runt of his litter, meaning he was pranked consistently by his siblings, his reaction speed was beyond reproach. Within the space of a twitch, Dusty had flipped clear of a viper strike and landed on a narrow tree trunk. A leap forward and the head was separated from the slinking body. A second, a bush snake, tried its luck only for it to lose its head too. Cautiously Dusty scanning the underbrush and caught a whiff of a human, but this time was too late to react as two blood-red eyes spinning wildly and then black. Land of Wind, Rimran Caravan Camp. Simru re-entered the tent to find her parents resting their foreheads against one another, but noticed a small trail of saliva between which told her what had happened. You. Mom. Dad. Ahem. Simru sits down and decides to listen to what her parents have decided. It must have been a tough talk based on the still thick air, however the fact they kissed suggested a consensus had been reached. It's been decided. Spoke Naruto as Ra nodded with a small smile, although things on my side need tending to first, we shall head to Suna for now where the caravan will wait for a response. I shall go on ahead and discuss terms with my organization. Then what? Simru questioned hesitantly, either you stay put there, or you can come see your dad's new home, and you could even join us in our humanitarian efforts. Naruto explained calmly, to which she smiled and nodded. Her smile was short-lived as she recalled the other thing. What about? I will handle it. Naruto staring dead in her eyes, firmly holding her gaze. She found herself smiling alongside her mother, who had a tint pink upon her cheeks. A week later. Land of Wind, Sungakure Gate. Gaara stands at the forefront of the group of Suna shinobi, his siblings at his sides, as they watch the nomadic caravan approach with trepidation. It was common knowledge with the Land of Wind residents that the Rimran did not trust the hidden village as it had abandoned them during the Second Shinobi War, leaving them to their destruction. Yet here they were, willingly coming to seek aid by the military powerhouse that guards their homeland. The group arrived and two occupants from the caravan, that sunny blonde was easy to distinguish as Naruto, one of them with the other red head that Gaara assumed was Ra, the last queen. Stepping clear of his forces, siblings at his side, the Kazekage approaches the group, hand out which was promptly grasped. Glad to see you still alive. I heard you had, and he paused, and Naruto's sweat dropped, knowing full well his friend was about to make a terrible joke. Interesting boat ride. Gaara stated, causing Naruto to deadpan. Is that the best you could do? Yes. I swear, Gaara, Shukaku must have taken your sense of humor. Naruto responded as the others chuckle at the light-hearted nature of the exchange, as the two bicker like the brothers they claim to be. Ahem. Ra clears her throat, which stiffens Naruto's spine. His joking subsided immediately at the sound, as his eyes hardened much like his former sand counterpart. Right, to be blunt, I plan on bringing the roaring people into the framework of the dawn. Seeing Gaara nod, Naruto continued, for now, however, I wish to have them reside here until I finish up on my end. I see no issues with it. The 5th Kazekage reports after a brief thought, they can use the area set aside for your group. Ah yes. That'll work for the short term. Naruto nodded, rubbing his chin. Speak of Temari, stepping into the conversation with a soft glare at her fellow blonde. When are you guys actually going to start construction, huh? Little bit of killing intent behind every word. Naruto's hand shot up placatingly, not my domain. I'm shinobi affairs, not logistical distribution. This is a shinobi village, no. She growled, staring menacingly, then you should. Fine. Naruto shouted, hands waving up, I'll look into it when I get back to the office. With a huff, hands on his hips, it's not like I have mountains of paperwork for Mizuno Kunai or anything. They all chuckle as they are led towards the gate, Temari smirking the whole way whilst Naruto was clearly distraught at the thought of his workload. Reaching the gate, Naruto froze upon seeing those very familiar midnight black hair, matching eyes, and perfect build, at least in Naruto's humble opinion, and it was running toward him. On reflex, he caught her as she jumped into his arms. Naru. Kin. His equally softly, as they hug is intimate and firm, yet it was clear as day at how much love they had for each other. Pangs of pain and guilt emanating from the two Rimran queen and princess, that was not missed by the blonde who didn't allow it to show outwardly. The affection was turned up to 24 out of 10, and their lip lock was just as passionate. Flush cheeks all round at that. Land of Wind, Kazekage office. Slap. It echoed. Naruto didn't block her. He knew this was not the depth of her rage, but just the tip of his punishment. Looking back at his gentle wife's face, filled with tears, anger, and fear. Without words he drew her into a hug that she fought against every centimeter against it, but upon reaching his perfectly chiseled chest, at least in her clearly unbiased opinion, her fight ceased. Taut sobs were muffled by his cloak and clothes. Rimrans watched this from the side, the Suna contingent from the desk, and the other White Dawn operatives opposite the Rimrans ahem. All eyes turning to the Kazekage. Can we get to business, or? Trailing off at the end as Naruto switches gear to his commander mode that all knew all too well, beside Ra of course. So, what does the Land of Wind require of us for this help? Naruto asked as he sat before the cage as the officer of the White Dawn, besides our current agreements. Gaara tapping his finger rhythmically upon his desk. 5. 2. Naruto cutting him off, causing his old friend to pause with the stares between the two brothers of circumstance before the redeed nodded very well, everything else is fine. Good. Naruto nodded then, can we get a priority on our headquarters? 5 then. Gaara pushes, but Naruto's blank stony face, that didn't fit him yet forced the other side to concede. Fine. We'll get to work tomorrow. The redhead then looks to Esra, if that's okay with you. With a silent nod he continues whilst looking back to his brother, I assume you will be returning to your main headquarters. My leave was Naruto thought for a second, but his wife took up the end unsanctioned, causing a twitch from Gaara's lip right, unsanctioned Naruto to barely suppress smirk, before continuing so, I still need to return and file my paperwork, he sighed hard before shuddering and then deal with the stacks that no doubt has grown. It has. Kin confirms with a cherisher cat grin, earning a chuckle from those who weren't her husband, whom it had the opposite effect. Thus, we will stay a night before heading out. Pushing himself up from the chair at hand, his wife matching him exactly, we have left your room untouched. Tamari mentioned and Naruto nodded, thanks Mary. I'll cook dinner tonight. This earned several piqued interested, what time? Asked a Kazukiage, who was focused intently on this about 8. Naruto mumbled to himself before nodding, let's say 8, but as late as 9. Dessert. Tamari probed to which Naruto smirked, that foxy smirk that she would never admit to being panty dropping with his adult features, depends on what you guys have in the pantry. He shrugged as he took up Kin's hand we'll see. To which they were dismissed. As soon as Naruto, Kin, Esra, and Simru had left, Gaara turned to his sister who nodded, take a full squad if you must, ensure the pantry is fully stocked before he returns there. Yes, Kazuki-sama. She vanishes in a vortex of wind immediately as he turns back to the door, looking out over the village. Land of Wind, Tsunade. After a bountiful dinner a very tense conversation took place between Naruto and Kin on one side, Esra and Simru on the other. Within his now soundproofed, enclosed and sealed room was Naruto who had just explained everything to Kin. About the mission given to him, Tayuya and Karin to hunt down a low S-ranked missing shinobi Muke during their early days of the mercenary group shinobi department. Naturally Kin was familiar with that report, it wasn't really a surprise as at the time they were in the dancing around one another phase. During that time, Rin had known that Tayuya and Karin both had their own designs for Naruto. She knew why Karin at least wanted to revive their shared clan, though she also suspected a deeper reason of her pursuit. Tayuya on the other hand was confusing, even for her as her best friend, so every interaction they had on paper, Kin would go through it with a fine toothpick. This situation however is unprecedented. Kin knew it. She knew her idiot husband always found himself in improbable situations, doing the impossible, and coming out on top while grinning stupidly all the way. Time travel though. She exhaled slowly before looking directly at Esra then Simru, I understand that this was not planned, nor done with any malice, so I have no right to complain or demand things of either you. Taking a deep breath, however, as I am Naruto's wife and mother to his 3 children. I can't just allow you to come into the family without setting down some ground rules. I understand. Esra states, nodding along to that however, I assume you still love him, to which the Ramran's former queen nodded to Kin continued thus we have to come to some sort of agreement no. Another nod shared between the two. The Ravenet then turned to the child of the situation, Simru, is it? The woman in question nodded, I have no issues with you pursuing a relationship with my husband, you are his child, and as such my own stepdaughter. This earned a smile from the woman who nodded, though, I expect you to babysit your younger siblings though. Kin's smile was not warm, nor cold it was just enforcing. Simru nodded hesitant at first, but suddenly the realization, she had siblings, younger siblings, that she still had responsibilities. Though this time, she was happy for it yes, I can handle that. The next morning, Naruto, Kin, Esra and Simru were moving towards the borders between the Land of Wind and Land of Rain. It was a now commonly used transit route as Rain has become somewhat of a trade center, a neutral one at that allowed all to conduct business equally regardless of your homeland. Despite the negative relations, both Land of Earth and Land of Lightning have trade caravans that also utilize the central hub. As the new family moved on, they were laughing with soft banter and joke around as they come to understand one another. Kin was working overtime to understand and support Esra, and coming to know Simru as a friend and perhaps sister figure if not step-parent. The joyous mood did not last as Naruto was the first to sense the malice-filled approach, Naru. In question before sensing a rapidly approaching individual, her own eyes narrowing him. Again. So, it would seem. Naruto confirmed as his own temper began to flare, we may need to, he threw out his arms out wide, a massive blanket of wind expanded around the group, deflecting the lightning blast that impacted immediately after it stabilized. The sand cloud was immediately blasted away as Naruto's old nemesis arrived, Sasuke Uchiha. What do you want? Naruto spoke so coldly, even in the middle of this countrywide desert, it felt like it dropped a few degrees. Fight me dope. Sasuke states, pulling out his sword casually, with his infamous smirk. No. Was Naruto's swift response. You think you have a choice? Sasuke channeling his lightning through his Chakota and activating his Sharingan. Chapter 6, The Gleaming Lake. Land of Rain, Central Spire. Ino Yamanaka steps into the office of one Naruto Uzumaki. The day was still young, and no one was around. Snooping around allowed her to find several folders of the White Dawn's current clientele, nothing she hasn't bingo. Finding a hidden switch beneath the desktop. Clicking it released a hidden barrier on the top shelf of the closest bookcase, revealing no books, but rather a stash of premium quality ramen. Narrowing her eyes, Ino was torn between face faulting or continuing on, but as she reaches for the noodle goodness, a red file with the Uzumaki swirl caught her eye. Just as she was about to reach for it, a flash of light caused her to freeze. My, what a compromising position you find yourself in, she knew that voice and hated it right now. Turning slowly, she finds the teasing smirk of one Tayuya Uzumaki, camera in hand. What do you? Do not worry. Your secret safe with me. The redhead smirk turns feral, a bead of sweat running down Ino's neck as that smirk reminds her of a certain special jonin back in the leaf for a price of course. Land of wind, land of rain border. Why do you want to fight me? We've done this twice before, remember? Naruto asks from his defensive stance, kin sliding in behind, frowning with tight lips. I need to test my strength. Sasuke charging forward, this time I won't hold. His battle cry was cut short by a fist to the face, then elbow to the solar plexus, then a fist to the chin, and even yet before he could even realize how bad he messed up, his ankle was yanked forcing him into the dirt sand. The gasping for air was short-lived as Sasuke found a heel drop from his fellow Ravenet, who flips off just as her husband finishes off his hand signs Raten, electromagnetic murder. Hand slamming against his chest frying him until he replaced himself with an almighty log. The sound of 1,000 chirping birds and a strike through both Kin and Naruto, but both fade like mirages. Sasuke appears before the group of four again, his Sharingan spinning wildly, his clothes were singed, and clear signs of his beatdown were visible. You just got lucky, he sneered charging forward again. Noticing Naruto mumble something before matching his charge, the clash sent a minor shockwave outward and masked the casting of another auditory-based ninjutsu. An. This Kin's skills are based off the skills she had during her brief stint in Og Naruto, primarily audio-based ninjutsu, but far more refined, targeted and supportive. Naruto ducked beneath a bisected slash, his fist thrusted up into the chin, but that was sidestepped, that allowed the Uchiha to think for that moment he was going to win, before said Uchiha's world went white. His finely tuned instinct saved him as his body already jumped clear as his swimming vision began to stabilize. Naruto was kneeling down yet rocking on his feet with a mocking smirk to draw the Uchiha's anger, using his own trademark smirk before vanishing. Sasuke's eyes snapped to the left, following the blonde, and timed his slash as he got close only for a truck of a punch to hit his right. He felt his ribs outright shatter as he was flung aside, but immediately his curse seal exploded out and his wings helped stabilize himself. Landing hard, Sasuke snapped up, too late. Was heard in two snaps as his wings were broken, forcing a silent scream from the throat, before again being slammed into the dunes again, face first. Transformation drops and Sasuke finds his left leg add right arm numb, a quick glance shows Senbon needles littering his body which doesn't make sense. Naruto has never used. Realization dawns as he looks up and sees that bitch. Chuckling to himself, he had actually dismissed her all this time. How foolish. You're so weak, dope. Can't do anything yourself, clearly trying to go to response right, not like you're not half dead. Came Naruto's snipped response, we're taking you in. Finally moving into his sight range for old time's sake, we'll hand you into the leaf instead of the sound. You do better there. Then Naruto leaped clear as a dust yellow snake abruptly erupts beneath Sasuke and encloses around him before returning to beneath. TSK. Troublesome. Back in the leaf there was a collective sneeze within the Nara ranch. Land of rain, a megacre. Reaching the lake of a megacre, Naruto sighed as they reached the shore. Home sweet home. Yeah. Kin holding his hand despite their traveling cloaks, this is going to be rough. He whispered to himself, Ra and Simru looking on in awe. As lifelong desert dwellers, this much water is the stuff of legends, and their journey this far has been interesting. Camping along the way was like a family vacation for the former Roran citizens. They had laughs and jokes during their trips, which was easy to have after taking the scenic route. We better get going. No doubt Kushi, Rella and Juk are missing us. Tsuchi comments, causing the blonde to nod. Yeah. No doubt they'll be happy to meet their elder sister. This caught Simru by surprise. It had slipped her mind during their travels, as she was having so much fun with her parents and stepmother, that she had forgot that they had mentioned their children. Sister. Both Kin and Naruto turned back to her, the latter with a beaming smile. Yeah, your siblings. Kushina is the eldest and is quite the daddy's girl. Kin, however, was clearly annoyed at that fact. If her twitching eyebrow was anything to go by, then there's Relahan, at which point Kin grinned, mama's boy. Humping her fist while Naruto was grumbling about pansy-ass children. Juk is still young, so we don't know who's his favorite. As he finished speaking, they reached the bridge currently being attended to by White Dawn samurai, backed up by AIM shinobi. Sir. Was called out as the samurai noticed one of their commanders, saluting him as he approached at ease, coolly, Gel. Kin chuckled, waving them off, the two samurai star-struck at the fact that their leaders knew of them personally. Come Simru, S-Ra, we have much to do. Naruto called out as the group proceeded across. It was no surprise that Karin was awaiting him upon the gate to the village itself. Naruto knew just how potent her sensory ability is and had no doubt been following them since word reached them of his whereabouts. The frown also told him that she had no doubt witnessed his brief altercation with a certain rogue Uchiha she was once infatuated with, still is somewhat, but she would never admit it. She knew he knew, and that was more than enough to never speak of it aloud. What surprised him, perhaps too strong a word, was Tayuya's presence and the lack of playful smirk donning her face, creating a very serious situation, said in report. Matching the seriousness of his two clansmen, there was a breach. Karin stated bluntly, Blonde was rummaging through your office. Tayuya explained, pulling out several photos of a certain Yamanaka in the compromising situation. Naruto nodded before looking back to Karin, are you ready on your end? Yes. The spectacled-eyed shinobi responded firmly, as Naruto ponders their next move for a moment. In that case, I need to play my part now then. The two ladies nod, breaking out in foxy grins that match his time to finish this masterpiece and finally get the leaf off our case. About time. The ham, a throat clearing, broke the trio Uzumaki out from their scheming, drawing their attention to the other arrivals. You should introduce them, no. Kin with a raised eyebrow jerking head to the two ladies standing uninvolved at the side. Alright, Naruto looking fairly sheepish as he turned, then gesturing to them to step forward, to which they did so. Karin, Tayuya, this is S-Ra and Simru. Turning back to his redeeded co-workers, S-Ra, Simru, these two are my clansmen, Karin and Tayuya Uzumaki. Day. S-Ra bowing her head, daughter following suit. Sup. Tayuya waving, whereas Karin narrowed her eyes at them both. Naruto clicked his finger before placing his hand on Tayuya's head, confusing her Kai. Naruto pulsing his chakra through Tayuya's cerebral cortex, and a moment later she blinked once, then twice before she pointed at the former queen. Stuck-up queen. Annoying brat. S-Ra with hands on hips, grinning like a cat just as Tayuya does, you survived then. No doubt by luck. You probably just hid behind Naruto come like last time, huh? S-Ra snipped back, to which the sailor mouth just blanched one time. The one time. We should play another duet again. This time without the threat of battle. S-Ra comments, to which Tayuya nods in agreement. Yeah. Sounds good. Before she looks to Simru, your daughter. Yep. S-Ra somewhat nervously as she looks to Naruto, whose shoulders sag, we should all talk. About this back at the house. Figured. Karin muttered, clearly unamused by this turn of events, turning towards said apartment, let's get this over with. Naruto sighs as Kin, then Tayuya follows as he looks to the two newcomers, come on. Better get this done once and for all. Before walking after his wife and clansmen. With tea served and biscuits presented, the group of women had gathered within the penthouse apartment of the Tsuchi family, and they all sat with Naruto sitting at the table's end. Kin took his right after placing the refreshments, Karin and Tayuya on the left, with the newcomers opposite beside Naruto's wife. Karin was staring the most intensity at her redeemed royal counterpart with narrowed eyes, but a clearing of a throat drew her attention to hard-faced Naruto, causing her to look away. I think it's time we clear the air completely. Naruto announced, drawing every woman's attention to him, Karin, Tayuya, S-Ra, Simru, and Kin. Let's cut the open secrets out and actually acknowledge the entire family. His words caused Karin and Tayuya to go wide-eyed as he turned to them, Kin taking her seat on her husband's lap, confidently smirking at her friend's expressions of shock. What? You think we didn't know? Didn't notice the similarities in their chakra? You mean? Karin mutters as Kin nods, we know Bashir and Ashina are both my stepsons. Just as Simru is. Naruto adds, smiling at the lady in question, who was smiling prettily at her father, Karin, I know how much you take care of my husband, be lucky that he treats me so well, and I physically can't keep up with him, or it would never have gone so far. Kin continues staring at the red-eyed Uzumaki, whose jaw had dropped, face as red as her hair. Naruto finding his Irish tea incredibly interesting right now, as his wife hold on him tightened. As for you, Tay-Tay, the lone brunette, looking to her oldest friend, who stiffened, straight-backed. I've been told you are suffering from some intense baby fever right now. Crossing her legs with narrowed eyes, Kin basically glares at her friend. Not behind my back this time, not again. We will have to discuss terms. Tayuya grumbled to himself, ignoring the flushed face she donned, before nodding hesitant, causing Kin to grin with a firm nod. Good. It'll have to wait though. As she turned back to her husband, I want another after all. Causing said husband to choke on his whiskey-laced tea. Ra speaking with a hand up if possible. Can you? Karin with a raised eyebrow though Ra just shrugged casually. Dunno. We'll look into it. Kin states, then, what should we tell the others? Naruto leaning back in the sofa at that shakes his head in the negative, we keep this within the circle. Looking as serious as he has ever. This family of ours is just that. Our family. No one else needs to know about this. I agree with that. Kin nods kissing him on the lips as the others nod along with smiles all round, though I must admit, I never thought I'd have such a family, Naruto confesses earning chuckles from everyone. Well, considering your penchant to rescue princesses, Kin states with a raised eyebrow when Tayuya snickers and Ra blushes whilst looking away. We still have those marriage contracts from Snow and Demon. Oh, and the Fuma clan and Rice, Karin adds causing Naruto to stiffen. Kin sighs, can we get by without them? We could, Naruto confirms, but his smile was half-hearted, though it'll help both our resource department and research and development a great deal. Karin explained with Tayuya nodding along with her clansmen. Kin glared at Naruto who was looking everywhere, but at his wife you and that damn hero complex, she growled. All the unrelated women present blushed somewhat. Worst thing about it is that I can't hate you for it without being hypocritical of me to do so. My bad, it's just Naruto was interrupted with a very deep passionate kiss from his wife for a good 10 seconds. I love that caring side you have, but stupid is it annoying. He sheepishly rubs the back of his head with a nervous chuckle. So, shall we contact Sasam-san, Kayaki-san, and Shion-san? Karin questioned, to which Kin sighed again, set up meetings with them. We can go from there. It'll be a family decision though. Naruto adds causing everyone to nod, but Simru raises her hand to which Naruto nods to acknowledge. Should I really be involved in? You are not a child, Simru. You're basically the same age as us. Naruto shrugs, you should have a word in, yes. And she nods, for now, let's get you two settled. Give me a few days to clear my work scheduled, catch up on my work, and we can find something for you two to contribute to. Land of Snow, council room. The messenger rushes into the council with a scroll in hand that was sealed with a sigil of the white cloud. Upon white wax Lady Daimyo the man bows, a high priority, high-class message from the mercenary group White Dawn out of Omegakure. This caused many to go wide eyes. Bring it here. Koyuki ordered with her hand out as the man hands over the parchment as she reads through the document with a growing smile. Milady, what does it say? One councilman questioned upon seeing her smile. It seems my dear friend has finally accepted our proposal which now secured our future. It seems we must show our commitment to peace. She explains as she finally lowers the letter, having read it twice, a big smile upon her face. Prepare our fleet for departure. We're going to Omegakure no Sado. Yes ma'am. They all chorus as she stands among the happy chatter of her council, as it seems that their lady will finally settle down and a dynasty will be restored which will secure their land's future. Finally Naruto, you have stepped up to the plate. I can't wait to meet you again. Kayaki thought as she left the room for her own chambers. Land of Rice, Kma camp. At the same time, in a hidden camp on the borders of Rice and Iron, the group of rebels sit around in the campfires in high spirits as one said member enters the head tent, a Perrin falcon upon his shoulder with a small scroll in hand. Sasam. We got a response from the White Dawn. Causing the orange-haired Kunoichi to look up from the map with a raised brow as her hazel eyes lock onto the presented scroll. Are you sure? She questioned, causing her man to nod as she spots the white wax. Without a doubt. It has a blood seal. Very well. She takes the scroll and inspects it, finding said seal in place and bit her thumb and channel chakra and poof, the scroll expanded in her hand. It clicked open, allowing its contents to be read, and a few minutes of silence before a smirk reached her lips. Alright. We're heading into Iron. Causing everyone to glance at her with a raised eyebrow from everyone. Why? Need to go get my man. She smirks as she leaves. Land of Rain, Central Spire. Naruto walked into the central building of Omegakure, Simru at his side, as the staff all stand, salute, or bow as he passes. Welcome back, Commander. Someone declared as he nodded back. It's been 3 days since he returned with Simru and her mother, had that talk, and she has met her younger siblings. Both official and unofficial. Simru was being inducted into the forces by acting as her father's assistant, thus stayed at his side as he was doing his rounds as his assistant. Eventually reaching his office, they came across Tayuya with a file and a serious face. We have business to discuss. Come in then. Naruto passing her by and entering with Tayuya following, Simru closing it behind her. The Yamanaka is in the net. Good. Naruto dropping in his seat, looking over the files upon the desk. Then, we'll have to move on to the next part of the plan and move forward. You'll visit her tonight then? Tayuya questioned, to which he nods. Simru will join me and accidentally leave the door open. Really? Simru looking back at her father and auntie, it will be more believable. Causing her to nod along with her fellow Redeed, we'll introduce you as my daughter too. This will act as a catalyst to see where she would place her loyalty. Naruto spoke, sorting the files into piles. With this we can get the leaf focused on something else. During that window, we'll get Snow, Fkma, and Demon on board. With our outpost set, I'll ask Koyuki and Shion to set up full bases within their counties. Paired with downsizing this headquarters, we can disappear, Naruto continued, whilst absently pulls out a box of cigars, Tayuya retrieving the whiskey from the side with 2 glasses, but before he could light up, Simru snatched it and glared at him. Dad, I will tell Mom if you dare, causing Naruto to sigh troublesome. Land of Rain, prisoner chambers. Ino looked up when the sound of the door's locks clanked open, the darkness hiding the entrance of the door. I'm disappointed in you, Ino. This caused said woman to gulp, the glistening blue eyes narrowing at her as he appeared in the light that hang over the blonde, after what you said and all. I'm sorry, Naruto. Ino lowering her head, spotting the second pair of feet, the person wearing a robe in matching colors to her father, gray with white outlines, though her light scarlet hair cascaded down back, her violet eyes filled with an innocence and determination. She held a notable resemblance to that of Naruto, but orders are orders. I needed to gather information to determine whether you are a threat or not. A threat? Naruto with a raised eyebrow, you aren't here to retrieve me? No, shaking her head. Another. Ino paused upon realizing she was giving out information, narrowing her eyes at him. What did you? Trade secret. Naruto chuckles and the woman too giggled at the flushed face of the blonde. Who's your friend? She growls, pleasure to meet you, I'm Simru Uzumaki. Bound lightly, earning a raised eyebrow as Ino connected the dots. How? Well, seeing as you won't be leaving here. Naruto spoke, playing his part like the prank it was. I can tell you. Yes, this is my daughter. She's from the Ramran people, a long story to be honest. Daughter? Ino gasped as the woman nodded. I am his new assistant after your betrayal. This caused the guilt to strike the Yamanaka perfectly, seemed she too had managed to pick up her dad's pranking arts. Well, either way, this is goodbye. We have to do damage control on the information you swiped. Naruto leading his daughter back out. Damn paperwork is going to be the death of me, he grumbled to hide his growing smirk. Land of Rain, Central Spire. A few days later. She escaped, Larn reports to Naruto as he sat at his desk, Simru filling a bookshelf with completed forms. I know. Naruto says, looking over another report, can you send a few of your hunter squads? Looking up at Larn, mischievous glint within his eyes, tell them to not try too hard though. This earned another raised brow. Shouldn't we send shinobi? My hunters happen to be engaged in another matter. Naruto finishing the report with a stamp of complete, this sure. Appa gaining both men's attention and Simru are, we sure she'll report as you think she will. Standard procedure. Naruto reported firmly with a smile, she'll debrief. Earning nod from the others, now then I have 3 meetings to attend to. Hearing the clear dismissal, both left to their own duties, allowing Naruto to finally bring out his swiped Ceratub smokes he liberated from the Nara. A knock on Naruto's door and Simru poked her head in. Sasum-sen is here. Send her in. His response, and the orange-haired Fkma leader appeared within the door, rushing forward and literally leaping over the desk and hugging Naruto fiercely. Naruto-kun. Earning a chuckle from the blonde, rubbing his hand up and down her back, you're just as energetic as usual. Prying her off and she too returns to the seat opposite. So, you're accepting my offer? In a way, Naruto began with a raised eyebrow. There is a plan in the works, retrieving a file from the top drawer, where the Fkma would be useful and will agree with. Taking the file, Sasum reads it over and sees the holes her clan would fill, and growing further and further excited. Yeah, we will be happy to help with this. Though looking back at him, what of our reward? I know what you want, Sasum. Naruto speaking whilst looking directly at her seriously, I have spoken to my wife, sister, partners, and daughter. Daughter? Sasum with a shocked voice, why would children? I think he means me. Simru stepping in with another pile of folders, heading toward the cabinets. My name is Simru Uzumaki of Ramran. Ramran? The Lost City, Naruto informs, causing Sasum to look at him, focused on the following. It's a long story, but time travel was involved, so Simru is only a few years younger than me now. I see. The skepticism flowing off Sasum in waves. Regardless, Naruto regaining the attention of all. They've all have agreed to expand our family by 3, holding of 3 fingers up, you, Shion of Oni no Kuni, and Koyuki Kazuhana of Yuzu no Kuni. This earned a raised eyebrow from the Fkma leader. You have others in mind. Am I not enough? Outing as much as she could, causing him to sigh hard. Well, in all honesty, things kinda worked out this way. My wife is the love of my life. Chuckling to himself despite the way we met. A nostalgic smile upon his face. My partners are clanmates, wanting to repopulate our clan, and with only 2 males left. He shrugged, causing an understanding of clan head. I see. Then what about the 2 daimyo? They have expressed the same wish as yours. Then? Auntie Kin says that he is too much for her. Simru adds, earning a glare from her father Musum. I'm sure you have files to deal with. No. Said daughter got the message, but she just smiles, that smile her mother taught her, which actually unnerved Naruto, but he refused to back down, with him upping the ante with narrowed eyes. And after a while she broke off with puffed cheeks and left, muttering beneath her breath about boss dads and not treating her like a kid. Upon the doors closing, Sasam snorts, wow. That's your daughter? Raised by her mother to be a soft, understanding, and leader for the people of Rimran Caravan. Naruto smirks as he leans back, but whenever she's with me, she's a bratty little princess, my princess. The doting father. Sasam gushes, I can't wait. Ahem, feel free to bring your clan here for training before we begin our campaign against the Sound. Naruto speaking seriously, that will happen within 4 months or so. 4 months? Yeah, this is the forms you'll need to sign, and when your forces arrive, present this pushing forward paperwork and then a single pass, channel chakra into that. She does so with little effort. We will integrate your forces trained up to standard and outfitted as such. Seriously, Sasam questioned, to which he nodded, him smiling at her, welcome to the White Dawn. At lunch Naruto and Simru were in his office talking animatedly in a father-daughter bonding moments, which was interrupted by a knock on the door. Tayuya poking in, yo, Acid, you got a visitor. We're on lunch. Leave us be. Naruto-kun. Steps in Koyuki with arms on her hips, you really trying to send me away for food? This caused Naruto to stiffen, cough up, having swallow liquid going down the wrong hole. Simru looks on with amusement, her father was certainly popular with princesses. Yuki, what are you doing here? This caused the daimyo to frown, pulling out the scroll, you invited me, Dumbus. Well yeah, Naruto scratching the back of his head, but shouldn't it take you like 2 weeks or so? This caused the woman to grin, well, we used our newest invention, an airship. This caused jaws to drop beside Tayuya, who had seen it. When mouths closed, she continued with a saucy smirk, figured it could be a down payment, so. I see. Looking to Simru, can you get us some coffee? Okay Papa. Simru standing up and moves towards the side room. Koyuki however was left stunned and confused watching the teenager. She assumed, walk off. This caused Naruto to smirk in amusement, whilst Tayuya cackle in glee at the baffled look upon the black-haired woman's face. Never gonna get old. Yeah. Naruto confirms, folding his hands before his face, I should make catching them off guard a game. Take pictures perhaps. Earning a thumb up from his clansman, who continues to cackle as she left. He was served, and Koyuki sat opposite, with Simru placing down the teapot before bowing to the daimyo. I'll take my leave then. Thank you, Simru. Naruto with a soft smile as she smiled back before leaving, and upon the moment the door, you have a daughter. Was heard, and said daughter just smiled, seeing that coming, yes. Naruto spoke calmly, when? How? Koyuki spoke up, and Naruto sighed hard. It is a long story, emphasis on the long part. She's my daughter, by blood, through the circumstances of her birth are classified. Naruto explained, causing a pout from the actress. That's not fair, Naru. I'm a shinobi. Naruto smirks foxily, leaning back in his chair whilst sipping her tea. Fair is not part of our profession. A snort from his friend was the response, sound like a politician's excuse. Spoken dryly, and Naruto chuckled at that. Then I suppose you won't like my next proposal. Naruto scratching the back of his head. Oh. Did I waste my time coming here? Koyuki questioned. Naruto sighed before sitting straighter. The thing is. Land of rain, border with land of grass. Ino was sweating and covered in dirt, blood, and was exhausted. She's had to keep a hinge up for the last 26 hours since she left Omegakure proper. As steps into a well-traveled path, she noticed an approaching caravan and nods to herself. She can use them to get past the border checkpoint that was ahead. Originally, she thought she could outrun the messengers, but it's been 2 days since she left, evading capture every which way she could. They've been relentless. In a skyscraper back in rain, a certain Uzumaki starting cackling whilst another gained a foxy grin. Now though, here she was blending into a civilian trade caravan's extra hand, seamlessly becoming one of them without even the civilians noticing. As the caravan stops at the guard post, she curses as she noticed a Hyuga within the guardsman, who yawns as he stretches. You can handle this, right? As he passes with a samurai, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Yeah, get some rest, Kinjo. And said Hyuga stepped back into the guard building, rubbing his face to hide the growing smirk at his acting skills. Ino breathed a silent sigh of relief at her luck. The only one who could point her out happened to go on break as they approached. If she had been of sound mind, she may have questioned the coincidence of such an event, though many would later question whether or not she was actually let go, with growing doubts following her reports. After all, one doesn't just outwit a Inyazuka's nose in a forest, escape traps of set by an Uzumaki with a penchant for pranks, and slip past a Hyuga shinobi using chakra. It was all unheard of. Naturally, the Yamanaka clan, Nara and Akimichi, would come to her defense, causing a growing tension between the clans of the Leaf during a time of war. Thank you, sir. Kinjo bowing before his superior. It's fine, Kinjo, you've performed expertly in your duties as a true shinobi. Naruto responded as he stands before the guard postman, smiling all the while. So, after your replacements arrive in 2 days, you all will be sent to the Land of Tea for a survey mission at the capital city. Naruto using air quotes when speaking of their mission type, which earned smiles from everyone who nodded. Thank you, sir. They all bowed this time, and Naruto smiled back and nodded. You're welcome. Now, I need to go sort the rest of my paperwork and get home before the wife comes for my neck again. Whispering the last bit to himself, but not just in Yuzuka's ears, but the rest too, heard it and snickered as Lady Tsuchi is much of a taskmaster as she is rumored to be. You have no idea, Krieg. Naruto snapping at the snickering in Yuzuka, before eyes narrowing. What rumors? This caused all 16 shinobi to stiffen, cold sweat permeating the room, though Naruto's eyes grew cold at their refusal to answer. I said, spoke lowly, but clearly with a very prominent undertone of promised pain. What rumors? No one would ever tell of that meeting's outcome, but it predates the death of numerous whispers of Kin's fabled flexibility, flute work, and sweetpence. No one knew who started the last rumor, though should be noted that Karin had gone missing for a full week, and upon her return, she seemed skittish when around Kin. Chapter 7, That One-Year Mission. Land of Rain, Naruto's office. The rain pelts down, clouds block the moon, creating a very moody midnight atmosphere. As Naruto looks out over the hidden village, he helps manage in return for basing their group out, just like his former foes once did. Circling the cold beer in his mug as his guest finally arrives, the shadows masking them both from one another, the light from far below scarcely illuminating his frame. I trust that you were successful. Did you doubt me? Never. He almost whispers as the figure steps beside him, holding 2 double vodkas on the rocks, no doubt from his top shelf and vintage from Kaminari no Kuni. Downing his beer, placing it aside, and joining his other closest ally at the desk. You didn't answer. Unnecessary. As the thick binding lands on his desk, weight 2 bindings sealed shut, the Leaf needs better security. Sipping her drink as he lights another smoke, or breathing the smoke out slowly, glancing at the woman at his side. You're just that good. She smirks at that, shrugging lazily. Maybe. Silence returns as he gives a cursory glance over the initial report with him in his chair. She's sitting on the desk right next to him. It was comfortable. I want some time off. Hi. Naruto whispered, immediately trying to dispel the disguise, unleashing his chakras several times in quick succession, earning a blush from his companion. I know, hanging her head as he fully turns to her, her blush hidden by the darkness. I'm a workaholic. Karin is a workaholic. You have long since passed that. Naruto spoke seriously. You haven't had a break since. He trails off before she smiles longingly. That one-year mission we had. Rigetsu, he whispered, to which she shook her head. I turned you down, not because I don't love you, nor you me, but the others, and she trailed off before being engulfed suddenly by her closest companion, friend, and last love. It'll be okay, nay. No one's around so you can cry if you want. The silence that stretched was painful as the sniffles echoed in the darkness. He would have been 7th birthday tomorrow. She whispered with so much pain, Naruto felt horrible that all he could do is offer his chest for her to cry in, his hands running through her long white hair like he used to do when they were on the road. I know, his whisper drowned by the air around, our little Totsuka. He pulls her to the side room's couch, their drinks in hand, as it seemed their celebration of the one left behind by time would be remembered by the only 2 that knew. 8 years earlier. Land of Wind, Kazukiage office. Naruto arrives in his sand Anbu gear, which was comparable to their Leaf counterpart, but pale dust mask with black markings. Kitsune, glad you made it, so quickly, spoke Gaara, the sand settling after the sudden body flicker in. A nod from the masked shinobi. There's a mission that requires a delicate yet unyielding touch. That's one way of saying you want mass destruction unnoticed and unchained to the sand. The masked shinobi announced. His eyes are drawn to the new pale mask at the side, the markings of the hidden grass Anbu. Your partner for this mission. Gaara announced, sitting back in chair, as the Anbu stepped into the light of the office. I heard you're the best they have around here. Deception is the breath of a shinobi, no. Naruto added, causing the other 2 to nod. Very well. Though, once we leave, we must stash our gear. We can't be acknowledged. The blank operation, huh? Earning a nod from his fellow Anbu mention. Then when do we leave? 7 weeks later. 2 hooded figures arrive at another nameless village, somewhere no one knew dared say, as they slipped into the crowd with practiced ease, reappearing in a room within an inn. The cloaks were dropped, and the whiskered face of Naruto came into view. His blonde hair was hidden by a dark bandana, though a few strands escaped by his left ear and right eye, as it refused to be restrained. Rigetsu, on the other hand, wore a sleeveless kimono over a green top that only has a long green sleeve covering her left arm, along with a green bandana. Her stoic mask was on in full, and Naruto was getting somewhat irritated by it, but decided to let it slide for now, keeping his own version on as they went about conducting maintenance on their equipment and themselves. Much to his surprise, however, she was the one to break the silence. "We're almost at our objective. Are you sure you are up for it?" Her unique gray eyes staring into his sapphire blues that were blank of emotion. "Pretty sure sneaking into a prison is counterproductive to one's life." Amusement dancing across his eyes. She doesn't respond, and the stare down continues before Naruto just nods almost imperceptibly, to which she gets up and heads to the shower. "Last one for a while, huh? From now, refrain from referring to me in the female tense. It'll help the operation go smoother." "Fine." Naruto snipped. "I'll watch your back and get this box destroyed." Retrieving the chakra die from his pouch, getting ready for this long-term scouting mission. "I just hope this contact of yours is on time. Just fill out the papers." She responded from the next room, to which he puts the pots down before rummaging through his pack again, finding the documents already filled out, and places them on the desk. "I have. They're on the desk." "Good." She coming out from the bathroom. "From here on out, we're in business mode." "You're always in business mode." Naruto snipped as he passes her by. "You need to act like Anbu too. You need to lighten up. We got this." Naruto blows a raspberry before closing the door, and she sighs. He can be so childish. Mizuki Castle. A week later. "Menma, a guard says, looking over the red-haired blue-eyed man in cuffs before him. "And Uzumaki perhaps." Said man spits at the ground. The man stands. "Screw you." A punch to the gut caused him to cough and wheeze. "Regardless, none has ever escaped from this place, and you certainly not be the first. Take them." 3 months in. Menma, Naruto, sits in the cafeteria with 2 inmates that he was usually found with when Rizetsu enters and starts getting harassed by a few of the bulker groups. Leaning back in his chair, Menma watches them all try intimidating and belittle the newcomer, but instead were ignored, causing them to get louder. This drew more attention, which goes against the plan. Thus Menma shouts out, "Oi, Rugrats, take a hike. We're trying to eat over here." Said men looked to him a grumble before moving off. None wanted to mess with Menma. He had beaten 3/4 of the thugs in a bare-knuckle brawl within the first 3 weeks of his incarceration. His 2 lackeys are just 2 guys who are usually bullied if they leave his side. At night, Menma steps out into the shadow behind the castle and nods at Ria, who steps out from behind a tree. "I think you've successfully drew their attention." She whispered and he nods. "I noticed eyes on me constantly now. The plan is going well." "Too well. I haven't found anything on my end." She mentioned, causing him to frown. "That could be a problem." She nods at that as the 2 fall silent for a moment. "Solitary?" she questioned, and he mulled it over for a moment before nodding. "Solitary." He confirms, and within the flicker of the nearby light source, both were gone. A month later. The box was raised, drawn out by a large portion of chakra from over half the shinobi prisoners, including Menma. A demon came out and began wreaking the place, and just when all hope was lost, a massive punch threw it into the castle itself, protecting Rizetsu. Naruto lands beside her and offers her a hand. "I thought you. The seal only works on external sources, remember?" He grins. "I have sage chakra and chakra seals on my skin." "Why didn't I?" "You do." Naruto then presses a small tattoo on her lower back. "Feel this?" She nods. "Channel a small part of your chakra there." She does, and suddenly a rush takes over. "It won't last, but." "Thanks. Let's beat this thing down." He pauses before bringing her into a firm hug, the demon smashing through the guards behind them. "I'm sorry," he whispered, and for the first time, she gripped him back and just enjoys the warmth. "You know we can't save Miku now, right?" "But he pulls back before placing his forehead against hers, staring directly into those gray eyes with multiple circular patterns. "He isn't gone, but that isn't him." Placing his finger on her heart, he continues, "Miku will forever live within your heart. Hold him close, but in his name, we have to stop that thing." Despite his words helping solidify her resolve, she couldn't just know. "In his name, I have a plan. Can you distract him?" she whispered, and he smiled, finally pulling back. "No sweat. That's my job, right?" Leaping off into the chaos. Naruto ducks beneath the claw thrust, his uppercut enhanced with sage chakra, forcing the limp to narrowly avoid another group of convicts, to which he leaps forward, and the massive jaws of the demon chomp down on him. Boom. The beast coughs smoke and flames for a moment as a Rasen shuriken slaps into its side, sending it flying, only for it to remain unharmed despite the direct hit. Sighing, Naruto looks to the tall tower where he sensed Rizetsu. "You better hurry up, I'm starting to run low on." Before he could finish, he leaps over the claws that attempted to grab hold. A few other guards attempted to fire arrows and ninjutsu at the beast, but it continued to duck and dodge until a tentacle appeared and smacked it down. Everyone looked back to see the 8 tails there and start rapping. Naruto sweat drops at that and nods along with Kuruma, saying that his brother had it bad. Before the demon could recover, however, golden chains erupted from the ground around it, securing it tightly to the floor, just as the other part of Riksetsu's plan came to fruition, as Mui was helped atop the beast by her. Naruto was too focused on holding it back. The beast was not one to be held back, but it was no Nine Tails who was cackling hard at another being held by those infernal chains, so he did not hear the parting words from father to corrupted son, but the flames did help bring him back to the situation. Before Mui was turned to ash from his own technique, Naruto and Riksetsu combined his Rasen Shuriken with her dragon flames into an overpowered blast of crimson hot flames that finally destroyed the bulk of the facility. In the ensuing chaos, the two Anbu were able to slip away despite the hidden mist, hidden cloud, and the hidden leaf forces arriving to secure the facility. Or so they thought. I wasn't going to write the entire blood prison out, so I skimmed it. I was actually going to make this a full arc, going into detail about how this one different from Prime, but I got bored and skimmed it. The relationship between Riksetsu and Naruto obviously changed the outcome, but she is still hung up on Myuku, so nothing outright romantic happened before this point anyway. Thus Naruto being the supportive and idiotically reliable friend that he always is. Land of Grass, Border. 2 days later. Naruto was on first watch, their campfire was nothing but embers right now, and he had finally gotten out the prisoner jumpsuit and recovered their shinobi gear. As he continued in the tree, his slit eyes find their way to Riksetsu's sleeping form, and his heart went out to her. He could see the tear tracks from his spot, knowing her fatigue was far greater than his, as he had no emotional attachment to this mission directly like she did. No doubt the fact that she couldn't save her childhood friend after so long was emotionally draining. Returning his gaze to the sky above, he wonders what he would have done if he was in that position. Could he have killed one of his precious people if they had gone down the path of darkness? Naturally his thoughts went to his once best friend Sasuke Uchiha, who had recently betrayed Orochimaru and was on the run. If it came down to it, could he kill him? Probably not. Beat him? Without a doubt. That being said, his thoughts were abruptly halted by a clone's memories of 3 squads of Bolt closing in on them. Dropping down, he immediately buries the remains of the fireplace with a small earth technique that awakens Riksetsu in the process. As she snaked her eyes up to him, he signs 3 squads, northeast, closing slow. She nods and they pack up their gear in less than 30 seconds. Before fading into the night. The clone guards overhear their conversation about finding the 2 convicts from the castle and swore they were here. Receiving the memories of the clones, Naruto came up with a plan. A plan not even he would like, but it was the best course of action. Probably. Landing on a branch further ahead than his partner, he signals for her to stop, to which she lands silently beside him. They're looking for convicts from the prison. Are they still tracking us? She asks, to which he nods. Somehow we'll have to find out how. And then. Hey kid, on your leg there's another seal. Naruto paused midway before glancing down at his leg, but realizing it's taped up, he looks back to her. I have an idea. Follow, leaping off in another direction with Riksetsu hot on his tail. After another hour of running through the wilderness, they come to a lake. Naruto sits on the edge and then begins to disrobe, much to the shock of Riksetsu, who went to hit him, a slight tint hue to her cheeks, when Naruto growled whilst looking at the back of his calf. That must be it, he murmurs, and she peers down to see a small line kanji printed on his skin. When did? I don't know, Naruto admitted as he unsealed his brush, but it's rather simple. It seems to work off the basic principles of regular pulses every half hour or so. That means she too goes to take off her shoes before he pauses his efforts and grins. I have a better idea. Oh? Yeah. We keep them on and head towards Rice Country. Rice Country? Why? That would cast suspicions of Sound's involvement with grass. It's not too far-fetched, and it would be hilarious to see the Cloud take on that ox, wouldn't it? Naruto adds with a mischievous glint in his eyes. This prank for the snake theme would get him back for all the bull he's put him and his friends through. You know that this is crazy, right? Riksetsu with narrowed eyes, only for Naruto to shrug. This is meant to be a blank op, right? What better way than to end it by framing someone else? She could refute that. Sure, she was now technically a rogue element, a nuke-nin, but still. She sighs at that, something she's only done in the presence of this man. Fine. You're right. He grinned massively at that as he retired his legs wraps. But you owe me after this. Sure thing. Naruto waves her off, leaping to his feet before looking around and nodding. Those guys are probably nearby based off the timing Naruto began, and she looked at him incredulously for a moment before going blank-faced again in business mode. She orders and he sags his shoulders again. Yes. Her curt response, to which he sighed harder and nodded before they both took off towards Rice Country. A week later. Hype me dope. Naruto facepalmed at that idiot that just tried to Chidori him out of nowhere, his 2 cronies at his side. Look. I really don't have time for your bullshit, Uchiha. Completely blank face as Riksetsu observes with only mild interest. You will fight me so I can get my Naruto takes up Rikzetsu's hand before the two body flickered away, but just as the trio were about to give chase, a bold team arrive and spot him. A good prize, huh? And you are not worth my time. Beggin'. Sasuke looking in the direction of Naruto and his friend for only a second before the bold team moved to strike. Ravenet eyebrow twitched at the fact that he was just past a tracking Anbu team by his former idiot teammate. Crunching through the snowy mountains of the Land of Iron wasn't what Naruto had in mind for a relaxing time. After passing through Waterfall, he thought they had lost him, but a ping on the edge of his clone's sensory range shattered that hope. Whose idea was this again? Oh right, his. Glancing to his shoulder, Rikzetsu was still out cold, those guys almost had them at the border, had it not been for the samurai who missed their hasty retreat and forced the bold guys back. Chuckling to himself, Naruto looks to the cloudy sky. You're probably not going to let me hear the end of it, right, Rikzetsu? Before continuing his trek as he can see a cave not too far away, though the lack of trees means firewood is likely to be even scarcer. Stopping again for a moment, a pair of shadow clones appeared only for one to fall asleep, immediately earning an eyebrow twitch from the original. He then sighs again. It has been what, 48 hours? 90 boss. The clone yawned and stretched before moving in another direction, right. Naruto murmurs before continuing his way, forgetting the sleeping clone where it lay. Perhaps he'll gain some energy from it when it dispels. In the cave, which turned out to be a lot further than it looked, probably, Naruto put down his friend against the floor before looking around. It was quite large, at least 5 to 6 meters tall and wide, but best of all out of the snowstorm that has just started to form, I hope my clone gets back soon. He sighs again as he begins to redress the wounds upon Rikzetsu. Reaching into his pouch he pulls out 2 rolls of bandages and finds himself sighing again. Times like this, I really wish my chakra wasn't so corrosive. Sorry brat. Just unlimited chakra with a hint of toxicity. Not that Naruto cut the connection, too tired to argue with the furball, as he continues to clean the shoulder wound of his partner. By the time he had finished, the clone had returned and only barely placed a few branches down before it dispelled. The small influx of chakra was helpful but not required. Lighting the flames, Naruto moved the comatose Kunoichi closer to the warmth as the snow began to really come down. Sitting by the entrance, keeping watch again, he glances back at his friend. It's been a day and a half, I hope you awake soon. Sighing again he looks out and finally receives the memories of the clone he left behind. He nods, no one followed them. The first bit of good news in a while. A few hours later, Rikzetsu awoke to find herself in a cave atop a futon. Looking around she is reminded by her injuries by a dull thumping on her shoulder when a comforting hand slowly pushed her down. Easy there. Your wounds have only barely closed. Don't mess them up. How long was I out? 2 days. That caused her eyes to snap open, those piercing blue eyes staring back at her dully. Then, let me at least. You're still injured. Naruto shaking his head but she pushed herself up, clutching her left side. Get some sleep, you moron. Glaring at him, you were already on fumes when we stopped to camp before the ambush. Almost 5 days now. I've running on food pills and chakra. I know what I. Shut up and just listen to me for once. She growled, causing him to blink owlishly at her. Just sighing again she looks into his near lifeless eyes. Naruto. Sleep. We won't be going anywhere fast. So do us both a favor and get some sleep. He pursed his lips in a thin line. He knew he wasn't exactly thinking straight, and were it not for his partner's chakra, he would have already been out cold long ago. No doubt he'll be asleep for a day at least, 3 at most, but okay, he barely whispered, but the slightest sign of trouble and you wake me. Glaring at her, to which she nods at fine by me. Slowly and with great effort standing up and shuffling over to the cave entrance where she found a small pile of branches and wood for the fire already dyed and prepared. Looking back, Naruto was already out like a light. Unbeknownst to Naruto, due to the high concentration of Biju chakra that was running through his core, many of his cells became damaged as a result. Kuruma noticed this and withdrew it all back, yet the damage was already done. Help came, however, from an unlikely source, which is when Naruto's Uzumaki genes would fully awaken, though the Namikaze ones were still as stubborn as ever. 2 days later. Rikzetsu had a lot of time to think about the mission, self-appointed it may have been, but ultimately for the greater good it was better that everything ended with the box destroyed and her friend finally laid to rest. She had noticed the sewn-together patches on Naruto's gear. It was clear that he had taken a direct hit, and the only time that his guard was down was when he had caught her after the narrow escape at the cut to her shoulder. The man was clearly going for the kill, but she managed to shift it enough to save her life. Then, despite being injured himself, her partner had carried her up the mountain range and find shelter before the snowstorm hit, all whilst not having slept. He really is a dedicated friend. Though for some reason her heart hasn't stopped beating in her ear. He's just like, nope. Not going there. The sound of groaning and stretching brought her back to the mission. Looking back into the cave, Naruto had finally shown signs of awakening. being injured, she hadn't been able to find food and like him, had been surviving on ration bars and food pills. It's for the mission. As he sat up, rubbing his eyes, it only took 5 seconds for Naruto to recall the situation and become alert. How's everything? We're still in the clear. Rigetsu confirms before looking out at the mountaintops, though not sure how long this storm will hold up. Then we should get moving now. We should be able to. You really aren't in a condition to travel through a storm like that. Kuruma almost shouts at him, we don't really have a choice here, furball. The moment that storm lets up, the samurai, the cloud and the leaf will come storming up here. We need to leave now. Earning a growl from the fox from that furball comment but ultimately stays silent. Take a nap, Rigetsu. I'll wake you when it's time. He added, to which she nodded and went back to the futon and did so. Making a squad of clones, they immediately ran into the storm for 2 reasons, 1 to find food and 2 to test the weather further down the mountain. Sometime later. Rigetsu, time to get up. Naruto shakes her away, to which she sits up quickly only for Naruto to help steady her. He smiles at the confusion on her face before she scolded eat. Presenting her a plate of meat, to which she rips through rather unladylike, not that Naruto cared. After finishing up the 2 rabbits, the 2 set off into the snowbound mountains and continued to head to the east, much to their pursuer's dismay, and during their snow walk Naruto handed Rigetsu a parchment. What is? When we get across the border, activate it. It will destroy any seal currently active on your body. Naruto explained, causing her to look at him confused, to which he offered a weak smile. The bags under his eyes added to the wariness in his voice. I had a lot of time to work on it. A shrug as he continued to advance ahead, the duo walking in line with one another, disguising the fact that they were leading their chasers into a trap. Land of Rice, Rain Village. Naruto slumped down at the bar, Rigetsu beside him as she called over a waiter, a bottle of sake and 2 saucers. Gaining a nod only for Naruto to sit up, any smokes. Earning a slap to the back of the head from Rigetsu. Hey. What gives? You shouldn't be smoking. Rigetsu chides, earning a glare from him, but she smiles at him. Or are we going to have a problem? Naruto gulps, sure he had been prodding her the entire time he's known her, but that smile. A cold chill down his back and automatically he shakes his head in the negative. No ma'am. Good. The smile is put away and every man in the establishment let out a sigh of relief. That smile put them all on edge. As they continue their drinks, Naruto taps the table 3 times with his finger and she pulls out her tag, just as he kneels as if adjusting his shoe, and beneath their breaths, they both declare Kai. And the tracking seals fall silent. Standing back up, Naruto nods at her, to which she nods back, and they both raise their saucers. To a new adventure. To a new future. She adds, to which they tap before downing it. Naruto dropped down into his bed, somewhat tipsy as the stingy fox was still hoarding his chakra, something amounts corrosiveness or something. Without it, his body couldn't keep up with the consumption of alcohol he had maintained for the last 3 hours. The other bar patrons had heard their declarations to themselves and assumed something good had happened, and a party broke out. For no reason, they all cheered, and the village came out in force, and a celebration was had. It was fun. At some point Naruto swore they saw shinobi in the crowd, but none stayed too long, even after the party had thinned out. Now though, laying on his back staring blankly at the ceiling, Naruto has finally had a chance to actually think for a moment. No longer on the run, the mission was finished, and no ties to the sand can be uncovered. They were on the home stretch. In the morning they'll get out of Rice Country before the sound can respond to the intrusion of Cloud, or during the confusion. Shrugging either, he supposed, just as his eyes close, his instincts causing him to snap up, defensive stance with kunai, only to find Rigetsu with hands up high. Yo. Do you mind if we talk? Sure. Returning the kunai beneath his pillow, she sits beside him as the moonlight illuminates the room. You see, the thing is. A month. It took a month to get here. What an absolute shit show. Naruto curses for the 4th time as the hidden sound reinforcements arrive at the edge of the clearing. Rigetsu, we got more bad guys. Behind him, said Kunoichi was trying to help a small girl whose caravan had been attacked by the sound shinobi they had already slain. Give me another minute. The wound's almost closed. She orders, to which he sighs fine. As half a dozen clones appear from clouds of smoke, hold him off. Naruto's battle cry as he charges the 6 ninja approaching. As Rigetsu continues her delicate work, she recalls how things had seemed to go pear-shaped the moment they left that village. Sound Anbu had clashed with Cloud's Bolt division across the borders, which then escalated to a skirmish as Junin arrived later by Jonin on both sides. They did their best to avoid the hotspots and were initially rather successful. It wasn't until a squad of Sound Chunin led by a Jonin attacked the traitors they were merged in with. She and Naruto were able to defend them with minimal effort, but that was the problem. They used minimal effort. Any trained shinobi could tell that, and the Kumo team who witnessed the fight reported it back. When Kumo arrived, they tried to negotiate the two into a false sense of security, but they were both not interested in joining the fight for Kumo and were set upon by the team. The fight was harder, but Kumo was forced to retreat, though much to their frustration, not one fatality appeared among their ranks. That was last week. Many running battles and the duo decided to split from the caravan, but by doing so the Sound attacked it anyway. They rushed back to find only the daughter of the Craven leader still alive, the others. It's better not to ask. The last Sound shinobi dropped after a kunai punched through his throat from behind as Naruto glanced around sensing something was off and along with his clones backed off slowly, making their way towards Rikzetsu. Can we go now? Yes. Picking the girl up, bridal style, good. I have a bad feeling we're being watched by someone we don't really want to fight. He whispered back, to which she nodded before setting off, Naruto and the clones following after out of sight of the green-slitted eyes within the shadows of the trees. Kukukumai, how much you've grown, Naruto-kun. Land of Rice, Kma camp. Thanks for the help, Sasam. Naruto spoke, strolling through the makeshift camp, the girl and Rikzetsu in the infirmary, as said woman was clinging to him. For everything you've won for us, taking her in is fine. If she can't fight though. I understand. Naruto sighs as they reach the dining area. I'll try smuggle some more iron to you guys as soon as I get back. How about some of that chakra sand you sent us last time? Hanzaki asks from his seat at the front, to which Naruto thought about it for a moment before nodding. I can arrange that, yeah. Naruto nodding as he sits down. Sasami basically melded to his sight. Anything else that's dire? Nothing comes to mind right now. The FKMA leader reports and the others nod along before idle chatter breaks out over the food. Naruto enters the infirmary tent to find Rikzetsu slowly stroking the hair of the civilian girl's hair. It was a dark shade of brown, and she was constantly bugging, said Kunoichi, like a little sister, her elder. She's so innocent. Rikzetsu whispered as Naruto approached. I know, equally as softly as he placed a plate down on the tray before handing one to her. Eat. We'll be staying the night and leave Rice come morning. But what about? But he shakes his head, causing her to tighten her jaw. There's nothing more that we can do. If she wants to live, she'll pull through. Shinobi medical jutsu aren't miracle workers. They help greatly, but she's on her own from now. How? How can you be so callous about this all? She looks at him, but his blank mask was on, her eyes harden. You, who's always preaching about bringing peace to the ninja world, breaking this damn cycle of hatred. That's still my goal. Naruto cut her off but sighs so hard, he seemed to age a century in that one act. I've tried so many times to save everyone. To defend the world from itself. Looking down at his hands, I've tried so hard to stop it all, but yet his eyes turn as cold as the mountains of Iron Country. In all my efforts to protect the world, I let so many things slip through these fingers. I lost sight of everything and everyone, and cost me more than I care to recall. It's not that I am callous, uncaring, nor am I unbothered by it. He glares at her this time. No, he just resolves. We are shinobi. As much as I wish we could do anything, we can't save everyone. I will try, Kami knows I will, but I won't lose my sight on those around me to achieve my goal. Before walking off, now very much in a bad mood. That night was the first time the two did not share a bed, a habit they developed to better defend one another when out in the field, but it seemed only Rikzetsu was bothered by this. Naruto wouldn't say anything as he too was somewhat used to her being at his back, but wouldn't admit it. The girl didn't survive the night. She was buried along with her family in the nearby town. Naruto and Rikzetsu were the last to leave the small ceremony. Land of Hot Springs. Capital. Naruto and Rikzetsu arrive in the capital of the Land of Hot Springs. Naruto personally didn't want to be here. There was a high probability that there were toads lurking within the steam, but Sasam had basically ordered him to come to help get Rikzetsu out of her emotionless lump. Her mask of indifference was firmly affixed, and Naruto was growing further annoyed by its presence. Idly he wonders why so many of his female friends are so pushy and bossy all the damn time and not listen to his input. Sighing as they reach their destination, a mid-class inn with private hot springs is able to be rented for a price that Naruto personally thought was robbery. After reaching the room, the white net sat on the bed, then stared at him with that piercing glare. So are we here? To relax, obviously. But the mission is finished. Naruto cut her off, short fuse already lit from this emotionless act she had since Naomi died. We are free agents right now. You're presumed dead or missing, and I have a long established habit of going underground for a month or two at a time. I'm leaving. She gets up only to instinctively catch a thrown robe at her. Take some time to soak, clear your head, then come back and we'll eat. Naruto ordered as he went to take a seat to remove his shoes. You aren't my move. His eyes narrowing at her, his tone as solid as steel, promising to stand against any counter she could muster. The glaring match 30 seconds before she sulked off. She was definitely sulking even with that emotionless mask on, to which Naruto sighed again. She's so hard-headed. Petal, meat pot. Save Ikaruma. Earning a snort from the beast within. Rigetsu wasn't expecting much of anything when she finished washing herself. Stepping into the water was a simple affair until she was fully sat in and her body tension slowly subsided. She felt calm and collected, truly this time, allowing her to contemplate the backlog of thoughts he had pushed back in place of thinking about the mission. Letting out a breath, not a sigh, she wondered if she had done the right thing. They had left the traders in hopes of drawing off the shinobi attacks, but those sound bastards targeted it anyway. For no apparent reason other than it is having adequate guards. If they had stayed, Naomi and her parents would have survived, right? Her tail of thoughts halted upon another set of women entering the spring not too far from her. Looking up, she was met with lavender-tinted eyes that looked surprised upon meeting her own. "Sorry if we startled you," she said, but her response was rather soft-spoken. "It's fine. I should have been paying closer attention to my surroundings." Earning a slight giggle from the newcomer. "Hey, Hinata, she a Hyuga like you?" asked a platinum blonde girl at her side, to which Rigetsu shook her head. "No. I am not a Hyuga. I'm here on vacation from the land of Fang." Lying smoothly as the Anbu operative she is. "I see, it's just your eyes are so similar too." "Similar but not the same." Rigetsu sighed as the blonde bimbo kept yapping on about their eyes, colors and then fashion of the capital. Not even 2 minutes later, Rigetsu had enough and got out without saying a word to the two left behind. She could overhear their whispered words, however. "She's definitely a kunoichi." "Yeah, her chakra levels are higher than mine." "Is she here alone?" "I think so. We should check in with Kurenai. See if she's in the bingo book." Rigetsu scoffs at them, trying to be discreet. "She isn't in that book, yet at least, and by the time they check they'll be long gone." Naruto had just finished setting the table with the food he ordered when his partner walked back in, clean and fresh and somewhat more relaxed. Nodding at her, she nodded back, unaware of the seals that lit up upon the door closing. "Have fun in the spring." "No." Two kunoichi kept yapping about nonsense. "I had to leave, or I'd go mad." "I bet," Naruto chucked, and the two sat to eat. Mealtime was silent, but the moment they both finished, Naruto just stared at her, who stared back. "It wasn't your fault. Nor mine." "I know." Rigetsu sighs as her mask finally comes down as the blonde stands up and comforts her for the first time in forever. The former flower group Anbu wept in the arms of another. Midnight arrived to find Naruto leaning his back against the headboard and his partner, who had cried herself to sleep, resting against his chest as he stared out the window. Absent-mindedly, he was running his hands through her long white hair that she had finally let loose, as if representing her own mental changes. He himself, however, wasn't sure what kept him awake. For the last few months they had taken shifts in sleeping, sure, but now they were relatively safe and even had a barrier over the room to prevent detection of either of them. Yet here he was, wide awake whilst lost in thought. Her breath slowed minutely before she slowly lifted her eyes to see his cobalt blue seemingly reflect the dazzling moon outside, clearly lost in though as she finally does something that she had only thought about in passing. Naruto was jolted out his thoughts when his lips were captured by those belonging to Rigetsu, and that moment of shock was further extended by her invasion of his mouth. After a quick reboot, he responded in kind for all of 10 seconds before she pulled back and they stared at one another. Her finger stopped him. "Just for tonight," to which his eyes soften and nods. "AN. Removed, as this is a T series, not an M. For my eyes only then." The sunlight perfectly lands on the eyes of one Suna shinobi known as Naruto Uzumaki, who immediately began cursing it for waking him until the smell of clover registered in his mind. Peeking one eye open, he is greeted to a mop of white hair and a warmth in his chest. Hugging tighter, a sense of contentment fills him as he lets out a full sigh as he kisses the head in his arms, unaware of the fact that his bedmate was already up and trying to escape before he did. His actions, however, caused her to blush so hard, and nearby Eris would have been impressed, then furious that her man was taken from her. After some deep contemplation and the relaxing aura that came from him, Rigetsu didn't feel the need to anything to escape. This is a vacation after all, right? She should relax. Relax. Relax into this warmth Naruto was giving her. Yes. That sounds like a good plan. Land of noodles, Calport. Rigetsu would never admit to anything. Even under the threat of death. That being said, they had spent 3 days and 4 nights in that room. Food was delivered to them, but they didn't come out. She had no idea she could flex like that. Thinking back always brought a rose tint to her cheeks, even if she said just for 1 night. It turned into 4. And again, that last day was needed for recovery, for her, even assisted by medical ninjutsu. They could have stayed another night, but the ship they were waiting for wouldn't be back for another week. She had to put her foot down. Didn't help the crew though. The 2-day trip was an encore. The only reason anyone else got any sleep was due to Naruto's privacy seals. Now walking off the ship, they still got glares from a few members of the crew, no doubt the cleaners, and she doesn't blame them after what the two had done to their cabin. It'll be condemned for a week at least, 2 at most. She grinned. Being a kunoichi has its perks, stamina-wise, and her friend is both a shinobi and Uzumaki. Stamina is basically infinite. Following after him as he spoke to another captain about passage to the next leg of their journey, Rigetsu contemplates what she should do with herself now that she can't really go home. Sure, the hidden sand would take her, Naruto could vouch for her, but working for another village seems a bit too treacherous for her liking. Serving the death machine doesn't really sit well. Settling down and starting a family? Perhaps. A quick glance to Naruto shows they were negotiating a price, his business mode in effect. She taught him that, giggling internally with a stone-cold exterior, she ponders things further. In their time together, she knew he had feelings for another, and what they did was sophisticated gymnastics, and once they get back to wherever they are going, a choice will have to be made. Strolling through the marketplace, the duo was burning daylight as they inspected the wares, grabbed a bite or two. Resupplied their emergency rations, just to be safe, but didn't restock their ninja supplies. It was too dangerous and might draw the wrong attention. Reaching the ship at midday, the duo checked into their cabin and sat on either side of the room, now both confronting the growing tension throughout the day. Blue meets white when they both spoke, "We need to talk." Blonde scratches the back of his head, "You go first." To which she nodded, "I've been thinking about my future." She began earning his business mode, cursing internally she continued, "I am not really interested in joining Tsunade's shinobi forces, and I don't think I'm ready to settle down either." Earning a nod to continue, "So I was thinking about founding a mercenary group, perhaps with." He raised his hand, earning her to pause. "Already have one." Naruto cut in, earning her a confused face. "Well, it is true that I am a registered Tsunade shinobi. That's just a part-time thing I do when Tsunade needs extra hands. The Kazekage wants to project power during negotiations, or if a task is too costly for the regular shinobi. We are called in." He began to explain, "Me and a few others have begun to set up shop in my cousin's village. We have a few working titles, but we have about 3 dozen shinobi in our group. It isn't much as most a C rank, but we are training them up to be an effective force for neutral nations to call upon if they are in trouble." "That sounds a bit idealistic, yeah." Naruto agrees before offering a half smile. "I told you back in that camp that I couldn't save everyone, right?" To which she nods and he smiles fully at her. "Well, if I can't do it alone, then I'll just have to gather people who wish to help, and we can do it together, right?" This caused the ever-stoic, high-libido woman to burst out laughing at the fact that this man, Naruto Uzumaki, had created a path to follow for her, and she didn't even ask for it. He truly is as unpredictable as the Kazekage said he was. Upon calming down, she offered him a satisfied smile. "Thank you, Naruto. I think I'll join you on that path. Let's try and save as many as we can." He smiles and nods with sparkling eyes. "We'll save everyone." Pumping his fist. Land of Tea, Port Degarashi. The week on the seas was typically boring when trying to avoid suspicion, but the two shinobi managed to keep busy. Stepping up into the town, Naruto caught a sense of nostalgia, as the town was doing much better than last time he was here. "What do you mean?" Rigetsu questioned, causing her companion to look to her. "One of my last missions for the Leaf was here, to escort the runner for the Wasabi family, during the annual race that used to be held here." Naruto explained, earning an understanding nod from the white tic. "So, how long are we staying here?" "I guess a day or two. I could take care of some business seeing as I'm already here." Naruto scratching the back of his head as Rigetsu stares at him blankly. "Are you feeling okay?" His eyes narrow at her. "What are you trying to say? That you don't think before acting?" She spoke so blandly that the people around actually stopped and stared for a moment. Naruto's eyebrow twitched at that. Sure, he isn't the planner type like those lazy-ass Naras, but he can think ahead. This time a snort from within his mind was heard, and his twitching eyebrow was joined by a tick mark. "I ain't stupid, sure, I Russian a bit, but I always come out with a good plan after the first punch." "Yeah," she snorted, surprisingly gracefully, with folded arms. "Sure. You're so reckless and irresponsible." I'm surprised that she paused as she glanced around at the gathering crowd, but it wasn't the civilians that put her on edge, but the ones trying not to be seen. "I sensed them too." Naruto whispered, entering his business mode, taking her hand. "Hang on. This might get a little rough." Before she could respond, they just vanished. No smoke. No leaves. Just they faded as if never there. Wasabi was not expecting to see this genin again after the news he received from his old friend Tsunade about his banishment. Yet here he was, Naruto Uzumaki, in the flesh with a friend at his side. "Welcome, Naruto, to my abode. To what do we owe the pleasure?" With a gentle smile that would lower the guards of most, not these two though. "Well, old man, I need a small favor if you could." "Do in fact?" "If it's within my power, you've helped this family a lot, so it's the least I could do." Jermchim replied, to which Naruto smiled back with a nod. "Well, firstly, could you hold off on reporting my presence to the Hokage? I know you two are friends, but as a banished shinobi, the last thing I want is attention drawn to me." The man thought on it for a moment before nodding, seeing as you overlooked Idate, I can do the same for you too. The second. Can we stay here for a night, two at most? We just got sailed in this morning and wish to spend some time ashore before heading out again. Naruto bowing his head now, hoping to curry some favor with the head of the Wasabi family. Oh, that is not a problem my boy. I'm sure Idate would love to have another race with you, so please stay as long as you need. But that same grandfatherly smile upon his face earning two nods, but a thought came to him. In that case Naruto pulled out a pot of ink, a brush and some paper and began to scribble out a new seal. Once done, he activates it and the mood shifts. This is a privacy seal to ensure only us three hear this. The older man nods and he continues, I have come into contact with my clansmen and together we have begun to restore our clan to its former glory in the sense that we are searching for our brethren and recovering lost scrolls and such. That is good to hear. The Uzumaki clan was always well respected. It also means I am rather skilled in the sealing arts. Naruto continued and the old man caught on immediately causing Naruto to smirk. Whilst we stay, as payment for keeping us secret, I'll upgrade your security system. Deal. The man extending his arm to which Naruto took it with a smile. Little did the three know, this would end up being a very valuable but costly endeavor. Naruto jerked away, the seal on his forearm alerting him to an intruder within the estate, causing him to untangle himself from Rikzetsu, her enlarged stomach poking through her night robes as he dressed. In 30 seconds, he had fully equipped his shinobi attire and summoned two clones to guard this room before heading to Germchm's room. On his way Idate appeared at his side, 6 intruders. Coming over the north wall. Naruto explained as the two turn into the corridor leading to the head of house's room, any identification yet? Idate asks as they reach the door. No, not yet. They aren't registered, thus set off the silently alarm. The others should be reaching their posts now. I know we drilled this, but to think we would actually have to. Focus. Naruto called, taking out a kunai in each hand, wind chakra flowing through them, just as Rikzetsu had taught him a few months ago. The older former genin placed his hand on the door, confirming that the barrier did activate immediately and its integrity is holding good. It's working. You doubted my work. Naruto's sweat dropped. Well, you know you aren't exactly. Whatever, our guests are here. Naruto with narrowed eyes at the masked shinobi that stepped out into the corridor ahead of the duo. Idate took out two kunai too, reverse grip and defensive stance, just as he learned from his joint training with Naruto and Rikzetsu. It was Germchm's idea for him to further his ninja studies to help protect himself and the clan, whilst he had the chance to with Naruto's presence here. Now, he was glad he did. Anbu, Naruto mutters, eyes narrowed. Root. Brute. Idate questions confused, no village called their Anbu forces root. Leaf had Anbu, Stone had Gem, Kumo have Bolt, and Mist has the Hunter Corps. He doesn't remember the Hidden Sands one though. Think of them as living zombies. No emotion. No self-preservation. Just dolls to be used and discarded. Naruto all but growls out, causing Idate to gulp at that. This was truly a kill or be killed moment. In case you are wondering, think of this as a reunion, a twisted bloodbath of a reunion. Naruto reveals as Idate's eyes widen, they're from the Leaf. Yes, they are. As the first two charge forward, the hull too small for any more than that, unfortunately for them. A gravity seal trap was triggered and they fell flat on their faces. Two wind charged kunai later and two weren't getting up. The two at the rear started going through hand signs, Grand Fireball. You're up Idate. Naruto calls and said teen steps forward going through hand signs himself fire style, Grand Fireball. Called out the Anbu earth style, Mud Wall. Idate cries and a thick slab of mud rose and took the fireball no problem. The sound of the footsteps alerted the duo of incoming danger as the wall suddenly exploded out toward them. Thankfully it was only dust as the chakra used to keep it together had already drained, but Naruto managed to parry his opponent just Idate did by sheer chance. Naruto parried the tipless Tanto, sliding beneath and around slashing at the Anbu's back, who parried the strike before lunging forward but was knocked aside as Naruto threw his offhand kunai at Idate's target, hitting his right shoulder blade, allowing his ally a chance to regain his stance. Naruto ducks another slash while retrieving another kunai and the two seemed to walk around one another. Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. You will report to Lord Danzo for reprogramming. Sure thing. Let me just send you back first, in a body bag. Naruto charged and stopped, causing the Anbu to leap backward, unaware of the Tanto that awaited him until it ran through his heart. At the same time, Idate's attacker had finally cornered the former genin and cut off any way to escape, no sympathy for deserters crack. The body fell limp and is replaced by a slightly winded Naruto yo. Waving at the downed boy who just watched a man's neck snap like a twig. How? The man questioned with Naruto pointing over his shoulder to see Rikzetsu at the end of the corridor, wiping her chakra Tanto clean, whilst leaning against a support pillar in her nightgown, seemed that last two tried to abduct her. I know who, but I'm more concerned as to how they know of her. I'm going back to bed. Rigetsu informs having finished her cleaning, "I'll be right there." Naruto responded, "Bring chocolate and wasabi sandwich." She called back, earning a raised brow from "I'd ate chocolate and wasabi." Looked bewildered, but Naruto just chuckled, looking at the man cravings man. "They're crazy." Rude huh? "Well, isn't this a problem?" Jermchm spoke the following morning, Naruto and Idate sitting before him, "Any proof?" "Only these." Idate presenting 5 bloodied masks and a scroll. The scroll has one body in it as the others burst into flames. He continued, to which the old man nodded it, "That's their usual mo." Naruto explained further, "Then, we're going to have to inform the daimyo about this," before looking up at Naruto and the hidden leaf. But to his surprise Naruto just nodded, "That's about what we expected." "What will you do?" Idate asks, to which Naruto smirked before being enveloped in a cloud of smoke that disappeared to show Rigetsu, but not with a firm face, white hair and a ponytail, and the signature wide eyes that she was so often known for. "Narian is my name, sir. It is an honor to serve with you, Idate-san." A hinge? "That's your play?" The former genin looked incredulous, "Even I could see through that." Bringing his hands up into the ram hand sign Kai. Nothing happened, cheering up a large pulse Kai. But nothing again, and Narian just smirked, "This isn't a hinge. This is a full-on transformation. It won't be dispelled by anyone, nor can it be pierced by Dojutsu. I am actually like this until I release it." "Cool." Idate starry-eyed, "Can you?" "No." Instant rejection as Naruto turned back to Jermchm, who nodded, "Send your letters. We shall be fine." "Very well, Narian." 2 weeks later. When news broke of a shinobi attack on the Wasabi family, the story that was spun, those members of the now defunct Wagarashi family seeking revenge. They didn't get much traction, but those purposely spreading them were detained on charges of attempted incitement. During the investigations they would all turn up dead in various ways, with no witnesses stalling the investigation a fair amount. A group of Chunin were sent to the Wasabi family home to secure and investigate a scene of the crime. A team Narian was not familiar with, Team 13, consisting of a Inyazuka, a Hyuga and a civilian girl who seemed to have taken charge. They were freshly minted Chunin, if what Narian was able to overhear. Though he has a mixed feelings about them, on one hand, as none of them know him, they can't report his whereabouts regardless of his disguise or not. On the other hand, it would have been nice to run into his "let's stop that." They acted professional even if the Inuzuka was as stiff as a board, his partner not much better than paper mache, trying not to damage anything. They stayed a few days, and thankfully they didn't even ask about the barrier when Narian expected that at least the Hyuga would. Though the interactions between the girl and Rigetsu was funny, the girl wanting to touch her stomach and Rigetsu straight up telling her to leave, in not so kind of words. It also hit him that these Chunin must have been promoted in Suna, the reason he hadn't returned earlier as permitted by Gaara via summons. Naruto upped Idate's training and pushed him up to high Chunin with help from Rigetsu whenever she decided to get out of bed at some point during the day. She had just entered her 8th month and still ran through her Tanto katas and Taijutsu too. She used to attend yoga workshops with the other members of the staff and family, but that stopped when her stomach started bulging. Doctor's orders. As the boys chatted amicable as Naruto continued to give pointers with a kunai in hand, as the three would never be this comfortable with one another again, this moment was captured in that moment, a photo that would be the greatest moment and the final light before a storm that would break apart this trio. This same picture was carried by all those involved in but rarely ever viewed in the light they represented. That night everything changed. The entire estate was ablaze in flames, smoke and ashes. Bodies of shinobi littered the grounds in piles of ashes with the dust with the uprafts that rose from the grounds as Naruto cried silently beside Rigetsu, their child, born prematurely, within their arms lay unmoving and unbreathing. No life remained with this little body. The words spoken came from the unrelated "I'm so sorry." Present. Land of Fire, Hokage office. Is this accurate? Tsunade eyes the reporter Kunoichi before her, "You've been gone only a few months." "Yes. I managed to get into Naruto's office, though it wasn't long, but I did get names, but not all matched to pictures." Ino gesturing to the red file which Tsunade picks up and whistles, 5 Uzumaki adults. 6. Ino added, gaining her Kage's attention, "I don't have a photo, but when Naruto visited me in the dungeon, his new assistant was called Simru Uzumaki. She appeared to be late teens or early 20s. Apparently, she's his daughter by blood." This confused the Kage impossible. Whispered, but Ino shrugged, didn't have a chance to investigate it. This is troubling. They have contracts around the world, many missing nins earning their way out of the bingo books, and even our own daimyo is keen on hiring them. The missed contract seemed to be the biggest contract in the moment. Ino explained, "I did manage to delay it for a bit as the head of diplomatic team." "I see." Tsunade looks back at the team before them, "Anything else?" "Numbers of their forces." "Headquarters." Their headquarters is in the Land of Rain. The 3 tallest towers hold the administration, the hospital, and the high-level residential district. Ino informs the woman, "You've done well, Ino. You're dismissed." The Leaf was unaware that the information they had, although somewhat accurate, it left them to assume several scenarios that White Dawn was waiting for them. After all, Konoha wasn't the only ones with Naras, but the pranking habits of the Uzumaki were solely a White Dawn speciality. Chapter 8, Kitsune Trio. 2 months after the tea massacre. Land of River, Tillion Town. Naruto swipes the blood from his kunai, standing over another body of a thug disguised as a shinobi, and pulls out the papers from the corpse. A quick scan of them and he sighs behind his mask, glancing around to double-check none had seen him, and before he noticed the little girl cowering in the corner. Long black hair, doe brown eyes, porcelain skin stained with bruises and clearly underfed. Sighing again, trying to ignore the superimposed visage of Haku over this child, so going to regret this. Sighing as he approached the child. In the warehouse on the far side of the freshwater port, the kitsune mask-wearing shinobi stands atop the crane looking down at the targets, several women chained up and numerous missing ninja acting as guards for this business mongrel, Kieto Nishimi. Apparently the man took the bulk of Geodu's underground business after his death, causing his own prestige among the underworld to spike. His arrogance is only matched by a certain duck but Naruto knew, pride unmatched by all, and thus he held a common belief that he was untouchable. Kieto thus did not anticipate that one of his own being a double agent as they had been very thoroughly vetted, but still this one agent had informed his superior of this position. Thus Naruto had been deployed to River Country to support their spy and collect as much information on his entire business. A full task force of Luna, the Anbu of the new mercenary group White Dawn, had been spread across the network. Though their lack of numbers means that the 2 full members of Luna haven't even returned to headquarters, nor the Hidden Sand in weeks. As such, Naruto eyed up the long carriage arriving, outstepping a beautiful woman, long silver hair that reached down to the back of her knees, wearing a loosely fit black kimono, to which Naruto swore he saw glints within her ponytail. Must be Senbon. He also wasn't oblivious to the very discreet glance from this pale woman's purple eyes. She must be Anbu level or, no, she was very much high Sannin or low Kage with control to match. Damn. This complicates things. He didn't even flinch at the nearly imperceptible tug on her lip that suggested that this was going to be nothing but trouble. 6 hours later. At the mouth of one of the many rivers of the country, a kitsune masked Kunoichi pulled out a similar masked shinobi from the bank. The male was cut up real bad and was barely breathing. "You are a handful," was heard from the woman who finally drops her comrade against a tree. "Well, I'm surprised you came." Beside her lack of response, "It's been like this ever since. It wasn't either of our fault, I know you know this, so why not just? Who managed to get you this bad?" Rikzetsu's monotone voice ground his already broken heart. It wasn't easy for either, and their relationship was now so complicated it was vexing. Sighing hard again, Naruto pulled off his silver mask, revealing his blood leaking from his mouth and bloodshot left eye. His partner dropped down and started going through the standard checks before performing medical treatment. Her glowing green hands flickered with white in response to her naturally white dragon aura of her clan. "I'm sorry," her whispered word that he barely heard with his enhanced hearing. "I just need time, please." Sighing hard, looking down at his cracked mask from his left eye down to the mouthpiece. "I get it. Present." Naruto looks down at the gray silver mask, running a finger down the repaired crack, sealed with silver filling, in hand, breathing hard as he never thought he would be donning this thing again. The situation calls for it though. Standing from his cot, placing the mask on his face before he reaches the exit to the war camp he is currently commanding. Strolling through the camp, the regular White Dawn members stiffen. His uniform was of dull grays and muted silvers, with nothing left a chance to avoid detection. The protection seals upon it allow wearers to shimmer out of focus like a mirage, or a trick of the light as some refer to it as. Why not just make it invisible? Doing so creates a visible chakra trail around the user, as it generally requires a lot more. The shimmer feature has been perfected to the point that it leaves little to trace behind. As Naruto reaches his command tent, he comes face to face with his 2 squad mates, also masked up and ready. He closes the fabric door, seals lighting up the tent walls, and the masks come off to reveal Rikzetsu and Kin in their Luna outfits that are reminiscent of Leaf Sanbu, but far less rigid as they lack traditional plate armor. Relying on leather and engraved seals upon their cloaks and tight clothing. "Now that we're all here, let's confirm the situation." "We already have that down," Rikzetsu commented whilst moving to help Naruto tie up his bandana. As Luna lack the hoods their hidden leaf counterparts typically utilize, they have bandanas to conceal troublesome and distinctive hair colors, whilst Larn, Nagato, and Karin lead the 3rd and 4th groups towards Waterfall. We are to bypass them and head directly to the hidden leaf. Sneak in whilst the leaf respond to Waterfall support request. Kin looking over the map, ignoring the touchy-feely rixetsu of her husband. Once inside, head directly towards Anbu headquarters and bust out Tayuya, then find Bashir, Kushina, and Relihan. Blow up the monument or assign targets as a distraction. Rixetsu states, earning a nod from their squad leader. Sure you're ready for this? These were your people? Kin asks Naruto, who simply nods blankly. They attacked and kidnapped our family. As a man, I will not stand for that, but as in Uzumaki, they have signed their death warrants. Replacing his mask for added effect. The two ladies nod and follow his example. How did they catch them in the first place? Kin questioned as they were halfway to the camp's exit, where Lauren and Karin stood waiting. They were heading to Suna, via Fang. We'll get the rest of the story once we get to Tayuya. Naruto informs as they reach the duo. Take care of my unit, Karin. Relax. Waving her favorite cousin off, adjusting her glasses, just bring our family home. Will do, ma'am. Speaking up as a group of samurai pass by. Good luck, Team Alpha. Lauren speaking equally as loudly as to infer just how important this mission was for those within earshot. Many had heard of the Luna forces, none more famous than the founding Team Alpha, who set the standard. The fact they were being deployed meant a lot. Many gulps were heard as the trio shimmered out of sight, their trademark exit. Land of river fire border. Slipping through the trees like ghosts, Team Alpha proved themselves worthy of their titles as they bypassed several hidden leaf Anbu patrols and a Jonin garrison, a clear response to the build-up of forces within the land of rivers. Looks like the leaf is expecting a full-scale attack. Rixetsu comments from her perch in the upper levels of a tree just before a Jonin team passes beneath her without noticing her. They know the importance of whom they captured. Kin added from the branch over, getting a quick head count of the shinobi present. We need to keep moving. The longer we take, the deeper they get their claws into the kids. What about Tay? Kin questioned, earning an amused snort from the blonde. She's probably pissing them off right now. Naruto leading them off deeper through the land of fire. Hidden waterfall. Take cover. Get the civilians to safety. Leave the fighting to the Chunin and Jonin leaders. Where are the hidden leaf? I thought they were. Almighty push. Crash. Boom. Screams of pain and destruction rain down all over the hidden waterfall village, as even the mighty tree is dented by the wide area gravity strike. Landing beside her clansmen, Karin reports, yeah, they aren't here, and the second wave has secured the Jutsu scrolls. Then let's get out before they realize that Lauren's group was a diversion army and cut off our retreat. Nagato instructs and Karin flares her chakra in a designated pattern. All forces withdraw, before dispelling, revealing it was a shadow clone. The real Karin received the memories and smirked, flaring her chakra for 5 seconds solid before tapering off rapidly. This was a signal to the Luna team of mission go, as she turns to her fellow commander. Nagato's unit is withdrawing. We just need to keep their attention a little longer. Right. The advanced team might need a hand though, so we will prepare to move a sedate rate, make it look discreet to add to their paranoia. Lauren chuckles and Karin nods, a thin half smile. Right. I wish I could monitor them, but that armor of theirs diffuses their signatures. Land of fire, Hidden Leaf Village. We have just received word that White Dawn has infiltrated Waterfall and laying siege to it as we speak. Tsunade states, stunning the council. What about their forces building in the land of rivers? Asked Tsun with a low growl. Last reports state that they were recently reinforced by another company. We have to send a company or two to secure the hidden waterfall. Hamura states, indeed. Danzo reports, but why are they acting so aggressively? White Dawn typically is a reactive organization, never proactive like this. Inoichi questioned, earning a nod from Shukaku and Shibi. Well, Tsunade getting the room's attention. We managed to capture one of White Dawn's commanders and her children. She actually already has a record with us. Who did you capture? Inoichi with a bad feeling. Tayuya Uzumaki. She and a pair of children that we suspect are Uzumaki too, were found by Waterfall Shinobi. After a brief skirmish, they were able to subdue her and handed her over to us, along with her charges. Tsunade explained. That's when Shizune walks in with a folder in hand, quickly passing it to her master before standing at her side. Oh, we were correct. Both children are Uzumaki, a son and daughter of one Naruto Uzumaki. Half-siblings to one another. This caused a few mutterings to break out. Now we just need to capture the boy and transfer the Kyuubi and train them into our greatest weapons, Danzo states coldly, his fellow elders nodding. I will take them into my. You will not touch a strand on their red hairs, Danzo, or your head will roll. These are Uzumaki. One of the founding clans of this village. With them here. Meanwhile, just beyond the walls of the village. 3 ghostly figures watch as another Anbu team leaves through the supposedly secret exit and now being used as an entrance by the trio who dart through the dark narrow tunnel. As they reach the Anbu barracks, unnoticed, the Anbu teams getting ready to leave had no idea they were never going to reach the front line. The inbuilt claws made of chakra metal were standard issue but had a unique function. In an effort to distinguish themselves from regular Anbu, Luna used a composite chakra razor wires to slice through armor, flesh and bone equally. The other part was Kin's favorite technique, one she worked on with Tayuya, and their only true collaboration, to which even earned her the respect of Kyuubi no Yoko himself. Outwardly a supplementary technique, when utilized with prepared allies, it easily can turn the tide on any close-range encounter, overwhelmingly so. Vibration domination, a rank kinjutsu, allows user to seize control of vibrational frequencies in their immediate vicinity, as long as they continue to channel chakra. Chakra usage is tied into size of the controlled space, the concept used in the field, and the knowledge one has in said concept. For Kintsuchi, this allows her to seal off all sound in its totality, which inadvertently cuts off those within from their sense of balance and distance. Naturally, this all happens silently, the only downside is that she can't move whilst performing this ninjutsu hybrid at anything approaching 20% of its full power. Though only she, Naruto, and Tayuya know its limits, and as no one who has been subjected to its might has survived, there are no counters outside the Luna forces. The fox within Naruto did the math, his kits made of sound could cover most the leaf, about 80%, and hold it for a minute before passing away from chakra exhaustion, assuming she was unaided. Naruto could cover the village in its entirety, training grounds and all, and hold it for 4 minutes before passing out. The mighty Kyuubi no Yoko could cover the entirety of the land of fire for shits and giggles almost indefinitely. Though he keeps giggling about the panic that would set in as he flicked the sound on and off, as if a light switch, randomly just to screw around with those stupid pink simians. By the time the three had left the barracks, nothing but blood covered the walls, floors, and even ceiling, with the bodies of over 50 Anbu operatives. Moving through the Anbu headquarters, the trio kept to the shadows which only enhanced their shimmer. It took 10 minutes, and another 12 Anbu dead, before they found Tayuya's cell. A quick paper bomb pops the lock, overpowers the ceiling matrix, and allows the door to swing open with the red head smirking from the metal slab assigned as a bed. You sure didn't waste any time. As the masked operator fades into view, throwing her a scroll gear up. Time is short. The voice was masked, but the cracks on the mask tell Tayuya who exactly came to her rescue. Standing up, she approached him. A little help, shithead. Turning to expose the seal on her neck leading down her back to several more suppression seals. Mind destruction loyalty. Naruto sounded genuinely confused, angry, and somewhat hurt at the actions of his former village. The guilt of striking down the Anbu quickly evaporated at the sight of one of his family being subjected like this. Moving to deactivate each one as per his speciality in this team, his mind was going a million thoughts a second. They are no doubt aware by now who she is and her current employer. Him. Yet they are willing to go this far to attain a Uzumaki for their weapon. His kids. A malice-laced growl erupted from deep within his core. The three ladies were unsure if that was Naruto or his passenger, unaware it was both. They will be raised in the Senju compound, Tsunade states firmly, pinning the civilians with a glare so fierce that a few may have peed themselves, and that's final. Shouldn't we be wary of a counterattack? Surely, we all know how protective of their family the Uzumaki are, much like my own pups. Tsume reminds with a warning, a nod from Inoichi, if the kids are Naruto's, no doubt he will come for them. Thankfully Hamura speaking up again, unnecessarily inserting himself, the White Dawn, believed that it was Waterfall who attacked and captured their people. Thus. We are safe for now. Tsunade states going to standard, now, if you'll excuse me. I have a pair of children to calm down. Council dismissed. And she made haste back to her office, unaware of the blood being spilt in the shadows nearby, or the betrayal of four so close. Tayuya finishes arming up. The dragon mask was a spare from Rikzetsu's pack for when she goes solo hunting, as she was the only permanent member of Luna. Naruto being its commander doesn't count, as he is rarely permitted to undertake most assignments, and his other duties keep him tied over more than he liked, or would admit to. So, where to next? The flute player asks, to which Rikzetsu responded with, we need to locate the children as soon as possible. Splitting up is our best option. But not our only option. Naruto cutting in as he knows how uncomfortable Rikzetsu is around Kin and Tayuya, especially Kin, but the kids' rescue is paramount. If I had to guess, the council no doubt had a meeting to discuss their next move in regards to our sieging of Waterfall. No doubt that bandaged elder, commander of Root, will try assuming custody of them. Blasts of killing intent from, surprisingly, all three ladies that was squashed by Naruto's pulse to calm them, but the damage was already done, so he skipped to the end. Great alarms. Spoken so dryly, even Gaara had to take a sip of juice afterwards. The two non-Anbu Kanuchi flushed red, whilst Rikzetsu seemed unfazed. Sighing as he returns to the corridor, we need to get to the Senju compound on the eastern side of the village. The safest place the current Hokage will think of. And the next moment the four were gone, shimmering into the shadows just as a Chunin team arrive at the underground cell block. Shit, go alert Ibiki that the prisoners escaped. And one vanished in a plume of smoke, unaware he was being tailgated, masking the intruder's escape from the numerous seals within the crypt-like structure. Once topside again, the four detached from the running Chunin and make a beeline across the rooftops toward the old sense grounds that was just being reinforced with the patrolling Anbu. This is also when the alarm for Anbu headquarters went off, confusing many set operatives in the cage as well. A few minutes earlier. Shizuoka steps into the office. Lady Tsunade, the children have been escorted to your home in the Senju compound. Thank you, Shizune. Danzo won't be able to get to them there and I can spoil them rotten as their auntie. Tsunade with a crooked grin, though Shizune was unconvinced that things would be that straightforward. Lady Tsunade, I don't think that it will be that easy. Oh? The Senju matriarch questioned with a raised eyebrow. Do tell. I have been with them since they've arrived and they haven't even said more than 2 words to me. I've overheard them talk between them in hushed voices, so they are not mute or scared, just trained not to. Tsunade comments and her apprentice nods, earning a sigh from both. It is then they both send several very potent killing intents from Anbu headquarters until a much larger one subdued the others. It was only a moment, but that was most definitely a cage-level burst of intent. Anbu. Called out with those elected Solider appeared before their commander. Go check in with the Anbu headquarters and report back to me. I'll be at the Senju compound. Standing up, Tsunade grabs her coat and noticed that the 4 masked shinobi still standing there dismissed. The medical duo strolled with purpose towards the Senju manor, her apprentice a step behind, but at the side. Shizune, do you feel that? Was whispered by the elder of the two. Feel what, milady? A frown upon the Senju's face as an uneasy feeling began to feistier in her gut. Doubling her speed to a fast walk, it soon evolved into a light jog before finally reaching the shinobi roof, hopping and reaching their home within minutes. Senju battleground. Landing before the massive wooden gates, what caused the gasp to escape the black-haired Kinauchi's lips was the fact that the doors were blown open, yet the required explosive yield for such a feat would have alerted the whole nation. Impossible, but Tsunade did not hear her apprentice, rushing through the broken frames into the clan compound, only to witness the aftermath of a massacre. Looking around at the normally abandoned streets lay numerous Anbu teams, both regular and root alike, though it was clear that the majority of the root ones were dead at a higher percentage over her own. Members of the security force lay on the floor in growing pools of blood, smashed into walls, maimed or stabbed through, though a few had been decapitated. This assessment only took a fraction of a second as her eyes landed on 2 figures standing watch, one directly ahead of the door to the main house and the other on the roof. They had unique dull gray masks, light silvery gray leather armor covering their torso, shoulders, forearm, and the front of their legs. Beneath the dark leather seemed to be a tight uniform of grey silver and dull whites, if that was possible, and even still Tsunade feels that if wasn't paying full attention, she would not notice them. A kind of Anbu if the masks are to be believed, and with the blood splattered across their uniforms, the ones who had disabled or killed these 36 Anbu and 12 root. Mental note to deal with Danzo later. Stepping forward with a blank expression, the 5th Hokage stepped over the bodies of her soldiers, whilst her apprentice began to work on those in her immediate vicinity. Who are you? And how dare you come into my home, my village, and attack my people? She bellowed, but got not even a twitch as a response from either standing sentries that both watch her approach slowly. Answer me. Roared the last Senju. Tsunade was surprised when a second figure seemed to appear at the side of the one standing in front of her home. A quick glance up shows that the one standing up there was still there. The duo looked to one another for a long time before looking back at the Godime and in unison shook their heads, not wasting their voices to tell her not to approach. This enraged the Cage, who promptly threw her gambler's jacket off and unleashed her full, unrestricted killing, intent upon the 2 impudent shinobi, which also alerted every ninja in the village something was going on in the Senju estate and made best speed there. Fine. The blonde taking a very threatening step forward, the mud and dirt splitting from her chakra pressure alone, her pigtails flying every which way in the fluttering wind. Don't speak. I'll be sure to pry your jaws apart and make you swallow it. Leaping forward like a snapping line on a docked ship. The 2 small hopped aside, evading the earth-splitting punch before attacking from both sides in perfect unison in Taijutsu with enough speed and force that it was pretty easy to see that Tsunade was on the back foot. As the fight progressed, Tsunade was taking hit after hit, every one of her counter-attacks were redirected at the forearm or wrist before she could land a solid hit. Just as she tries to leap back, a double roundhouse from behind sent her face first into the dirt, sliding to a stop near her apprentice, who was still trying to save as many Anbu as she could. Lady Tsunade. I'm so rusty. The Senju lifting herself up only to find herself pushed back down by a foot, a blade resting against her neck, but before she could begin to break free, her eyes met the form of her apprentice in a similar position and froze. After a full minute of silence, Tsunade broke it with a very simple, "What do you want?" but got no response as the two unknown shinobi kept them in place, even as reinforcements arrived only for stand down. From the blonde cage, halting the Jonin team that had just arrived to see their Hokage, an apprentice, at blade point whilst surrounded by numerous downed Anbu. These two enemies were clearly skilled enough to fight on even footing with a cage, without sustaining any injuries themselves, despite fighting at least 10 squads of Anbu before. I ask again. Tsunade's voice was cold, resigned yet somehow murderous. What do you want? But got no response again, and her irritation bled into her chakra and felt by her captive. The response? A seal that shut down her chakra network. As soon as her chakra slipped from her fine control, the cage panicked, yet for some reason, a cloak fell over her head and covered her aged form. Despite the darkness, Tsunade felt at home within the confines of this article of uniform, but it would be an hour later before she realized why. It smelled like Naruto. A few minutes before Tsunade's arrival. Ducking beneath a rapid lunge, Naruto sliced the underarm of outstretched and the Achilles beneath as he twirls around and slices through the side of the root Anbu's neck with his cutting wires. Without breaking his step, he flips over another tipless tanto, grabbing the owner's shoulder, claws digging in firmly as he then proceeds to throw the operative overhead directly into the path of one kin, who roundhouse kicks them through a wooden wall of the house Naruto just leapt off from. Landing before the head house, all four swiping off the blood from their claws, kunai, or sword in Tayuya's case, Naruto pointing to Kin, get the kids ready for transport. Right. Kin says before rushing into the house as Naruto turns to Tayuya, get to the basement and build the reverse summoning seal to get us back to HQ. If, and only if, you finish early, feel free to pillage the sealing stores you come across. Any Fuinjutsu scrolls you find are to be prioritized, but the reverse summoning is your first port of call. Got it? Tayuya rushing off as he then turns to his oldest teammate. We, for old time's sake, hold the line just like we did in Tillion Town. Rikzetsu snorted, first or second time I had to pull you from the river. First. Naruto chuckled. Oh. But I thought the third time was. I'll cover the rooftop and spread a few clones out. Naruto then shimmers out, but Rikzetsu's keen eyes followed him as he leaped to the roof in one leap, created only 3 clones that promptly spread out of her side as she lets out a discreet sigh and turns back to the front, recalling her extended claws as she meditates whilst standing to recover her chakra and thus, just like Naruto but not his clones, drop the shimmering effect of their armor. Not even 2 minutes later Tsunade and Shizune would arrive. Who are you? And how dare you come into my home, my village, and attack my people? The Hokage spoke and Rikzetsu wondered if anyone had actually answered that honestly. She's wearing a mask for log's sake. Clearly, she doesn't want to be recognized. Answer me. Yelled the slug Sanin with chakra laced and a healthy amount of killing intent. Too bad her Manahem, Naruto's is far denser and more menacing. Going at him in full contact spars was always adrenaline rushing. Naruto dropped down beside her suddenly, using low voices whilst staring at the cage before them. She's a frontline fighter, chakra explosive punches, and will charge at us, believing us to be slower than she is, as despite being a brawler, her speed catches most off guard enough to enable her to get that single punch to end the fight. So, evade the first strike and maintain the assault. Deflect or dodge, never parry. That's how to win this one. We can't go toe-to-toe with A. We don't need to. Capture her apprentice and I'll take care of her. Naruto spoke, and just in time too as Tsunade charged them. After the fight. Out of nowhere, Kurenai was pushed to the ground, appearing from an invisibility genjutsu behind Tsunade, and the man holding her hostage, now the Jonin too, was held at claw point, with cutting wires clearly visible around her neck via another masked shinobi. I said stand down. Tsunade's voice was subdued, but had correctly guessed that someone tried to free her and was caught. Abruptly, the strange shinobi pushed their prisoners forward and released them before shimmering out of sight. Immediately the Hokages activated their eyes, but simply watched as the now 4 visible assailants, a 4th spotted further off as Overwatch, shimmered out of their enhanced sight too. The cloth over Tsunade puffed away, along with the seal that was suppressing her chakra, and she jumped up to check on her apprentice. She was shaken but unharmed. Her attention then turned to the house, and she blitzed into the house to find it void of life. The Anbu stationed within were under powerful genjutsu, she broke in passing, and a trail of chakra led down to the sealing room. Upon reaching the sealed-off room, she found half her stocks gone and a burning seal on the floor as it was erasing itself. A reverse summoning. Flashy. She murmured. Stepping outside, she confronted her ninja who all come to attention, the ones not tending the wounded, at least the captive. She asked airily as an Anbu stepped forward. Escaped. Casualties? Hi. A quarter of our Anbu force, those stationed at headquarters, are all dead, crippled, or maimed. Anbu Captain Goat reported solemnly. How did they even get in? Questioned Kakashi, glaring at the Anbu nearby. Several eruptions drew attention to now bellowing columns of smoke, flames and debris move out. I want a damage assessment on my desk within the hour. Tsunade roars and those not tending the wounded body flickered away. Sighing heavily, the Hokage turned to her assistant, get them to the hospital. We'll have an emergency meeting to get to. Flashback Tayuya town a week after Rigetsu arrived. You really are a persistent little Nate, aren't you? A dark-haired, kimono-wearing Yakuza-like woman spoke from her golden throne as her best hitman lay bleed at her feet. Two silver-masked shinobi stand among numerous bodies of her minions. I must say, if you weren't so silent, I would have accepted you to lay beside me. Now aren't you going to grace me with your voice, Silver Fox? Her dark eyes shift to the newcomer. What about you, Silver Dragon? I wish to know whom I wage war against. Her voice dripping with sultry intent. No fun at all. Closing her tesson shut, the sound echoing around the large chamber foretelling of her raising from her seat as the two shinobi drop into their combat stances. Well, I guess we should end this little game of tag, no. You must understand that this land belongs to us, the Golden Tigers, and not that pathetic excuse of a daimyo. The two masked shinobi charge in unison, caring not for their foes' ongoing monologue. A wall of flames erupts between the two parties, temporarily blinding the two Luna operatives, which allowed their target to escape a third time, though her cackling continued to echo as her final words, "This isn't over, Silver Shinobi. We will meet again." The fires died down, and the fox-masked shinobi growled audibly, before attempting to give chase only to be dragged clear from the needle-like blade of the Nabari, an eerie screeching cackle, as a mist settles in. My how wonderful. The tall man could be made out through the chakra-laced mist, but neither Luna operative brought into the bait and instead turned the tables as they too began to shimmer out of view and senses of their newest opponent, their new ingued claws gleaming with malicious intent. Flashback end. Land of Rivers fire border. And with the damage to their water purification plant, warehouses, and Anbu, they shouldn't be so keen to start another conflict with us. Naruto reports to his fellow commanders, Nagato, Karin, and Larn in the forward camp of the White Dawn. He was still in his Luna uniform, minus the mask, as he leans over a map of the hidden leaf with black crosses over their sabotaged targets. I thought this was meant to be a simple snatch and grab. Larn chuckled lightheartedly, but the three Uzumaki glance at him with hardening eyes. They messed with our kids. Naruto began, kidnapped one of our own. Nagato continued and no doubt wanted to turn them into their pawns. Karin unusually first, borderline angry as her finger pushes up her glasses, a message needed to be sent. Naruto looking back down at the page, this was that message. The Hokage will back off if she knows what's good for her village. What about Danzo? Nagato brought up as he has previously had the misfortune of running into the cripple, earning a nod from Naruto. Yeah, no doubt he will be dispatching his route to locate us now that he is aware that A. I have young Uzumaki children that he can mold into his perfect tools. B. That we have skilled operatives that are a threat to his plans. C. If any of them saw our gear, the Hyuga for instance, and reported, he will want to secure some for himself. At chance of that happening, Karin snorted at the thought. She had worked incredibly hard on the shimmer seals engraved in the armor of the Luna operatives. The fact they refract light around the wearer, even whilst moving, at such a high rate of refresh, was one of her crowning achievements. No way was she letting some old crippled mummy anywhere near her seals. Larn sighs before locking gazes with his friend. Mifune is not going to like this. We attacked a minor nation for no reason. They kidnapped our people. Naruto replied sharply, we made a conscious effort to keep civilian casualties to a minimum. Nagato adds, looking to the samurai commander, the property damage makes it look worse than it actually is. I assure you. Still, I would try get ahead of this political nightmare if I were you. The fact that we were able to raid a hidden village with seemingly little build-up time and with such overwhelming force will put a lot of the smaller nations on edge. Fumo might try use this as proof of our terrorist moniker they placed upon us. Karin confirmed with a nod, Iwa might too. Fine. I'll head to Iron Country after we have finished compiling our reports. Naruto sighed hard, folding his arms before glaring at his fellow commanders. Speaking of, where are all of yours? None made eye contact with him until Karin whispered out, you see, with everything going on, I figured I could go to the hot spring and I want them on my desk before the camp is packed up tomorrow noon. Am I clear? Naruto ordered and they all sigh heavily, shoulders slumped but nodding nonetheless, and he smirked his foxy smirk. Dismissed. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village. The wary Tsunade arrives first at the council room and promptly takes her seat before letting out a tired sigh. It took a good 6 hours to tend to all the injured and now the rest was in the hands of her shinobi. It's hard to believe that 3 shinobi could cause this much damage to the village. Truly she hadn't seen such proficiency since maybe the second shinobi war, maybe the third. It goes to show that the leaf had gotten sloppy and lax in their reign at the top of the pre-verbal shinobi food chain. Her thoughts briefly wander to the cape she was doused with when her chakra was sealed. It felt familiar, and that's when she recalled the chakra laced within it and the scent. She is no Inuzuka, but that scent was something that caught her attention, which meant she must have spent significant time with the person, as all humans have innate base instincts about things like that. The only people she spent enough time with for that to be a factor was her former teammate, Shizune, Sakura, and maybe Ino. Though that makes no sense as none of them are working. Her mind locked up, Naruto whispered beneath her breath as a cough brought her attention back to the now full council room. Thankfully no one heard her, though the Hyuga and Inuzuka were staring at her oddly. Maybe they noticed her slip up. Coughing lightly. Status report. The cage ordered and the reports were explained to everyone present. Just over a full quarter of active Anbu were cut down, the headquarters had been cleared out and left a ghost building, 2 of the purification plants suffered extensive damage, 3 food warehouses, 2 material stores, and an equipment factory were leveled by high-grade demolition charges in the case of the factory and material stores, but the food warehouses were hit by what our technicians are calling a hydrothermal explosion. Anbu Turtle reports earning raised eyebrows from the civilian side, but the shinobi side narrow their eyes, explain the last one. Tsunade questioned as one lab coat-wearing nondescript man stepped forward. Due to the lack of explosive residue and excess of superheated metal and water present, we surmise they somehow created an explosive that utilizes the rapid expansion of liquid to gas. The man states before looking down at his clipboard, in this case, according to our preliminary tests, dihydrogen monoxide was used as the liquid. It took a second. A very long second. More than a comfortable second before troublesome was heard. You could have just said water, you know. Shikaku groaned, causing the lab rat to blink owlishly at the room. I did. So, some kind of water bomb in our food stores. No doubt to cause greater damage than regular explosives. Choza moving the debriefing along, earning a nod from the Anbu commander. Indeed. Whoever these people are, they did a thorough job. If they weren't against us, I'd draft them immediately. Speaking of which, Hiashi looking to the cage, do we know who they are? Yet it was Inoichi who answered yes and no. With all attention on him, he sit up straighter to continue. We have 2 alias, the Kitsune trio, involved with an underground assassin war with forces of the Golden Tigers and the Crimson Tide. A 3-way war. Tsunade with a raised eyebrow, to which he nodded. Though we don't have specifics, we know that this trio went toe-to-toe with both sides and liberated the land of rivers from their control. Inoichi explains, earning nods from the room. And the other alias? Questioned Shibi, which earned a sigh from the T&I head. It's from Kumo's bingo book. Is it reliable? Tsunade questioned immediately. The blonde shrugged. They've had more contact with them apparently. They do call them terrorists after all. Go on. Well, according to the Kumo bingo book, they are also known as the Silver Kitsune Trio together, but have been known to work individually at times. Together they are an SS-class threat, capable of inflicting damage on a large scale against any number of opponents, as they seem to fade in and out of view. He gives the Hokage an intense look. You've seen it yourself, no? Yes. Tsunade nods, recalling how easy it was to lose sight of them briefly. They just kind of shimmer as if they were mere mirages. My clansmen reported as such too. Hiashi mentioned bitterly, a tough pill to swallow as his clan prided itself on being all-seeing, yet here comes an enemy that can hide even from their visual prowess. It is rather unpleasant knowing there are enemies out there with such capabilities. We must find and capture one. Danzo spoke up for the first time. We must learn how to defend against such a foe. Sure, you just don't want their ability for yourself. Soom snorted, earning a stoic gaze from the old-timer. Our Anbu would benefit greatly from such capabilities. Anbu Commander Dragon states, earning a nod from the blonde cage. I agree. Anything else, Inouchi? Kumo apparently has them labeled under Luna with their allegiance to the White Dawn. So, they are like our Anbu? One civilian council member questioned, earning a nod from the Amanaka clan head. If the kind and benevolent White Dawn is the public face of the group, then Luna is the shadow beneath the full moon that strikes at the enemies that hide there. Tsunade surmises, earning shaky nods from the clan heads, though it was Danzo's reaction that caught everyone's attention. He smirked, no doubt seeing this as a direct challenge against one such as himself. Interesting. Land of Lightning, Kumagakure. A glared at the book placed before him, a Konoha bingo book, open at a certain page, causing those within the gulp nervously. After some time he finally looked up. It seems that those silver demons have returned, attacking the hidden leaf now. It means that we have to be careful not to draw their attention. Reinforcing our borders. Surely our bolt can. Did you not read this entry? The Raikage roared as he jumped up, the desk flung forward with several people jumping clear of it. They slaughtered a portion of their Anbu. Our bolt are just of as a leader, perhaps more. They may still take casualties. Should we perhaps up their training? Durui, one of the Jonin leaders, spoke up naturally. Double it. A roared out that shook the entire tower before he began pacing back and forth. Wait, perhaps we should reach out to the leaf and make an alliance to hunt them down. Not yet, A mumbled, finally calming down. We wait for the next move. Prepare for the counterattack. This time, when we spot them, we'll crush them. Land of Earth, Iwagakure. Hirachi couldn't contain her laughter upon the report she had just received from her spies within the hidden leaf. The Luna forces had infiltrated the leaf, blasted several strategic targets, beat the Hokage down and at blade point, threatened her forces before escaping. All without taking a single casualty. After getting the laughter under control, she eyed the newest issue of the Leaf's bingo book that said spies packed up with the report. Resting her head atop interlocked fingers, smiling all the while, well, I guess we could invite them over for tea, biscuits, and Ryo. Giggling, she looked up at the operatives before her, let's give them a call, eh? Land of Rivers Fire Border. Naruto looked on from the tent door at the sight of his kids sleeping safely within the arms of their mothers. Unaware of the soft smile dawning his face, he was jolted from his musing by Rigetsu's appearance on his side, you seem heavy-hearted right now. What kind of opening is that? Naruto equally as soft before releasing the flaps, turning to white-haired Kunoichi, who was smirking at that before it fell upon glancing back at the family moment longingly, do you think we? She was cut off by Naruto kissing her, the two locking lips instantly becoming infinitely more passionate before they both vanished in a shimmering mirage-like after-image, the full moon's light the only witness of the reconnection of a distant. Chapter 9, White Snow. Land of Wind, Tsunade. Welcome, brother. Gaara spoke from the gates of the hidden village hidden in the sand, the large caravan of White Dawn operatives trails behind the 5 commanders, sorry we are late. Had to take a detour. So, I hear the Kazukiage chuckled, shaking hands with the blonde, whilst idly noticing the 2 children paired with their parents at the aft of the head group, Waterfall and Leaf at the same time. Impressive. You don't mess with an Uzumaki's family, especially our children. Naruto spoke with such conviction that even the sealed Biju within the 2 felt it, I will issue the warning. Gaara states as he led them into his village. The group followed him in, the trailers of wagons moved on forward towards the designated area, to which newly arrived forces would take up garrison. With the group arriving at the office of the cage, Naruto sat before his friend who was reclaiming his seat, well, I thank you for. No need. Naruto spoke up, we were delayed enough to reinforce you. I am sorry. It was Gaara's turn to wave him off, it's fine. News of our deals had been discovered by Kumo and I with us, a shrug was the finish of the sentence. Naruto chuckled humorously, a soft nod accompanied it, looking to his soul companion with grey eyes, say, Rigetsu, can you please ensure that the captain is settling his men in properly, then report back. At once. Vanishing promptly, leaving the 2 Jinchuriki alone in the room, didn't think you 2 would get back together. Gaara comments before lowering his cup to reveal a smirk. If Naruto was surprised, he didn't show it, any word from the spies in Kumo. Gaara sighs, it seems his brother is already in business mode, yes, actually leaning back in his Kazukiage seat for a moment before leaning back onto the desk, via elbow supporting his head atop interlocked fingers, seems they have heard of your little raid. Verdict. They plan on sitting back and waiting, but leaning more to try to make an agreement to hunt down the terrorist commandos and shut them down permanently. Gaara comments completely straight-faced, though Naruto knew his fellow container better than even his siblings and could literally feel the amusement rolling off him, but did not sway him, I see. Perhaps the Luna forces should begin a new campaign against the Land of Lightning. Seriously? Gaara raised a non-existent eyebrow, I'm joking, speaking so flatly that the Kazukiage wasn't sure whether or not to take him seriously. Sighing heavily, Naruto straightened up, well, we have a previous obligation with the snow. After that we then plan on tackling the hidden sound, we have a pound of flesh that needs reclaiming, his voice turning ever darker at the end, to which Rigetsu re-entered the room, then perhaps then we will deal with Kumo and Konoha. Can you inform us when you plan the attack on sound? I'm sure the Mizukage would lend a few shinobi also. Gaara informs, earning a nod from the shinobi leader, sounds like a plan. Then, about the garrison. The redhead questioned, but Naruto looked to his closest confidant at his side, the kiddo will be acting as the liaison between White Dawn and Suna. Kiddo? Ah, Mayami-chan. Really? Naruto with both brows raised in surprise, earning a nod from his white-haired woman, smirks, she wants to impress you, as always, and figured working with your brother would accomplish that. I see. Naruto sighing, scratching the back of his head, I'll talk to her before we head out. Head out? Rigetsu questioned, getting a nod from her not-so-secret lover. After the issue with the Yamanaka, our move out of aim was pulled forward. But the information we fed her was. Yeah, Naruto waved her off, but the others pushed for it. He shrugged, the paperwork was a bitch, but it's already signed off on by both parties. Who is this Mayami you spoke of? Gaara questioned, causing the duo to look at the Kazukiage, soft smiles, donning them both our niece, of sorts. Weren't it not for kin, she'd claimed to be our daughter. Naruto sighs hard, while the woman at his side snorted softly, it's hero obsession. I've tried to break her of it. Naruto looking back from Rigetsu to Gaara, she's sweet, kind, and determined, if not a bit timid. Timid? she's energetic and outgoing. Rikzetsu comments with a raised brow, only in our presence. Naruto informs solemnly, Gaara, this is a request from a friend. Name it. The Kazekage states without hesitation, this is my first official mission for her. Be firm with her, she needs to know how power influences those around her. As my self-proclaimed niece, I couldn't have her run rampant and get an inflated ego. It'll be done. Gaara nodded. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf. Heard you had a bit of trouble recently. The voice of one toad sage Jiraiya caused the Hokage to look up. How you holding up? The damage was thorough and forced us to take a step back, despite the wails of certain war hawks among the council. Tsunade let out a tired sigh, most want to get the kids back. Ah, heard about that. Jiraiya's face and tone was carefully neutral. Do tell me what the stupid you all were thinking abducting children. Fist slamming against the desk, his voice a deep anger-filled fury of a growl. Jiraiya. It isn't like. Isn't like what? Tsunade isn't like what? His voice growing deeper as he slows, eyes narrowing in response. Tsunade was at a loss for words, unsure how to answer correctly, assuming there was a correct answer. I'm talking to you, Tsunade. Grandbabies. She roared back, flush-faced and clearly embarrassed by this admission as she let out a deep sigh, flopping back into her chair. They're my grandchildren. Tsunade Haim. Jiraiya was halted by her raised hand, her eyes heavy with guilt and sorrow. I never told anyone, but a hollow chuckle from her throat. Naruto, my Naruto, I considered him my own. The stillness of the room was expressive of the atmosphere. None knew how to continue past that, but it had to be done. A deep breath from the toad sage shattered the tranquility. Then why? It was all coincidental. It was Waterfall who attacked and killed the 4 guards, captured the Reed and the children, and offered them to us for some concessions. She shrugged. When Shizune confirmed they were Uzumaki I was glad, but when she said they were Naruto's I was ecstatic. She offered a genuine smile upon her defeated frame. I thought finally get to spoil my grandkids. And I wonder who they'll take after more. I even thought that Naruto would be forced to sneak in and try and find them. When he does, I could intercept him and ask him directly to come back. She looked dead into the black eyes of her teammate Jiraiya. I want my baby boy back. I know we are enemies now, Log knows I do, but I want to hug him again. See that goofy smile again. Sniffling lightly as she covers her face with her hands, I want to spoil my grandkids and enjoy the time we have left as a family again. Land of Spring. Nice office. I do not appreciate your sarcasm right now, Rikzetsu. Naruto responds as he finishes sorting his filing cabinet in his new office. Now that the White Dawn had moved to the Land of Spring, its refurbished hidden village, now augmented by the mercenary group that has since moved its primary headquarters to the country. Well, I am bored. Sitting on the polished white willow desk edge, eyes locked in on the only other occupant entertain me. You seem to have me confused with someone you can order about. Naruto's snarky response as he finally turns to look at her, crushing the box and arm effortlessly, besides cutting her off last I checked. You are on leave. Didn't think it'll be this boring, she griped, arms folded whilst looking away. Perhaps you have another mission for. I was the one who authorized your leave of duty. Naruto staring at her incredulously, do you really think I'd send you out? Please. She whispered, tugging shyly on his black jacket, very cutely in his honest Appio oi. Naruto growled as he flicked her nose, and he steps away. Geese. Talk about a 1-8. Hit, if you had fallen for that. Save it. I know. Fine then. Turning back, having rubbed her nose a second ago, staring coyly at her partner, how about we break the desk in? You know, I just. Please, she whispered, and he sighs again, but stiffens upon sensing the incoming arrival, and he wasn't the only one who recognized the newcomer. Ah, there you are, my husband. Kin chirped, appearing in a gust of wind, immediately stepping past the former grass Kunoichi. I was wondering. Before that. Naruto's voice was deep and filled with the authority afforded to him as the shinobi commander of the White Dawn. That froze both ladies stiffly, his eyes narrowed as his gaze flows from dark charcoal to Luna White. The last thing I want is a repeat of the Ramran incident, so the air is getting clear here and now. What are? Kin began but paused, seeing his eyes harden and narrow. Kintsuchi. Spoken lowly and without any heat, but the message was clear. Right, I'll just take a seat. Taking one of the new chairs, Rikzetsu doing the same as Naruto sat behind his still empty desk, Kin looking into her eyes. You are my wife. By accepting that title and position, I told you about the situation Rikzetsu and I found ourselves in. Do you remember your response? As long as I can have a piece of your heart to myself, nothing else matters. Kin recites dutifully as it happened to be part of her wedding vows to him. Rikzetsu and I are complicated, and to be honest, neither of us really know or care to know anymore. We are a package deal that you said yes to. Understand? I do. As for you, Naruto now swinging on his white-haired lady, eyes narrowing, you had your chance to be number one. But you had a chance too. His voice was tight, lips thin as he glared at her, and she stood down with a nod. I still love you all the same, but looking to Kin with all the affection he could muster currently, I love my wife and kids too. She pulled me from the darkness that we fell into back then. Kin smiled and looked away, twirling her trademark ponytail as she blushes prettily. Rikzetsu, understand that you were my first, yes, but now you can't be my only. You lost that right when you walked away back then. She looked down at the floor and he sighs, swallowing the lump in his throat. As I said then, and I say now, speaking so softly, the cold breeze dared not cross it. Rikzetsu Uzumaki, from the depths of my heart and soul, I Naruto Uzumaki will always be and always will be in love with you. All you have to do is call upon me and I shall come. I know, her almost whispered reply. I just to the room's surprise, it was Kin who hugged Rikzetsu in an attempt to comfort the woman. I don't know exactly what happened between you two on that mission. Rikzetsu stiffened considerably, Naruto too, but none noticed. I just hope that in time, you will talk with me. Rikzetsu nodded silently, sharing a long glance with a thin-lipped Naruto out of sight of Kin. The following week found Naruto inspecting the dojo of the Swordsman of the Ice, Rikzetsu at his side, as what many people would come to understand was normal. They aren't bad. They're genin with sticks and you know it. Rikzetsu comments harshly, causing Naruto to sigh. At least don't speak so loudly. Naruto notices the sinking of shoulders. You're demoralizing them. Then they should get better. What do you think they are doing? His hands thrown in their direction, but she just snorts derisively as they continued through the underground training facility, well lit, and matched it with the outside world. It would be disorienting otherwise. Swinging sticks. She shrugs, you're helpless. Naruto facepalming, why did you even come along? You don't like dealing with this stuff. I was bored. She shrugged, blank face, clearly in business mode, you're more interesting to be around. And the only person who knows how awkward you are. Naruto with a knowing smile, she snorted but looked away from her lover, a slight pink tint to her cheeks as she fingers a loose white bang hanging down her face. How are you and Kin doing? It's been a week since. She's fine and all, the white tea sighs, the kids too. But Naruto's soft voice as they reached this group's bathhouse, she stopped and turned to him with a look he recognized all too well. Just as she goes to talk, he hugged her firmly and she returned it. Let's get to the commander. A new voice cutting through the still air, turning back to the Yuki shinobi, came to stop. We have a situation. Lady Kazuhana demands your presence. Land of Spring, Kazuhana Castle. Naruto and Rikzetsu arrived at the castle, the samurai part saluting the duo, and Blonde smiled back. It didn't take long for the two before they stood before the leader of the land and their current boss, kneeling down in the throne room. You called, Lady Kazuhana. Naruto's voice was professionally neutral, the woman staring down at her country's newest protectors and legends in their own right. Koyuki had heard the whispers of her best friend's suspected feats, everything from infiltrating both Blood Prison and the Citadel to name two. Sitting up straight in her throne, Koyuki began. Yes, Naruto, I called you here for a troubling reason. Sighing, she waved over her head of security, who handed Naruto a scroll. Our diplomats in Lightning County have gone silent. We suspect that they might be trying to get to our technology based on our recent communication. Then, we should prepare for an attack. Rikzetsu comments, earning nods from the samurai, especially the head samurai. Indeed. We have already raised the countrywide alert level. Kyoraziha, security officer, states, we shall go and inform our other teams. Naruto spoke up, lifting his head, black meeting blue with an intensity that was not lost on Rikzetsu. Snow will not fall. Spoken with so much steel, they could build a fleet of airships with it. The samurai subconsciously stood straighter, taller, and with a pride none knew they had. You have our word. I don't have any doubt. Koyuki smiles as his steeled visage he offered back. Then, we'll be on our way. Can you not stay for little? Perhaps for a tea and cakes? Koyuki questioned, but Naruto shook his head. I am sorry, milady, but duty calls. Raising his feet, we must move quickly to prepare our forces en masse. Oh, how about? With all due respect, Rikzetsu speaking up, stepping between the lady of the land and her man Lady Kazuhana, but we must leave now to abide by your bidding as stated in both contract and treaty. I am aware. We really must get moving. Rikzetsu continued, earning a hesitant nod from the actress, and the duo bowed professionally before vanishing in puffs of smoke. Sighing hard before looking to her attendant, I think I have more than a bit competition. Land of Spring, Yuki no Kuni. Naruto stands within his council room, his stone-faced blank stare made many within nervous, as Larn, Tayuya, and Karin knew it was serious, as even Rikzetsu was sitting down and not standing at his side. It took a while before Kin arrived, even more serious than perhaps her husband, file in hand, which was promptly handed over to the commander. It took a few moments before the file shut closed and Naruto addressed his soldiers. Listen up. The authority in his voice was clear. This wasn't the jovial captain, but rather the commander of the shinobi force of the White Dawn, White Death. Our friends over in Lightning County are about to pay us a visit. His solid blue eyes scan the room, hawk eyes, trying to keep it hush, hush. He smirks, they have had no intel regarding our movements, thus our positions are no doubt unknown to them. His smile was damn right viscous now, we are sure as hell going to use that to our advantage. Kin produced a map of the land, Naruto would move with swiftness marking the reported plans, then his own plans came up, now then his eyes follow the room, this is what we have to do. Sir. Out at sea. A group of transport ships, all lacking identification markings, sat off the shore with the island on the horizon. Their leaders stood at the head of the lead ship, the lack of sensing nothing ahead calmed, seems that the rumors were just that, rumors. Yeah. They are just a terrorist group after all, they're busy causing issues for the Big Five, nothing but problems. All we have to do is secure the castle and the labs, right? Perhaps the docks. Yeah, sounds about right. It be done with a slight, none will escape out sight or will it last this night? Yeah. Be not now. So, we set out in an hour. Yeah. The longer we take. On the shore, a masked shinobi clicked a mic beneath, they are here orders. The preparation are almost complete, but on schedule. Kitsune and Dragon will join you soon, Bat. Understood. Going silent, the operative sighs beneath the porcelain mask, great. He knows how much I hate doing nothing. Speaking to yourself. Finally lost it, huh? Did you say something? Bat looked at the newly arrived Dragon, who did not raise to the provocation. The two operatives sat there watching as the ship silently stalked closer to the landmass. They stood for several minutes before Dragon spoke up, you don't like me, do you? No. Why? You know damn well why. I'm not trying to steal him or anything. Could have fooled me. How so? Stupid it. Bat turns to Dragon, killing intent barely suppressed as a sign of her barely keeping to protocol. You Zetsu, have no idea how hard I worked to break him out of that depression you left him in. To get him to even consider me a friend, much less a lady worthy of bearing his children. Several deep breaths, you should have seen him during my first pregnancy. He was more of a mess than I was. A ruthless chuckle now, all these years later and we are finally happy and set in our family roles, you appear, and now you slide back into the broken heart I had to painstakingly piece back together. But you said Bat snort cut Dragon off. Yeah, I know what I said. He would never choose us over you. He's far too loyal for his own damn good. It's why I tolerated the others, he only holds them close, but I had his heart. Looking away from her fellow operative back out to the boats approaching before speaking slowly, now you do. All I can hope for now is a piece of it. I never another snort from Bat cut Dragon off again, of course you didn't. You are only other person probably who knows him better than me. You should have known. The Kazakiage Dragon uttered only to receive what she thought was a deadpan gaze right. A cough to clear the air, it is as you say, he is loyal. Yes, I do know him better than most, which is why I say this now, he would never choose me over you. It's not on his character to do so. Tell that to my cold bed. Bat snorts, to which Dragon chuckled lowly at you and me both. This earned a look from Bat. What's that supposed to? Since we've moved here, my bed too has been rather cold. I had assumed he was with you. Dragon informed. Bat shook her head, I thought he was with you. A wary silence dawns as things dragged on for a solid minute before Bat spoke up. The princess. Never. Dragon shaking her head, he would have said something. But he didn't. He's too loyal to cheat. He would rather. I agree. Bat cuts Dragon off as they both ponder the latest development of their love life. Bat cracks her knuckles, I guess after this, I'll have to have some words with that idiot husband of mine. Fair if I join. I do actually. Bat glanced back at her colleague, it's a family matter after all. Right. The stoic response, but if Bat had looked closely, or if Kitsune was there, you could see the slightest of sags on Dragon's shoulders. Final question though. What? Dragon's clipped response, would you ever tell me what happened on that mission? No. Dragon's response was hard as steel, cold as the ice and snow that surrounded them, why not? Bat questioned with more than a glance. Dragon thought for a moment before looking dead in Bat's eyes, it's a family matter after all. Family. Bat spoke slowly while trying to figure out what that meant. Sure, Dragon was close to her husband. That was no secret among the Dawn, but family? Only way that could have happened. No. They aren't married. Her husband would have said something. In her research, ahem, definitely not stalking, of him there are no records to indicate he had ever been married. No kids either, so her mind stopped. No kids. Her husband frantic behavior during the pregnancies. Oh go, her mouth slammed against the mask adorning her face, you are sharp to have stumbled upon our greatest secret. Dragon's voice was chilling, malice-filled, and very, very dangerous. If you know what's good for you and him, you'll keep that to yourself. Neither of us ever speak of it and it will remain that way. Am I clear? Crystal. Bat responds clearly, earning a nod, good. If I hear about it from anyone, I will end you without a second thought, husband be damned. Finally removing her hand and the hidden kunai from her throat. The two looked out at the sea for several moments. What? It is not to be discussed. Dragon cut Bat off immediately before standing again, shimmering from sight. Get ready. I sense Kitsune approaching. Their radios crackle to life and Kitsune voice ring in their ears. Dragon, Bat, pull back to staging point Helix. We'll regroup there and await the signal. Understood, Kitsune. Moving to Helix. Dragon reports stiffly, Bat standing too before both rushing off unseen by the closing ships. Land of Spring, staging point Helix. Naruto stands in his Luna uniform over the tactical map. The Kumo ships had made landfall an hour ago on the cusp of Disk. Their advanced teams had reached the first town on the direct path to the palace. Just as they assumed they would. As ordered, the samurai have been fighting sporadically, retreating as they go, but have still suffered casualties, despite best efforts to avoid such. Two Yukinon patrols had been silenced, their status is as of yet unknown, but assumed captured or dead. Naruto hated the fact that he couldn't just go all out and smash them as they land. It would drag things out far more, a two-way asymmetric war would develop in that case, and the entire nation would be drawn into it. Taking a deep breath before looking up at the daimyo of the land, things are going as planned. We have successfully moved our pieces into position. The enemy is moving with unexpected ways. Good. Once you sweep and capture them, Kumo won't have any leg to stand on. Koyuki responded looking over the same map, more lives will be saved this way. Karin states from the side, eyes closed as she watches in real time via her sensory ability. Do not worry, Naruto. Once the sun rises, our counterattack will end this before it gets out of hand. I know, but Naruto sighs hard, suppressing his growl. I know. Karin chuckled, I'm in Uzumaki too. All this sitting around gets me worked up too. And how? Just better at hiding it. Karin finally opens her eyes and stares at her clan head. Besides, you should see Tayuya. She's basically jumping off the walls in her camp. In another camp, on the opposite side of the Kumo invasion force, Tayuya sneezed and glared in the direction she knew Karin was. That bitch. Back at Helix, Karin grins. Oh, and it seems she knows I mocked her. You're scary, you know that. Koyuki looking to the retreat, who shrugs with a lopsided grin. Been called worse by worse. I'll go get some grub then hit my bunk. Wake me if anything happens. Naruto heading to the door of the white tent. I'll join you in. No, you won't. Naruto glaring at her from the door. We are on duty, and you have your orders. Hi. Karin waves him off, he then leaves promptly and silently. As the flaps close, Koyuki looks to the last Uzumaki in her presence. That isn't the Naruto I knew. What happened? Too much. Karin sighs, visibly shrinking in on herself. Just wish she'd let us in a bit more, you know. Help him carry the burden a bit. Is that why he's been so? Yes, but also no. Karin responded as she closes her eyes and returns to her mind's eye, missing the confusion in the actress's face. The thing is, Naruto is by far the kindest person I have ever met. I agree. So what does? It's his greatest strength, but also his greatest weakness. He cares too much about everyone. Plans like this where innocences are put into the line of fire don't sit right with him. She chuckled softly at the thought of her blonde knucklehead. I heard that he's a ruthless shinobi on the field of battle. Koyuki comments unhelpfully, causing a snort from the glasses wearing Karin. Ruthless? Are we speaking of the same idiot? He's far from ruthless. I even thought once that he was far too naive for this lifestyle of ours. Opening her eyes to meet the Koyuki's dead on, he has seen the true underbelly of humanity, the darkness we all pretend to not have deep within us, and stared it down into submission without flinching or turning his back on it. If anyone was to claim to know mankind more than him, I'd laugh at the joke, then spread my legs. Naruto is by far the strongest being on this planet without a doubt, and has my undying loyalty because, just like most of us in the dawn, he pulled me out of that same darkness and showed us the light to balance against it. The weight of the words was not lost on Koyuki. The fierceness that Karin spoke was unnerving slightly, but it was strangely uplifting. Somehow, her first pick of husbands had earned the loyalty of nearly 2,000 shinobi and an equal amount of samurai from across the land with words alone. She snorted internally as she looks over the plans one more time, mildly surprised when Karin appeared and moved some pins around based on her sensory scans. Listen, speaking lowly, Karin gained the woman's attention. I know you're intent on my leader, nothing gets past me, but I ask that you refrain from any attempts to do so for a year at least. And why is that? Koyuki ignoring the blazing cheeks she now had, staring unflinchingly at the Uzumaki at the side. It's not my business to say in all honesty, but his wife is having problems with his ex, and it's training all three of them. He's already married. Why wasn't? It's a whole saga. Karin giggled as she went back to her seat. I enjoy watching as matriarch of the clan. Wait, if your Koyuki was again waved off. Yes, Naruto is so damn lovable that a number of us have fallen for him, some harder than others, for various reasons. Me. He rescued me from my old boss and gave me a home and family to surround myself with. He put up with my eccentricities and even encouraged me to improve myself. Karin was smiling softly at the memories of earlier days. He treated me like a little sister, and I was fine with that for a time, being the little sister that was protected by my super older brother. Her smile dropped, whole demeanor radiating sadness, until he came back from that mission. What mission? Koyuki was entranced by this story. Karin glanced at her and shrugged. That one-year mission. The only two people who know the full story are the two who went on it, but they haven't spoken of it in all these years, so I don't know what happened. He just came back different, she says slowly at the end, unsure how to put it different. The brunette mimicked, glasses pushed back up the nose with a single finger, as legs came up and wrapped around arms. Yeah. Seeing him so broken, fragile head resting sideways on her knees, it was then I realized he needed protecting too. She cracked a soft smile again. Our relationship changed after that, though he still treats me like a little girl sometimes. She snorted at that thought. She is one of the few who can go toe-to-toe with him. I know that he knows that if he ever falls, I'll be there at the sidelines with a smile and blanket to protect him from the darkness he keeps buried. But what about marriage? Koyuki brings the conversation back on topic, head snapping back up that. Well, his wife is the first of us he rescued, so to speak. Kintsuchi. They met at the Chunin exams before Naruto was banished from the Leaf. Incidentally, I was there too, but we missed each other. The only Chunin exams I know he took part in, Koyuki began, and Karin nodded. Yeah, the Suna Sound invasion. I don't know the specifics entirely, but apparently Kin was being hunted by her teammates and ended up being rescued by Naruto. This was during the month break. Then what? He had me meet the Toad Sannin. Kin spoke as she appeared in the doorway, glaring at the blabbermouth of Uzumaki. Why are you telling her my story, Karin? She was curious about your husband. Karin shrugged off the killing intent with unnatural ease. Well, the spring daimyo inspected the raven-haired Kunoichi entering the command tent. Everything from her long-toned legs, wide-set hips, round and no doubt firm rear, flexible-looking frame, slight above moderate bust, that she idly noticed must be a match for her own pretty face and very long dark hair. Finished? Kin questioned, bringing Koyuki's gaze back to her fellow female's own dark eyes, one brow raised a hem. You're Naruto's wife. So what if I am? Kin snorted as she moved with a deadly grace, her Luna uniform snug to her live frame, as she takes a seat beside Karin. Let me guess, you want him too. Upon the lack of reply, Kin actually growled like her husband would do when someone was dumb enough to threaten his family overtly. All you damn hussies. Just accept it already. He's mine. Why can't you all understand that? Boy, he's my clan head too. Or did you forget that? Karin chimed in. The growl didn't lessen. No, I didn't. How about telling the rest of the story? Of how you and Naruto? Koyuki trailed off at the end, and the silence was thick and suffocating for far too long, but Kin spoke up after some time. I met the Toad Sage, explaining the whole invasion plans that I knew. After that, realizing I wasn't safe in the village, all three of us left and trained in secret. You were trained by the Toad Sage? Koyuki spoke up somewhat surprised, and when she thought back on it, she realized that yes, a lot of her soft skills could be traced back to that pervert, so subsequently nodded. Yeah, I guess you could say that, albeit briefly. Her eyes lose focus as she continued on. Here way down memory lane, as I was, on paper at least, his slave, I accompanied him on his mission to recover Lady Senju. Fought alongside him when the Akatsuki came for him. When the Uchiha fled. I was always at his side. Her eyes hardened. Yet, when he had the choice, capture the traitor or rescue me, he chose me. She glared at nothing in particular. That's why, whenever we start our offensive against Sound, that bastard Kabuto is mine. I see. Karin nodded. Because he chose you, he was banished for his failure. Kin nodded at that. Yeah. He accepted it without any outburst or complaint, just handed over his headband and license, the first Hokage's necklace too. In sighs as she recalls that broken smile he had when he was trying to reassure her that everything would be okay, she at the time didn't have the words to say to him. That came much later. Their first date, she had spoken what should have been said much sooner. They gave him 2 days to leave. We left the following hour. Why so soon? Koyuki questioned curiously, and both Karin and Kin snorted at that. Would you trust the words of people who had just banished you for doing your job? Karin's voice was mocking but lacked any directed heat. Koyuki for a moment thought on it and chuckled to herself. I guess not. It was a good thing too. Kin continued on. We found Tayuya shortly after, clinging to life beneath a sea of fallen trees. After freeing her, she joined our merry band as her legs were crushed, little better than paste. Karin snorted this time. I saw the medical notes. Paste had better consistency than her legs at that time. The two ninja giggled at that. Land of Spring, Staging Point Codex. Tayuan sneezed for the 3rd time in the last few minutes, and she growled whilst glaring in the direction of Point Helix. I just know that bitch is chatting shit about me. Boo. Lawton questioned, stepping into the command tent, partially armored as he lacked his chest plate and small swords. Karin. She's always talking shit behind my back. You're one to talk, he chuckled as he grabbed his katana from the corner and pulls it from its scabbard. I got in trouble with my Ami because you let slip that Gia slapped my ass this morning. You deserved that. Tayuya stuck her tongue out at him, grinning like the mad lady she portrays. After all, Katomi saw you flirting with Gia at the bar 3 days ago. I wasn't. Larn sighs to calm down, his polishing rag frozen in place before he resumes maintenance of his sword. I was explaining to her that Karin misses her and swore that he had no idea about Junit's attempt to flirt with him. He was innocent. Yeah, sure. The redhead rolled her eyes, like I'd believe that. Ask Naruto, he'll back me up on this. Larn demanded that the Genjutsu mistress pause a moment but was quick to dismiss the idea. Nah, he wouldn't side with you on this. Wanna bet? Larn's smirk was somewhat intimidating with his numerous sword scars, one just above his brow down to his temple, and the other beneath his left eye down to his chin. Sure, the Redeed extended his hand. Then when I'm proven right, I want an apology from you and one from Katomi. Gia should make up with Karin. Then, when I'm proven right, you will pay for my next 3 shopping trips. Tayuya's grin was that prankster one that all the Uzumaki seemed to know, as if it was part of the DNA or something. Hesitantly, Larn took up the hand deal. Sure, he was that Naruto would honor the bro code and everything, even as unneeded it was, as he was telling the truth, but a slither of doubt this time crept up due to that grin. It was unsettling, no matter which Uzumaki had it. By the log, please be with him. Land of Spring, Kumo main camp. Ururi enters the clearing where the bulk of his 400-strong force of Jonin leaders and Chunin squads, yawning the entire way. Stepping up on the podium, he looks to his forces, and the laid-back posture was gone as he almost glared at them all, but was just overly serious for some reason. Back straightened at the sigh, the low chatter dropped as all eyes were on the leader of this capture mission. Okay, it is simple. Last night, our forward teams have secured our passage directly towards the castle. All the towns en route have silently been suppressed and their patrols gone dark. We won't have long before the day shift comes on station and the alarms are raised. Due to this, we are to make it to the capital at full speed and seize it before they can muster a defense or get word to their hidden village for help. Am I understood? Yes, sir. Was the response, and he nodded. If any issues arise, handle it quickly and quietly until told otherwise. Once we have the daimyo in custody, the hidden village will stand down and avoid bloodshed. Any questions? One hand went up and Dururi almost sighed at its owner. Yes, Amoy. Shouldn't we secure the hidden village too? Normally we would. Dururi nodded along to the good point. However, unlike the Big Five, their village is truly hidden, and our scouts are yet to find it as of yet, so securing the palace is our objective. We will worry about the native shinobi afterwards. Another hand went up, and upon his nod the Chunin spoke up. What can we expect from their shinobi? Our intel suggests that they primarily use water and wind techniques. I am sure it was in the information packets you all received. Dururi comments, causing the Chunin to blush as his hand dropped. As now Dururi actually sighed. Alright. Let's get this done. Move out. Immediately they did so, charging across the snowy terrain, slipping past the odd tree here and there, on their way toward the first town, the town of Riken, unaware of the trap about to close in on them, nor the fact their scouts' teams were already dead. Land of Spring, Riken town. The town of Riken is considered by most as a rural paradise. Third largest town in the Land of Spring, surrounded by newly established farmlands, and far more integrated with wildlife than the more modern capital city, Kei's no Nami, or the trade hubs of conflict on the coast. The geothermal ducts nearby provide power and natural hot springs nearby, accessible by trams. No trains enter the town, making it a peaceful destination for holiday goers, a hot spot for retirees for the slow nature of the town. For today, however, it was the site for the largest shinobi battle in the land's history, as the Kumo contingent was running full tilt towards the idyllic town borders, believing their transgressions had gone unnoticed. They hadn't. Just before they reached chakra leap distance of the first row of houses, it began. Kaboom. A row of explosions threw their lead rows into disarray. The only injured were those in the at very front, second-degree burns, as the napalm-like tags erupted with such force it threw them back. Again before they could regain their momentum. Charge. Two roars from either side of the formation as the flames raged ahead of them, barring their path, and now samurai and shinobi bearing the White Dawn and Land of Spring banners charged them in a pincer strike. Ambush. Was yelled as the three sides clash in a close-range brawl. Without room to maneuver on the three-dimensional plane, the shinobi were forced to clash directly with the samurai in their element of straightforward combat. The lack of space also prevented use of high-level elemental abilities without causing friendly fire. Fall back. Dururi ordered as he struggled to catch his bearings as he was sandwiched near the forward section of the fighting. Slowly the Kumo forces were able to disengage, a fighting retreat, unaware of that hammer coming to strike against the anvil they had ran into. Smoke bombs. was yelled and their rear line all dropped smoke pellets, allowing the entire group to withdraw at shinobi speeds, despite the numerous thrown kunai and the hail of arrows, catching more than a few in the back. Urui glanced back and saw him, one of the White Dawn samurai commander's blue steel arm, considered by many as a genius in defensive operations against shinobi. No wonder they failed. If he's here then no way they could continue. His kill tally is scary. Rarely ever do samurai turn up in shinobi bingo books, but he is considered an A rank threat alone, when leading even a single squad of samurai. Their intel was off. A pit in his stomach opened up. I sure hope the rest aren't here. We just need to get to the boats. Land of Spring, Kumo main camp. Just after the assault force moved out of sensor range the trees began to shift, making hand signs to one another, but went unnoticed by the camp remaining occupants. Kitsu's here, mission is a go. All Una forces are green. Came over the radio and as 121 operatives slipped into the camp, cutting down the lazing defenders like specters in the night. Samui was looking at the tactical map that Daruri had left for here, reading his through his standing orders, when the wind shifted and shadows flickered. She paused her reading and discreetly glanced around the room as she put down the file, and in one swift motion rolled over the table and slashed up with her tanto, that caught the razor wires, but failed to cut through. As she lands, her look up met the masked visage of an owl, in the same vein of Bolt, yanking their arm back, causing the wires wrapped around her weapon to yank it from her grasp. With lightning-fast reflexes, she retrieved a kunai from her pouch, charged it with lightning, and threw it in one fluid motion, ducking taut the side as the wires in the operative's other hand had lashed out, slicing through the tent cover behind her previous position. The next slash of wires shredded the table to match size pieces. The tent being shredded was an unfortunate side effect as Samui leapt at her attacker, both hands charged with lightning chakra. Her intent was clear as day as she had to do was touch her opponent and it would be over. Owl ducked beneath the lung, grabbed both arms, before being flipped over the shoulder and slammed into floor in one fluid motion. Before the blonde could regain her lost breath or the daze of the abrupt movement, a cloth was placed over her mouth and the first breath drained her strength. Sleep, Jonin leader. Do not resist any further. Was the last word she heard as blackness took her. The eruption of the triggered ambush awoke Atsui, just in time to miss the dropping kunai from the badger mask shining hovering over him. A gut punch forced them back as he swings out of his cradle, fire coating his fists as he uppercut the unknown aggressor. Ooh. So hot. The blonde Jonin declared going through hand signs, Badger promptly substituting with a dead body from outside as a massive fire blast incinerated his previous position. The side Atsui found was the platoon left behind was being systematically wiped out. His mind snaps to his sister to find her on the ground, seemingly dead, sending the elite shinobi into a rage. Not hot. He yells as his flames engulf his body, landing on two Luna shinobi, both popping in puffs of smoke, confusing him for a deadly few seconds. The kunai flies past his arm before wrapping around his left arm, yanking it out to the side as the Jonin used pure chakra control to breathe out flames catching the shinobi alight. Ducking from another kunai, Atsui pulls his tanto just in time to block a trio of shuriken, but just like his sister, the wire successfully captured his blade that was promptly pulled from his hand as he ducks beneath another thrown kunai. Leaping back towards his burning tent, trying to force his attacks to come from one direction, he was unaware of the dragon mask coming through his flames until her tanto erupted from his mouth, or maybe when his head was severed and watching his body fall headless. Lady Dragon, he was meant to be captured alive. Badger mentioned no need. We caught the other one. Once Rad has gone through her memories for intel, she'll join her brother. Take no prisoners. Dragon spoke coolly and the other two nodded before going to hunt any runners. It was useless. They would just die tired. On the other side of the camp, Kitsune finds Owl holding one of the Jonin leaders up as Rat has their hand on her head. Well. Not much, sir. Nothing we don't already know. Rat responds, unfortunate. Maybe the other one will. He's dead. Dragon arriving at the huddle, I thought. He was being difficult. We lack the time to safely subdue him. Time we don't have. Dragon explained her reasoning. Kitsune sighs before nodding, looking to Rat. Anything else? Only that she's a storm release user. Should fetch a good ransom. Rat states, earning an unseen raised brow from Kitsune. Too bad they risk her. Kill her and out her on the pile. Dragon ordered, and just as Owl pulled his kunai, Kitsune raised a gloved hand. No, wait. All motion ceased, and despite not seeing his face, Dragon, Owl and Rat could hear the dogs working in this prank master's kind, running at full capacity, which was never good at who he aimed it at. I have an idea, haha. Kitsune chuckled, a maniac chuckle that the Uzumaki were known to when truly devious prank was upon them. Rat and Owl shuddered despite their years of emotional training and conditioning. Dragon rubbed her thighs together. This was going to be good. Kumo's forces were making a panicked withdrawal toward their camp until the smoke came into view over the next small hill. "Oh no," moaned Amoy, unexpectedly voicing Daruri's thoughts, and as they crest the hillside, they saw a horrid sight that froze their blood. A view that caused lumps so big in their throats, some actually fell faint the longer they looked at it, and Daruri would later swear he smelled someone urinate themselves. He didn't blame them either. As he stepped forward, with only the most elite of his men following suit, he came to face with the ghostly figures of the very group of now mythical shinobi of Luna, in more numbers than Kumo believed existed. According to their intelligence, they're less than 12 Luna-level operatives, yet standing here in the open barely visible in the early hours of dawn, were clearly double that on a backdrop of their burning camp. A dry chuckle slips from his mouth as he takes up his cleaver-like sword. "So, Luna, huh? Guess you do work for White Dawn as our intelligence guessed." No response. "As always," Daruri mumbled, but in order to save his subordinates he raised his weapon and pointed it at the kitsune masked one. "I demand a one-on-one. If I win, you step aside and we leave. If you win, we surrender. Come on. Be a man and fight me." Daruri roared, charging towards his opponent, unintentionally sealing his fate and that of his subordinates. His charge caused the Luna force to charge too, much to his horror, as even Kirsten dodged his strike, but instead of turning back to fight, he continued into his troops. "No." He yelled, giving chase, but he was too late. The Luna force had already reached his subordinates and were working through them after that stunt of switching targets at the last moment. Charging back, he spits the White Dawn force approaching fast from the direction they came from. Damn it. Charging his black lightning, Daruri swings his cleaver towards the first Luna operative, only to find his sword clashed against a tanto coated in wind and a fire supplementary. Pushed back, he dodged a distant slash of wires, but couldn't raise his cleaver in time to block the wind-coated kunai thrown and was knocked just above his waist. His exposed right shoulder was slashed through, forcing his blade down before his head was removed. The last thing he would see were the masks of a kitsune, dragon, and owl. Amoy clashed with another samurai, defending Karin's back once again, as the two remained together as the brawl escalated beyond a simple melee. None could get kill strikes as they were surrounded by samurai, and they knew there were shinobi somewhere, but could point them out as their thrown weapons were deflected effortlessly from beyond the circle. "This is bad," Karin panting as she stares down her opponent who is standing firm. "Yeah, too bad Yujito's missing this party, huh? Haha, yeah, when we get back, she'll be jealous no doubt. We still have B senses in reserve, right? Daruri is out there too, fighting on." The boy chuckled as his eyes scanned the gathered crowd. "Perhaps we could surrender." "Never. We're fighting for Kumo's honor here. We can't back down to these terrorists." Karin roared, leaping forward. "Karin. Wait." Looking away from his own target, reaching out and yanking her back height to his arms as the blade from the side cut through his back instead of her chest, right through his shoulder blades, then spine before his waist. Coughing blood. He raises his hand. "We surrender," his final words before going limp in Karin's arms. Said girl was shell-shocked. Her best friend just saved her from a cheap shot from a samurai, no less, all because she got a little impatient. "Amoy, get up, Amoy, come on man, this ain't funny." Before she knew it, she was bound and on her knees, chakra suppressed and sword removed from reach, and the boy before her was being tended to by medical ninja, with their mystical palm running over the wound. To Karin, it felt like forever with her eyes fixed on the still form of her closest companion. He may have been a fool who had too much sugar running through his veins, but he couldn't just die like that, could he? It should have been some really epic battle against overwhelming numbers. Kindle-Iko logged the first breath in like 2 minutes, but as the green flows fade without the wound being closed, her snap to the Mednin, "Wise you stop. He can't be. Sorry kiddo. He's gone." One of the medical shinobi reports and just hysteria began to set in. Okay, the golden-eyed Kunoichi, she was given a sedative and she fell limp. Of the 300 strong, just over half surrendered to the White Dawn. When it was revealed that Daruri had fallen, Kumo's morale had plummeted, but the final nail was when the 8 tails had roared onto the stage, reigniting their fighting spirit despite being bound and chakra sealed. That's when Karin Uzumaki took the field, alongside, unknown to Kumo, shadow clones of Naruto and Tayuya that all deployed their chakra chains. Karin alone had more than it was realistically countable, whereas Naruto had only 6, Tayuya at least 12. Until then, no one had ever seen any of the tailed beast hesitate nor swallow a lump in their throat. It was a day full of firsts as the 8 tails backed up upon seeing the chains that brought down his older brother with little effort, with a great deal many of them from 3 separate Uzumaki in place of the one that did in the 9 tails. He would never live down the shame of him retreating from that fight, but he'll be damned to get captured by the damn White Dawn. The sight of the fleeing Octo Ox killed any spirit the Kumo force had, and Naruto wouldn't be able to sleep that night as Kuruma had his brothers fleeing from the chains on repeat in his cage, his laughter preventing his host from sleeping. Land of Lightning, Kumagakure. What? A roared so loud, every single living being within the land of lightning froze in shock for a brief moment, the cage gripping his brother's head in his infamous iron grip, and you ran away. You didn't fight. Teeth grinding as he looked into his brother's cracking shades. Listen brother, they had not one but 3 Uzumaki and loads of chains, it would have been too much a pain. Whoa 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 whoa. Thud. A continued to breath deep and heavy, having thrown his brother across the room into the wall. Damn it. Bolt. Prepare to sortie. He grinned, they want to play with the biggest of the big 5. Fine. Time to show them what that means exactly. Reaching his desk as B slowly climbs to his feet. Get out of my face B. I think you need to chill before you get billed. B. A roared, but he simply raised his hand. On a serious note A paused upon B rapless response, equally as serious those special forces you mentioned, Luna was it? Yeah what boo Leaning his head on his closed fist, elbow on his raised leg, they were 21 of them. All geared up and in the thick of fighting. 21. A mumbled as he pondered over this new piece of information, that's twice that we thought they had. If they are all as skilled as the fox and dragon ones. Perhaps we shouldn't be so hasty on our response. B advised and A had to admit, the prospect of going up against that many Luna shinobi wasn't wise. You may be right on this one B, however, we have to respond somehow. This can't go unanswered. This caused the 8 tails to sigh alongside his container, fine. Just keep the feline here for bedtime. B returning to his poor rapping, ending the serious talk and any hesitant thoughts about retaliation, was dashed as A grabbed him with his iron claw technique. Land of Fire, Hokage Tower. At the same time in Konoha Heim. Jiraiya jumping through her window in a panicked frenzy, interrupting a mission debrief teams 10 and 7 Jiraiya, canted. Kumo attacked Spring. He huffed instantly gaining the room's full attention, they what? Tsunade roared, leaping from her seat, they attacked Spring 3 days ago. We should prepare A. No need. The Toad Sage huffs finally getting his breathing under control, what do you mean? Isn't Snow an ally? Sakura asked as her classmates all nod. Her question actually caught the 2 senior shinobi off guard, forgetting about the debriefing shinobi no, they haven't been allies for several years. Not since Kakashi trailed off and they all understood at that moment, which is why this is so important. Jiraiya continued, breaking through the solemn atmosphere effortlessly oh. The cage questioned with a raised brow and the Toad Summoner nodded frantically placing pictures down on the desk. The top one clearly showed one Naruto Uzumaki in full white dawn uniform, 6 chains extending from his back, beside 2 red heads who also had similar chains of various numbers Naruto. And he has the chains. But he does. Jiraiya chuckles, damn Gaki has the chains. He isn't the only one it seems either. Tsunade states observing the 2 at his sides, I recognize the shorter Reed, she was the one we caught with the kids. The one I fought during the retrieval mission. Shikamaru states, observing the picture according to my source, they faced down the 8 tails and forced him to retreat. Jiraiya informed Tsunade to snort, I don't blame him. Just one Uzumaki with them was enough to pin the 9 tails. Imagine what 3 could do. Hold up. Shikamaru called out, getting the older duo's attention, what are those chains? The way you speak of them, it's like they are. The bloodline. Tsunade already seeing where he was going with the question, earning a nod from Nara to which Tsunade smirks, the chains themselves aren't the bloodline, but rather a byproduct of it. Confusion sets in on the entire room, besides Jiraiya who already knew, what does that mean exactly? Sakura poses and Tsunade sighs wondering what they learned at the academy briefly, the Uzumaki clan doesn't have a bloodline in the traditional sense, but for argument's sake we'll call it that. Tsunade picking up the first picture and showing it to the room, it's called solid chakra manipulation. Allows them to mold their naturally dense chakra into any form they choose. By default she waves the photo around our chains that can and have bound even the 9 tails and prevent them from breaking free. A stunned silence prevailed for a long moment before Choji raised his hand, surely they have a weakness. I mean everything has one right. Tsunade snorts, if you find it, let the world know. You'd be paid a handsome amount. So they are unbreakable chains. Surely your chakra punch could. Sakura began, but Tsunade snorted at the thought that she was stronger than the 9 tails. Not only are they unbreakable, Jiraiya speaking up in place of his teammate, but they have the secondary effects of suppressing their target's chakra too. The longer they hold, the longer it takes for your chakra to return. That is damn right overpowered. Shikamaru states earning a chuckle from Tsunade now you know why over 100,000 shinobi of Kumo, Iwa and Kiri was required to wipe them out. Jaws hung open, and the 2 veterans chuckled mirthlessly, and less than a quarter would return home. Troublesome. How does chakra become dense, exactly? Asked Ino, earning a raised brow from her fellow Chunin, and the few Jonin looked from her to the Hokage who offered a wry smile, was this not covered in the academy? If it was, I missed it. Sakura states, which told the adults who all signed several mumbles about stupid civilians and academia not being covered. Tsunade sighed, chakra density is just that, how dense your chakra is. There are methods to thicken it, but most don't bother as it's faster just to mold and fold it for larger techniques. What kind of benefit does denser chakra have? Shikamaru inquires. Depends. Tsunade responds as she looks over the assembled group. I think of those here, mine is the most dense, followed by Jiraiya. The thinnest is probably Shikamaru, followed by Ino. How can you tell? Is there a measurement for it? Choji asks, which Jiraiya cut in. If a civilian's chakra is set to 1, then Shikamaru is at 4 with Ino at 5. In that case, what is yours? Asks Sakura, trying to get an idea of the scale. Mine, Jiraiya chuckles nervously. 12. 13. Tsunade sighed, eyeing her teammate before looking at her former apprentice. And before you ask, mine 15. This caused mouths to drop, but she just shrugged. I'm a quarter Uzumaki. What about Naruto then? Choji questioned out of curiosity. Well, before he left, it was denser than mine, now about 14, maybe 15. Tsunade comments before looking back at the picture. Now though, seeing as he's using those chains, he must have at least 20. Is that the lowest required? Shikamaru answered, to which she nodded. It's the common belief, yes. Tsunade confirms with eyes falling onto the spectacle wearing red head watch. Means this other Uzumaki, with over 36 chains, is a real treat. Her chakra density is otherworldly. Anyone and everyone will be R for her and any children she may have. Lady Tsunade. Kakashi called her back to the room. You aren't thinking? No, of course not. The last Senju, as she began to look through the other photos showing various members of the Dawn during the aftermath of the battle and the celebration afterwards. That is Blue Steel Larn, no. Tsunade pointing to a pretty boy with a scarred face. It is. Asuma confirms. Is that Sakura? Notices the raven-haired girl Kintsuchi. Pointing her out in the background of one of the photos. Larn was in the foreground. Now that you mention it, Tsunade looking closer, eyes widening. Damn, she's all grown up now, huh? Oh, the Gaki's lady. I remember now. Jiraiya frowned. How could I forget about her? Pinda explains why the redheads are alive too. Shikamaru grunted as Ino stared at him in disbelief. You're obsessed with Tayuya, aren't you? But the Nara just grunts again, looking away, earning a giggle from the Yamanaka. Oh, you know she's single, right? See if you can find anything on Kin Tsunade to Jiraiya, with any luck. They seem to have set up shop in spring. If you want to confront them, then the spymaster trailed off, as Tsunade thought about it before nodding. Shizune. Call a council meeting. Yes, Lady Tsunade. One more thing, Suhaime. Jiraiya pulled another 5 photographs from his pocket before throwing down this new bunch, revealing very familiar masked shinobi, eyes widen upon their silver visage. Kuma was right. They're White Dawn Spec Ops. The whole room gathered around the desk, even the hidden Anbu, looking at the ghostly visages as even captured on camera that were specters and barely visible. Someone had clearly gone round them in marker to let them stand out against the background. How many? 21. We don't know if that was them all, if the Kitsune trio were shadow clones or 2 others borrowing the mask, but one thing is clear. If we respond with Anbu, so will they, and they do not take prisoners. Jiraiya's tone was grave and filled with the utmost seriousness that even Tsunade swallowed hard. We'll make it a standing order. Luna forces are flee on sight, no exceptions. Wait a second. Sakura noticed that Naruto could be seen in the background of one of the Luna photos and sighs in relief. Look, I thought Naruto would be wearing the fox mask. But looks. Ah, so, I see. Jiraiya comments, making note of that. Anyway, Tsunade clapping before eyeing her Anbu, who looked back at her for a moment before vanishing back to the shadows. The Hokage looking to her shinobi. Let's finish this debrief before I go to that damn council. How was the story? Let me know in the comment box. Now, you guys should watch this video. So just click on it and I will see you all there.